one last year and it wasn't good.
Like, this is the big one that we're trying to get, but we got an even bigger one in the world. So we're going to keep grinding and try to do our best.
It was awesome to come in here and see passion, see the competitive spirit. You guys, even though it was a winner and a loser, at the end of the day, I saw people fist bumping, and that's what it's all about.
Honestly, going into it, I completely forgot it was a bracket reset, and I thought we initially lost. You'll see a clip in the VOD of me wrapping up my headphones and my controller, and Wolf started yelling at me. He's like, "What are you doing? We're not done. We're not done."
My teammates could pick it up where it mattered, and we ended up getting the W.
What are you talking about?
And obviously, we got it for Wolf.
Yeah.
That's what we cared about.
It felt really good getting the world champion belt for the team leader.
When we went into the grand finals again at Worlds, you know, on my mind, I was just thinking, let's not have a repeat of Conus. I don't want to let all this practice and this effort we put in go to waste. So I was very excited that we were able to pull it off.
The 2 weeks before Worlds, we lost like 30 games in a row.
Me and Tommy started arguing.
Go ahead, tell him my nickname.
Kimmy, we call him Kimmy for Kim Kardashian. He's very drama.
It's passion. It's just passion.
I don't think we dropped the map after that. That's when we really locked it.
Yeah. Can I answer this?
Yeah.
I'll pass it on. We just fell in place like perfect. Me and Reaper playing Warzone and just being fast people. Tommy and Wolf being the strategic players. Of course, of practice like help sharpen the knife.
Individually, all our roles kind of fit in so that not two of us are doing the same thing. So yeah, like we meshed, but it was also the amount of time that we put in. I think we practiced more than any other team, and it showed.
Our ambassador that we had, Captain Gill, he was an awesome guy. He's like the #1 hype man for our team while we were there. He kind of made the whole event a little bit special, more special for us, I would say.
Hey, shout out Rocket League, bro. You guys are crazy with wall jumps and dribbling in the air. I could never.
I can shoot straight on Call of Duty, but I can't predict where the ball's going for the life of me.
Honestly, you dunk on someone, get up and scream.
Some advice, don't get mad. It's just a video game.
Channel that energy and use it. Take it out on the opponent. Don't take it out on your teammate. Just pick a player on the other team and just target him the whole time.
Yeah, just get under their skin.
get it under his skin, yeah.
Rest while you can, eat while you can, and practice while you can, for sure.
Make sure you take all your supplements. Give our predictions on who's winning it all.
I got Mountain winning. That's Axis.
Artie's team, Artie, Axis.
Yeah, I got them winning.
Smoke and Kuzo's team. Hell, Heartbreak, Smoke, Kuzo. That's my predictions.
But who's playing in the final?
West and Central, for sure.
Artie's team looks good though too.
Mountain's good.
Good luck, everybody playing at Worlds this year. You guys are lucky that Langley Cod's not there. Do your best, lock in, have fun.
Enjoy it, and we'll be there next year. Daddy needs a new belt.
Good screen. Peace out. Langley Cod out.
Thank you for coming out here, spend a little bit of time at Team Yokota, getting to see what Japan has to offer.
This is not just like Wednesday through Saturday day. This is a 365 kind of thing, right?
It's really nice to see the boys in person and play some nice competitive COD. The vibes are pretty high.
Nazamichi's just going to start sprinting forward. He has assistance here already from Goldfish, and Sweet is able to find 2 in tow.
Team Japan is in tune with each other, and so much so that Undercooked Egg is going to put away another.
I think Yokota should be honored to have me out.
Hello and welcome. After 4 months of intense competition around the globe, we are here at Travis Air Force Base for the World Championships. This year's competition started with the PACAF Championship at Yokota Air Base in Japan. Then we moved to the States for the CONUS Championship at Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. Finally, we returned back overseas for the USAFE Championship at RAF Lakenheath in England. Through intense competition, tragic eliminations, and triumphant victories, we have narrowed down to the top 6 Call of Duty and Rocket League teams the Air Force and Space Force have to offer. Now, within the Delta Breeze Event Center, these last 42 service members will be going head-to-head to prove who the best gamers are. Well, that's enough from me, and it's hot out here. Back to you at the desk. Take it away, casters.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome into the AFG 2026 World Championships. My name is Spaceman. I'm joined by the one, the handsome, the Irish, Zapcast. Welcome in, buddy. Zap, how you doing, bud?
Oh, I'm doing absolutely fantastic, especially with an intro like that. You have made my day, but hopefully that's just going to be the first of many things to make both our days here this evening, as we're going to have a lot of great action ahead of us, both Rocket League and Call of Duty here at the World Esports Championship. It has been going on all year. It's do or die. You've gotten this far. Now it's time to go for the home run over these next 4 days. Certainly is a marathon, not a sprint, but I cannot wait to see how these first teams kick us off.
That's why he's the best in all of Ireland. Right there. It's all about the fact that this is a marathon, not a sprint. 4 days of action, and we've all come down to this moment to capitalize on one final event here at the end of the year. Really still in July, but this is where esports starts to kick up into a different gear. And let's take a look at how day one's really going to pan out in our schedule. Like we talked about, there's going to be 2 different games on the docket this week. We have Rocket League and Call of Duty Black Ops 7, and here's kind of how things will be going. So for Rocket League, it's all best of 7 the entire tournament. It's double round robin into a single elimination tournament, and this tournament will feature top 4 teams from the CONUS region and winner of the PACAF and US AFE regions all coming together like you see on the left side of your screen. On the right side, though, Black Ops 7 best of 5 single round robin into double elim, and the grand finals best of 9 following a very similar CDL format like you've seen throughout most of the competitive year this year. We will not be enforcing the GAs that the pro players obviously like to run with, so there could be a chance for maybe a sniper 2. Maybe we'll see if we get lucky, but that's kind of the bare bones of the schedule. And when we look at the fact that we have a variety of different teams, all from different regions competing under one roof, it does bring an international competition to the forefront and give us a chance to see the best of the best, both in Call of Duty and Rocket League. Zep, talk to me a little bit about that and how we've kind of built up to this point.
Well, it's just great to see it come down to a Worlds at the end where all these teams get together to play in the end up kind of at the tail end of the year, because again, you see these different levels of competition throughout. And, you know, I had the privilege of being able to cover some of the USAFE action where it was Call of Duty and Rocket League. And, you know, looking at that USAFE tournament, I was asking the question which I always ask in covering something like this, right? Where it's, what is a team doing that is making themselves stand out? You know, as a team having a moment where they're like, hey, listen, we're not just playing this game to win this singular game, but we're setting ourselves up as we mean to go on, maybe not just in this tournament, but all the way through the Worlds, a team to put their foot down. And, you know, after watching that USAFE, we did see some great talent, albeit a variety of talent, but I wasn't sure if we saw a team kind of put their foot down and say, hey, we're a team that's going to take this all the way and provide a lot of trouble at Worlds. But that could be me just being a little bit naive, right? I haven't seen all the teams from across the world compete. Maybe I'm not fully sort of prepped on the standard that is being set, and we'll find out very quickly how these teams are going to fare out once we get into the action. But I'm just looking forward to that team that when we watch, you know, whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's Rocket League, where we see them in their first couple of maps or matches and we just go, wow, they're on form, they're the team to beat, they're the team that's confident, because getting that momentum early is huge to roll you through the first few days.
Absolutely. First and foremost, if we're talking about this event being a marathon, that's very much the case. You're going to have some form of momentum, because at some point fatigue will kick in. Luckily, I will tell you a little bit of a cheeky tease is that for a lot of our Call of Duty players, a lot of them have competed in prior regiment events, or they've competed in like the Navy Rim Pack events. So there is some familiar faces who will be bouncing around. For those of you who have been following the armed services, the branch of militaries that have been competing in Call of Duty, you're going to be seeing a lot of familiar faces here, the likes of Jake and WASD, which we'll jump into a little bit later in the show. But there are some names that not only carry championship title caliber gameplay with them, but also have the experience in this kind of events to make the deep run, as we will, in 4 days of action. But remember, this is an event that's going to cover 2 different games. And with that, we're going to get a nice spread of both the PACAF region, the US AFE region, and the CONA US region, and get a nice spread, really, of all the different talent that exists as this program, both in the Air Force, in the Navy, etc., has grown over the last 3 or 4 years or so. It's really started to kick up. And this is where we come to a head at the end of full season and get a chance to see the best is in each region, and also give you guys an updated look at the standings, which we will have as today's matches both continue and for the rest of the bracket and tournament as everything gets underway. So before we get into a lot of our main matches today, I do want to now go through some of our opening matchups we're going to have, because again, we have about 6 teams that qualified, finishing through the top 4 from every single region. They're now all competing here at this World Championship. We're going to be starting with Call of Duty here today and then rotating through Rocket League. Look, I know we talked a little bit in the pregame. I mentioned that we're not going to have that many there's not going to be any GAs really on the docket. We throw this question out here a couple of times to just get a feel, a vibe for what the desk is bringing. Sometimes it's right on cue, sometimes not. But I'm curious, are you expecting anything out of the ordinary, anything insane to happen today? In these events, usually we get one or two plays or players that tends to kind of take over, and it's very rare, but when it happens, it kind of spells the entire narrative of the event. Is there anything on your radar so far, before we get into some of our early matchups, anything that you're looking forward to here in this tournament?
Wow, I mean, it's kind of hard to say at the super early stage, right? You want to see what level the teams are bringing going into it, right? And I think it's one of those cases where probably don't have a lot to say on it going in, but once we start to see that initial action, that'll paint a picture very quickly as to how things are going to start going throughout, right? As you say, the GA is not going to be enforced. How much is that going to be abused? Are we going to see that be something that's taken advantage of? Are we going to see teams punished for not taking advantage of that? Maybe being used to playing in systems where they run the GAs, now all of a sudden having that taken off them. Sometimes, you know, even though the things are GA'd because they're an advantage, if you've not been using them, sometimes you don't know how to utilize them to your advantage per se. And you know, one thing I love, you know, going into every Call of Duty game, is what constantly keeps it fresh for me series after series, is just the map pools that they're chosen. I want to see what maps these teams are selecting going into these games, because a great Call of Duty has a map set that, you know, depending on how you throw them in on the 5, it just completely changes the layout and the shape of the series. And you know, when you talk about a big map for Black Ops 7, a staple map in that regard is Scar, right? Scar being a map, it's, you know, and funny enough, my playing career, I could never touch an AR. I was useless at it, but this is the only COD that I've ever said, right, for this map I need to pull out an AR because it is just super long range. I can't do anything else on it. And so you have a map bringing a unique element to the game that is going to favor one side. Like, it's a conversation that always goes on the back and forth, even, you know, with weapons being GA'd in general, and all the weapons that get taken out of the game throughout the year, that over the last couple of years, we see Call of Duty start to get very funneled into essentially the 2 weapons you're allowed to use. And that strips a little bit away of what makes a yearly title esports so interesting, which is the variety. So if we're not having the variety from the weapons, where we want to see the variety is obviously the change of the game year on year, and maps that introduce that variety and don't play the same. So when you have the likes of Scar in the running, combining that off the back of, say, then a Colossus, for example, which can, you know, is just gung-ho from the word go, the rotations between P1 and P2 being so important. I mean, how many engagements you can get in that first 60 seconds is just astronomical. So being able to balance the ebbs and flows of the general map flow throughout a series just makes Call of Duty just such an entertaining watch always.
And those ebbs and flows change as rosters do. I know the meta can look the way it does in the start of the year, the middle of the year, the end, but this season was all about the road here, getting us towards this point. And with that, let's take a quick look into the road to Worlds, specifically with PAC-AF, and how all this came together with a little bit of a recap. Let's take a look.
Thank you for coming out here, spend a little bit of time at Team Yokota, getting to see what Japan has to offer.
This is not just like Wednesday through Saturday day. This is a 365 kind of thing, right?
It's really nice to see the boys in person and play some nice competitive COD. The vibes are pretty high.
Nazamichi's just gonna start sprinting forward. He has assistance here already from Goldfish, and Sweet is able to find 2 in tow.
Team Japan is in tune with each other, and so much so that Undercooked Egg is gonna put away another.
I think Yokota should be honored to have me out here. I'm so happy that they could bring us out here. Great opportunity for them to realize that we're the best.
This is our first time on the land. It's been crazy. Really cool, fun experience. We went to a beautiful garden yesterday to kind of do some team media and stuff like that.
Dude, this is actually perfect size for you.
No, we're super excited to be in Yokota, Japan, but we were kind of scoping out the competition.
Good competition out here. I say our levels at around champion.
We knew we were going to come in this thing and kind of just play our hearts out. We have one guy that we just met like a week ago, and he's been on the same wavelength ever since.
I never met Chain before, Wept. I never met those guys, but we played in the Discord together.
A lot of individual talent on our roster, and so when we're really working together and playing as a team, it's dominant.
Oh, they're going full knife fight here. I'm loving this. He's got one in front of him. It's Seaskirt for the ace. He's going to get all 4.
What the hell was going through your head when we had that final round?
We said knife only, and they agreed. So
one of the most memorable moments, I think, in the entirety of Air Force Gaming.
You just have to be ready for the clear, and it doesn't clear. Back towards the middle it goes. Team Pacific Islands. PAC-AF champs here for Rocket League.
Started beating all the teams, and we're like, we have a real chance.
Worst that can happen is we go and have fun and we lose. But we came out on top, so we got the best of the best. Let's go.
This time around with just 3 seconds left, celebrating for the Pacific Islands IREP. Breadwinner, Seaskirk, Green they will be your PACAF Esports champions.
Is it going to be your guys' year when it comes to Worlds?
I think so. Most of these guys, we have to play them on 120 ping. Meanwhile, they don't want to play on our servers.
How much does it just mean to you real quick before you pass it?
It means a lot because we got 12th at CONUS last year. Everybody was letting me know I can only play online, I'm horrible. Now I have a team, and I'm going to go back and we're going to try to win it.
I mean, if you were ever wondering the kind of personalities and skill sets of a lot of the players forming rosters in these types of tournaments, look no further than one, the amalgamation of teams that have gotten us to this point of this World Championship, and two, the upcoming matchup we have to kick off all of our proceedings here for this tournament for PACAF versus the CONUS roster and the Mountain side. I want to take a look first at PACAF. They bring so much to the table. Specifically, I wept in Breadwinner. I've seen Breadwinner play in a lot of these events as well over in the Rim Pack for the Navy. Seaskirk, who has also been a staple of a lot of these tournaments. There's a lot of experience for PACAF coming into this event. And Zep, it cannot be understated how important having reps in these types of events, especially at this level, is for players who have the experience coming in and with some championships under their belt.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it goes back to, I feel like we've reiterated this a number of times already, but it will be a running theme, a 4-day marathon, not a sprint, right? It's important to have that experience because, you know, you don't want to go 100 miles an hour from the beginning. Yes, you want to set yourself up with good form and push yourself going forward and garner that momentum. But, you know, if you have unique plays, for example, you've been working on throughout the year, this is the culmination of all your work, right? You don't want to be throwing all the cards out of your sleeve super early in terms of what you bring to the table, because these other teams are going to be watching you, they're going to be studying you, they're going to be finding all of your weak spots, and they've had the opportunity to be watching you throughout the entire season. So you want to make sure you still have something left in the gas tank rolling towards the end to where you can constantly catch your opposition off guard. And looking at this CONUS Mountain side, I mean, you might know this roster better than I do, but do you think this is a side that is going to be able to challenge? How does the experience look here?
Oh, for sure. I mean, look, the biggest two names that stand out are really three: Revengeful, Artie, and Axis. I mean, those are, one, players who have experience playing at this level, and you can never underestimate and never oversell how important just pure experience is in these events, because yes, it's a marathon. We'll be hitting on that point a lot, but specifically, these players all have reps around each other. A lot of these closed circuit events, or I should say these world championships, these tournaments you qualify for, you're running into the same names over and over and over again. And that is, one, credits to the strength of the internal community that exists for both Call of Duty and Rocket League, but two, as this event has grown over the years, these guys have had multiple opportunities to play at this level and to get their feet under them, and that really does spell success for players who are becoming more like a veteran in terms of conversation. So yeah, I think this is a matchup between PACAF and CONUS that should feel like a more traditional best of 5 and like a more traditional like CDL format, and that's what's most exciting about having Colossus and Fringe on first opening back-to-back maps. So very curious how the respawns will look in this one. But getting back to kind of your question about how these rosters both match up, I mean, Breadwinner is an outright champion, a former Call of Duty events that we've had both on Rim Pack. You have CONUS, who has Revengeful, Artie, and Axis, who have been playing within the top 4, if not and played in podium finish in similar events. And Revengeful and Artie as well have had some championship experience. There is not a single bad gunny in the house, I think is the best way to put it. And it's going to be a full 5-game set. I mean, this is not going to be a series like you would see like on a day one on a Friday in a typical esports environment where you had that massive disparity between seeding and there might be like a sweep or something like that. It feels like, just from bare bones looking at the players and the rosters we have and understanding how these players have had experience against each other, this is going to be a full traditional, almost like a Money 8 style match, which is really exciting. But the fun part of being able to watch a lot of these players is just not only being able to see them kind of resurface back into these events, but also getting some insight in some of their fun facts, because now we get a chance to really dive into the personalities. And one of them that's always a fun time is specifically Greengred, who is a great player to watch. He's over on PACAF, and one of my favorite fun facts I've ever read in one of these events, he says, "I was born deaf, so I use it as an excuse for not listening," which, if you're an IGL in game, is the absolute perfect thing you want to hear from your team. But no, I love the fact that we get to see some of the insights for these players as both an AR player with a couple of subs. We have some flexes, Breadwinner being one of them. There's so much to dive into and to sink our teeth into this week. And I heard you talk about having to run an AR on Scar, and I love that because as an AR player, I'm like, finally get more people on the roll because I need some help out here, man. But it's very exciting. Cannot wait to see what we get for map 1. And I can't wait to get into this. It's gonna be so fun.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great. Look, it's going to be a great round of action because again, you know, remembering the fact that it is the Worlds at this stage, every single team that is here is, you know, earned the right to be here throughout the year, right? As you say, it's not going to be your casual Friday where you're going to see a skill disparity set early on. We may see at a certain point that happens where that top team kind of comes through and shows off, but for the overall, things are going to be more even than you would expect for that kind of day one cycle. But you know, going into the specific game, as you saw on your screen there, folks, we loaded in, but we loaded in the wrong map, so we had to do a super quick reset on that. Gives us just a teeny bit more time to get through, you know, what is the most important part of all of this is our opinions on how the teams might actually fare out, our predictions throughout the day. I guarantee I'm going to get so many of these wrong, but that's why I'm going to go to you first. You're the expert, you got these players nailed down to a T. First game of the marathon of this 4-day run, who do you think is coming out on top in this series?
As a normal human being, I'm never going to bet against Breadwinner. I am never, ever going to bet against Breadwinner, whether it's LAN or online. I've seen enough of this kid playing to know that he either puts a roster around him that makes him better, or he drags them to a podium finish. But Conus as a roster, as just a complete package with Revengeful and Artie specifically in Axis, I think as a core 3, that's one of the strongest 3s you can have early in a tournament. I'm going to be going with them in this matchup. It's probably going to be like 3-1, 3-2, but I'm thinking we go at least to a second hard point. We're definitely going to clear off all the respawns. I'm taking Conus to start, but I could be wrong. I never know. What are you thinking? What are where are the vibe checks at right now? How are you feeling?
It's really tough to say to begin with, and I'm going to do that old thing of making it interesting where you've gone one way, so I'm going to go the other. I'm going to say to begin with, I think PACAF are going to pull it out of the bag, and I'd love to be able to put it as eloquently as you did in terms of being able to break it down as to who may come out on top. But I'm just playing the antagonist here. I'm playing the devil's advocate off your point, off the bat, and of course, hopefully, you'll get a little bit more insight into these teams as the days roll on, and I'll have a bit more of an understanding of how these guys play and see where they may end up. But for now, I'm going purely off the vibes. I'm just going the opposite direction to you.
Listen, I like that. A lot of these players do play off vibes, so there is no bad answer there. And as the day and this tournament continues and progresses, you're going to see, both from our end and from the spectators at home, you will be seeing a level of Call of Duty that is unlike other events you've seen in years prior, where these players are either competing in upper echelon tier 3 into tier 2 potentially challengers level Call of Duty, or they have the experience playing ranked or playing in tournaments where they're not just showing up loading in with a loadout and we're going to run into hardpoint play it the way it is. There are very experienced players both in PACAF and Conus and across the variety of rosters we have in this tournament. So if you're a fan of competitive Call of Duty, if you're a fan of like high level tier 2 challengers level Call of Duty, Elite Series level Call of Duty, this is going to be a nice tournament to watch because these players can turn it on a dime. We've seen it in years prior. We've seen it in events prior. And there are some heavy hitters that can make their name not only more well-known, but puts themselves on the map for sure. So this should be a really fun one to get into. We're going to start off again with Colossus Hardpoint. You guys know the deal. Seen it all year long. Very excited to see what we get. PACAF versus Conus for map number 1. All best of 5, as you know. And look, we've had our predictions left and right. Again, we're following CDL rule set. No GAs enforced here in this tournament. But off the gate, man, the biggest 2 players I'm looking out for, one, Breadwinner as kind of leading as the IGL for this team. And on the other side, I have to be looking at Artie as one of the top sub players in the lobby. The dude is just an absolute menace.
Well, we'll see how they fare out to begin with. Again, a Colossus hardpoint. It just depends how warm you are going into this one, really, especially with a P1 being so back and forth. And it is a bit of a back and forth on the kill feed there, but Camera picking up 3 before being dropped. A nice initial couple of seconds on the point. Axis holding it down as well. As we're seeing, Breadwinner was just trying to hold around that P2 area, but getting dropped. But that's a huge 3 coming through for PAC after regaining the time, and already sort of tit for tat to begin with at this P1. You know, Conus getting an initial little bit of time, PACAF taking it right back off them. That's what you want to see early on. If you're not warmed up, this is a map that can get away from you very quickly. So the back and forth is a good sign of things to come here, that we could be in for a barn burner of a series.
Yeah, I really hope we do get that. Just down the stretch, it'd be nice to see a bit of a barn burner. Sometimes on Colossus, it can be a bit awkward. We've seen it later into the CDL season where one team gets out by 60, 70 points. We go to P2, things get a bit dicey. Both teams, though, jockeying for position off of that second progression on P1. It's a contest now to a lead as PACAF hold by about 8. We'll see now the contest in. IWEP trying to stay alive. Team is there for support, but for now, all red in the kill feed. Pinstripes do follow. Still contest inside P2. and IWEP does get cleaned up. So with the damage done and everything else settling, again, Konos do get back into the hill, and they'll win the rotation for now.
Konos getting a little bit fortunate, I feel like, with the spawns, right? They almost just got collapsed in on the hill with one player spawning out. It just allowed them to undo PACAF's hold from the front, which seemed to be holding pretty well. But if you're trying to hold from the front of the P2, it is always only a matter of time before you get dropped, unless you can get that push through. And Konos Mountain have been clinical in keeping the remainder of that time, taking the lead, and now it's about that transition over towards P3. IWEP with the initial challenge onto the point, gets dropped, and Revenge going absolutely huge in the rotation there, practically single-handedly guaranteeing the point, but he's probably going to need to get one more. Breadwinner on that rotation, and Breadwinner getting the crucial kill for PACAF to rotate. That was nearly a perfect transition from Konos.
Yeah, look, Breadwinner's good for one, and every time it comes down to a solo chow on the hill, if he contests, he's usually going to win it. At least that's just what the stats say, and that is what the history has looked like for this kid. He's very, very good. So is Axis, though, having a slow start. 18 seconds and counting in the hill. Always good to see your subs getting in and playing OBJ support when maybe the kills aren't falling as quickly as you'd like. And the contest should be just that as we get back into those spawns. Once again, Konos defensively going to push out from that post hit, and they'll take control of the hill and try to work on flipping those spawns as they work 2 numbers back to mid-map. Revengeful on your screen, good for 1, and already doing a nice job out on the wing.
Yeah, Revenge 12 and 5 to begin with is having such a great start, just playing that slaying role. Only 6 seconds in hill, but just clearing up a lot of space for a side to get through and do damage. Flanking around the back to make it a 5 spree. Trying to make it 6 with the pistol in hand. Gets the help, or at least gives a little bit of help through the kill, and the rotation now going through on to P4 for Konos, who just seem to be getting a little bit more control of the map here and starting to pull away. We're seeing pretty even KDs across the board that are starting to separate in the top end, but the low end is where we're really seeing the difference. Green Gred, unfortunately, 2 and 10 at the moment, not having the best of starts, but that is where the room to grow is for PACAF as they start getting warmer. I talked already about this map being one where you want to come into it warm or else you get punished. As you get warm, though, you get that opportunity to pull yourself back in the second half.
Exactly. And look, it's only the first rotation of hills. It's only map 1. We know best of 5s can be a bit of a slog, but the important part is making sure that your gunnies are hot, they're warm. You're not going to get a lot of chances, even though it is a round robin style format, and you do have a bit of a second life. In these types of events, you're not getting a second chance. Is not necessarily a get out of jail free card. You're still going to have to fight through every single good sub and AR player you come across, and no difference here as they'll try to stop the bleeding. And they'll do so just by about a little, down by about half a hill. And so far, it's been back and forth between both teams. Usually, it's Konos able to win the first rotation, then they lose the break, win the retake. And from there, we go back to kind of wall-to-wall gunfights, admin map. Into P1 again. Last time, pretty contested from both sides. It was Konos who walked away with a bit of the hill time. This time, though, PACAF off the opening start. Looking pretty good on their stuff.
I mean, I feel like Green Gred just heard me, right? Because when I made my point the last time around, he had just gone 3 and 10, and now coming back off your point 12 and 13 after going on a 6 spree, pulling back those numbers massively, and it is showing for PACAF as they're starting to lessen that gap. They're having a nice bit of control here in P1. They've set themselves up well for spawns over on P2. They are painting that kill feed blue as they've really gotten into this one on the second set of rotations. P1 been completely theirs. They're funneling the spawns. They know where they're coming from, but now there could be a danger if Konos can get around. They're sending 2 through the way of P3. Can Breadwinner be there? A little bit of unfortunate timing means that he's going to get dropped. And this is a huge fight now for spawns in the back. 2v2 essentially, but they are going to hold on. The spawns are going to be there, but they need to watch for the pinch on the other side. Nice. They have RG coming through, or Revenge, excuse me, but he gets dropped. PACAF just about managed to hold the spawns.
Breadwinner is just a tough kill all the way around the map, man. It doesn't matter whether he's hitting on the back of the spawn or he's trying to flip. Playing individually, the dude just slows the game down to a crawl and plays it so well. 18 and 14 on 23 in the hill. We'll split some of the numbers here. Solo fights go the way of Artie to begin. 18 and 14 for him on a 3 spree. And again, trades are there. Already off to a nice start as well on a 4 spree, getting closer and closer to some streaks. And you need your subs to kind of pick up the slack here if you're keeping this game close, as we've seen Axis not having the greatest start, though, getting time in the hill. It has not been a sub day for Konos to start. Tough map for sure. But Colossus at this stage of the game, man, these players know it inside and out like the back of their hand. There is no other way to play it. You just have to have a good pressure up front with your sub, and so far, Green Gred is doing just that and a little bit more as PACAF try to work their way back in the game.
Yeah, PACAF are fighting, but I have to say, Artie and Revenge as a 2 up top for Konos are just proving to be a bit too hot to handle at the moment. 22 and 21 respectively, right? And then the players who aren't pulling the KDs quite as high are holding enough time in hill to keep that lead going, right? So on the overall, the roles just seem to be settling a little bit better for Conus at this moment in time in how they want to play this map. But as you say, with PACAF slowly improving those numbers, especially through Greengred, that can be undone very, very quickly. It's like they've nearly found the key to unraveling this Conus side in this map, but they just can't quite do it. They can't quite slow down their top two enough. And when Conus rotate, they are lethal. They got over onto that P3 and now picking up at 3, already on the 5 spree, has shut PACAF completely out of this hill. As they try and force themselves through, iWept going huge there, and that's a 3 down, and that's a terrific break. But rotating off that point a little early, granted, they want to make sure they get over towards P4, because if Conus get a semi-clean hold even on this P4, that could be it for this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, you would love to rally that 2-piece out of a rotational fight into an opening hill, but again, just not a whole lot following up. Really nice job by iWept to go for the break, but this time, still, first one's inside the hard point. Conus will be in first, and the first blood that fell quickly responded to. Greengred on your screen, over the top, gets punished. Make that 2 now as they fly back in for the contest, and they will hold the front line. Wow, already on a 3 spree and burning as well. That's 3 massive kills to break to continue to hold this as they do. About a full hill's time worth and about 30 still to fight over. Opening salvo doesn't connect for much, but at least keeps the damage out in front of the hill and allows Artie just to sit and buy time as they do. 171 to 100. It's yeah, it's looking a little bit more dire this time in map 1. Conus started a bit slow on P1 and P2. Down to our second set of rotations. This is just all of Conus Mountain controlling the pace of the game.
Yeah, the game has been theirs, I think, almost from the beginning in terms of controlling the pace, right? We've seen PACAF, as you say, make life difficult on those initial points, but Conus, they've been setting the charge, they've been rotating better, they've been getting more breaks, and the KDs, they're just slightly better. I mean, the margins are pretty fine, to say the least, right? You switch over a couple of those kills, if a few more 3 pieces go the way of PACAF, that score completely flipped on its head, right? It's a game of moments, to say the least, but Conus, on the overall, just being a little more consistent with their moments, plus having the likes of Artie slaying out the way that he is now on 32 with nearly a minute in hill, by the way, so making sure to be slaying out around that point, directly contributing to the points on the board. It's just that little bit extra here, there, and everywhere that's doing the damage to PACAF. And there is still a world where PACAF come into this one, whether it's in this map or whether it's in this series, they're by no means down and out, but they are running out of time to find something in this map.
This is a really important P1 hold on this third set of rotations here. I mean, 1, you get yourself back within fighting distance. 20 points is nothing to sneeze at. 2 or 3 times, Conus Mountain have really tried to force a flank through mid-map. And credit to PACAF for picking up multiple times, making sure those spawns did not flip, making sure they didn't also get dual spawned out together and have to play 2v2s across the map. But they maintain their pressure, they keep their hold, they get themselves within 30 of this game. There's a very important swing of events there for PACAF in the third set of hills. It might give them enough of a bit of an edge, some momentum to keep this game close. But as I say that, again, they start to get pulled apart inside the hard point, and Conus Mountain are not sparing any expense.
I have to say, though, the KD disparity is starting to swing in its head. Again, Greengred's gone from 2 and 10 to 32 and 26, actually trying to catch up to Artie. And PACAF, they're getting a lot of their kills in P1, but I tell you what, now translating that over towards a P2 where it looks like a relatively clean hold. Holding this scrap and rotating well for P3, which they've struggled to do, would all of a sudden have them right back in this one. And again, the wave of kills they've been picking up has been huge. The way that their bottom 2 have risen into the game, whereas on the opposite, the Conus Mountain side, the bottom 2 in terms of that KD have just slowed down ever so slightly, and that has been the shift in momentum that PACAF has needed. An 11-point game now going into this P3 where Conus Mountain have won the rotation, but we've seen PACAF be able to break before, but it's getting to that point now. It needs to be perfect Call of Duty from here. There needs to be a break, there needs to be a hold, and there needs to be a pretty good rotation over towards that P4.
Yeah, slight inconsistency there in the last hill. I mean, they eventually left that hard point with 10, 11 seconds of scrap time still to count. They went for the rotation, they get wiped, they lose the first hold. Questionable decision for sure. Understand the urgency of wanting to get into the new hill and contest, but you give up a free 10 seconds on the back end that essentially keeps you in those back same spawns, and now you have to work through the back of essentially the same side of the middle of the map. So again, question marks sometimes for how this scrap time's being played, or at least allocated for PACAF, but they do stop some of the bleeding, get within about 6. Now just down to the solo fights with the stubs. So far good for Kamara. Revenge on the outside has some help. There's 2 in a row. And gets caught getting a little bit overzealous in the point, but still point stands. And for now, we rotate out again. First one's out, Conus Mountain, trying their hardest to hold on to the hill.
Green Grey coming through with the 3-piece as well. It's a race between himself and Artie for that 40 bomb. It is neck and neck in the score line and neck and neck between those two. And I tell you what, IWEP not that far behind now. The rest of them, as he's joining in the fun, the momentum has swung finally towards PACAF. And P4 has been a largely 50-50 point. Neither team will want to be this time around. They want to get in for the Chals. But I tell you what, Conus Mountain have not been enjoying P1 in the overall. So they're going to be dreading having to go back to that point. Now they're in a situation where for them it's go big or go home, as PACAF in the driver's seat, but still have to contend with at least another 2 waves of pushes, you would think, before this map 1 is said and done. It's been a terrific comeback as they've grown into this map, into this series very early on. Conus need to find an answer quickly, and they do so with a great 3 down.
And they clear the back line as well. This one ain't over by any stretch. They will take the lead right back. Gotta think the biggest difference in this game, Axis 22 and 39. Really the only disparity that's been keeping the slaying on the back foot for Conus Mountain, but already at 42 and 32. Next closest, Green Red. Now just crosses the 40-point mark. Now our 4th P1 of this entire game. Don't often see that too many times. 226, they get 228 to 228. Tie game now in a full fight for P1.
And surely we see this game done here, P1. It should not go to P2. There will not be enough contest space. But Kimura coming through with 2, needing to get the 3rd, but doesn't. Green Grade has to go huge. He gets dropped. Now we're going to see Conus have the opportunity to get back onto this point, but already dropped quick, though. It is Skirk. Or CS Kirk, I should say, actually getting back onto that point, but getting dropped quickly. It's tit for tat. It's back and forth. We're going down to the wire here. 239 to 235. A team kill. Could that be the undoing? They're keeping it contested. It is just rushing onto this hill now, trying to win your 1s. And Conus are holding on, but Artie on the 4 spree. Is that enough to get them over the line?
Artie's going for 50, baby. 48 and 35. Artie's on a tear, trying to hold it down by himself. P1 belongs only to Conus Mountain. Come on, Artie. 49 and 36. Good Lord. The dude is a demon for a reason. Conus Mountain survived the very end from some brilliant subplay on P1. It took 4 set of hills, but Artie almost drops a 50 bomb through the team kill. Doesn't even matter. Picks up 3 in the P1. And my goodness, this kid is on a heater to start the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that has just been absolutely fantastic. I mean, you talk about in these games when the margins are so fine, you just need your moments. And for so long, Conus Mountain were struggling on that P1. They couldn't find the momentum there. That's where PACAF were able to lessen that gap time after time. And then finally, you have Artie go huge, nearly 5,000 on the damage, just a hair off it. I mean, what more could you ask for? Coming through with a huge 3-piece towards the end, the crucial kills, the difference maker. And you know, you start looking at breaking down these games, what teams could have done differently. When a game is that close, it can legitimately only just come down to one moment. And it was a game of ebbs and flows. We've seen Conus just start off stronger, were warmer, the opposition grew into the game, and I think by the second half of that game, we're comfortably the better side. But the moments that were available for both of these sides just swung the way of Conus at the end of that map 1, with that huge kill, a huge wave of kills coming through, and P1 ultimately being the difference maker. But what a way to start off the day, right?
Of course, it's 50 bomb, 4 sets of hills on P1. Colossus never disappoints in terms of how we've played all this year, but it is surprising. 2 things. 1, we already almost had a 50 bomb to begin today. I mean, in general, any tournament, that is an outstanding stat. Number 2, the fact that Axis had such a slow start, 24 kills, 44 deaths, and you're basically playing for the rest of the team. Most of that hard point, you're playing a 3v4, and they're still able to pull it out in the way they did. It's credits to PACAF for being as closely knit as they were and being able to bounce back after that about 60, 70 point deficit. But for Artie and Revengeful and Kimura to do what they did as the game was progressing, like you mentioned, where it started to seem like PACAF were finding their footing. They were starting to put a drive online, being able to win those rotations, not just playing for scrap time. And to do all of that and still come out, if you're Conus Mountain, and have that kind of performance from one of your main subs in P1 at the most opportune time, it's an injection of confidence that it's hard to beat in the long run. And just an absolutely outstanding performance from Artie. One of the reasons why, one of the highlight players we will be watching in this tournament with championship experience. You can see there, the dude never slows down and only gets better and better as the game goes on.
I mean, he was absolutely phenomenal. And I think the only worrying point for me for Conus is just simply the fact that we've seen them start out at a level, and granted you had players like Artie improve, you had Revenge playing very well as well, but we seen with PACAF, they just had a bit more room to grow, and when they grew into what they could be as a team, when things started working for them, when they were firing on all cylinders as a 4, they looked the better team. And I'm wondering if they keep up that momentum, if it's a case of PACAF best versus Conus's best. I feel like, at least off the back of that map 1, granted Colossus Hardpoint could be a bit of a unique demon in how it plays, but it feels like PACAF, excuse me, have that advantage. But when we slow the pace right back down for map 2, when we go in to that Fringe Search and Destroy, we could see things start to change up, right? And I mean, we do have a series on the overall which will have a lot of ebbs and flows and changes throughout. Exposure Overload, we don't get to see that one too much anymore. Yeah. And then a Den Hardpoint being very different to Colossus, and then potentially ending with a raid. I think you were right in when you called it at the beginning that this is one where at least we're going to see all the respawns done. We could see this one go all the way.
Yeah, I think at this stage, it's more so a testament to the competitive play of Call of Duty at this level of the year, how it's been for a decade now. When we kind of hit July, August, September, at this point, everybody knows the meta. Everybody knows exactly either what these strats are going to look like because Worlds is concluded and there's really not much left to give, or they know how they want to break the meta open from the monotonous grind that we've put up on screen for most of the year. So for everybody else, this is an open play pit. It's a chance for them to really show us what they got in terms of creativity. For other players, though, it's routine. You clock in, you do what you do on Fringe, do what you do on Exposure, you clock out. So there's room here to be creative for sure. For other teams, though, about just finding their footing and kind of making sure they get themselves on the right track to start. I don't think we're going to have any issues with either of that for PACAF or Conus US. So very much expect this one to go the distance into a full second hardpoint. But we come up with Fringe into our second map here in rotation, and a nice little throwback to Black Ops 3 for those who have seen it. For other players, sometimes they started in Black Ops 3, other times it's their first time really playing it. And it's a much more structured 3-lane map that Treyarch is known for, and it brings in a level of patience that is going to be required that you don't really have on Colossus. Colossus is P1 to P2, either full send it or make sure you have a flank in route. And this one is much more play through your irons, make sure ARs are able to find first pick, and then work through the numbers there. This is going to be a fun test for the patience of both rosters. Are you leaning any one specific way, or are you just waiting to see what we get on the field?
I really think I'm just waiting to see what we get, to be honest, because I think the map is such a shake-up in that change that we haven't really seen what both of these teams, at least today, bring to the table in that particular regard. So I'll be very curious to see how it plays out. Fringe, it's a map of a lot of FOB memories on. Black Ops 3 was my first competitive COD, right? So, it was, again, one of the best maps on that game. So it is a great map to see. I will have a little bit of a hot take here, though, and I will say that I don't think it works quite as well on boots on the ground. Granted, I know we have the wall bouncing, the wall hopping in Black Ops 7, but there's something about it where I just think it doesn't work quite as well. Whether or not it's just the TTK as well, I feel like a lot of the lanes you would choose to push down on Fringe Search and Destroy on Black Ops 7 leave you incredibly exposed. I feel like this is a map that heavily favors the defensive role, almost to too much of an extent. So you have to rely on your irons to be able to get that pick early on to open a gap to punch it through and do the damage on offense.
You mean we can't just wall run down the train tracks anymore as cleanly as we could in years prior? No.
Oh, take me back.
Absolutely know that feeling, though. The timing just being a bit different. It's still kind of the same plays, but absolutely not the same setups as already. First Blood going the way of the defense. We'll see if they can keep it rolling. So far, the answer is no. We'll even things out 3 apiece. And we've seen this many, many times where ARs like to get posted up on the back rocks and peel off those spawns, force the players either in shed or in hardware to come back and take that fight maybe when they're not ready for it. Pick off the numbers as you do. Green Gred's so good for 2, looking for the 3rd, but they know where he's at. And now it's just down to the numbers alone.
I think PACAF really messed up that push, right? You go down to those back rocks, but you're not really set up on a play. You're putting yourself in a disadvantageous position. Yes, you're on head glitches, but you're on a lower terrain. If you do not have any control of that bar and area, you're just going to be picked apart, and you're the ones with the bomb. You had B control, but unless you were just trying to go for a wrap around A, I don't really know what the plan was there. If you got the bomb down and at the very least play the back rock, then at B, he stood a little bit of a chance. I think PACAF may look back on that one as a bit of a head scratcher, but if there's any place you're going to make early mistakes, it is round 1.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's round 1. It's there for a reason. Get in, shake the dust off. Would love to see a snipe at some point here on Fringe. Maybe we get lucky. I don't know, but I think we will. Pretty default spread. PACAF will go ahead and play the split. More than happy to. Already gets sent out on the wing, and he's going to go scout. If he gets 1 pick back here, it opens up the map, but I think he got spotted and he did, so this should be an advantage here for Kona's Mountain.
And Kona's not making the same mistake as their opposition did, getting that bomb down early and retreating back. Going to try and control the site through Train on the overall, and PACAF going to need to get a pick quickly here. Axis dancing around mid, surely gets one camera, helps him with it. 3 versus 3 now. CS Kirk going to try and hold on to this one again. Huge kill coming through. PACAF in a bit of trouble here trying to get this breakthrough. There's the second, surely the third. It comes on through. And Kona's Mountain, it's early on at least a little bit too easy for them. Almost just showing PACAF what they should have done with their play on their first offense.
This is a good S&D team. I know we hyped up their respawn a lot, but you can't find success in these types of tournaments in a marathon style event, which every tournament these days is turning into. But with COD specifically, you can't find success long term without being good at S&D. It is the utmost pillar of being a championship caliber roster. It always has been. It likely always will be. And this is a squad for Kona's Mountain that so far is finding quite a bit of success. 3-0 for C-Skirk. See if that first blood does lead to anything interesting here in round 3. Those dangerous spots to be in are usually a 3-0 or a 5-1. And already on the hunt for 2, breadwinner. Good for a couple. Oh my god, good for 3. I mean, it's basically done. GG's in the round. Kamura's going to respond for 2. But that is all that she wrote. Kona's Mountain wasted absolutely no time at all. Have a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, this is starting to look damning here. Kona's Mountain very confident on this map. When it's a direct game on Iron versus Iron, they just seem so much more confident in what they're doing. And as you said as well, a strong S&D side, strong roster, that is showing here. Great play for them as they look now to even stretch this lead even more. 3-0 in the lead, incomplete control. PACAF running out of time to answer back.
Well, it's 3-0. That's usually where curses start to come in. And again, it's such a different experience watching Fringe in 2026 than it was in, if memory serves, what, 2016, 17? It's just the speed of the map itself, obviously a bit different. Don't have the agility you would have in a game mode like Uplink or even in normal S&D and Respawn with the for lack of a better term, boost management that you would get with the jetpacks. But still, again, a lot of the play is very similar. A lot of the routes pretty much the same. Timing is still your friend or your worst enemy. And so far, Artie is both. Gets them all, wipes them off the board, and a very important round is, again, we finally find our first round here for Kona's Mountain. We get the names flipped back around. PACAF out with the lead, 3-0, but Kona's Mountain do take their first round and stop a bit of the bleeding.
It's amazing that I'm only after noticing the name change now. Didn't clock it the whole time. It shows what I'm like sometimes. But yes, as you said, Kona's Mountain getting that first round for them through. It's been PACAF who've had that terrific start on through with 3 in a row. Great performance from them. But losing that one in Kona's Mountain, will this be the start of a comeback for them? Again, one round of the series in the green, having won that first hard point. A terrific game that was to watch. And for PACAF, this has been a terrific comeback for them and a great way to answer back, continuing the momentum that they sort of left off on the back half of that hard point. But can Kona start to flip the script on them once again?
Got to imagine it's at least in the cards. And there's the nice pickup on the flank. Revengeful, more than happy to sit posted up. First blood, 2 rounds in a row. Kona's Mountain taking advantage. Down 3, it's a bit scary, but you do get some wiggle room to at least throw some of the playbook out the window and try to play a bit looser. Defense still stout for now, as PACAF don't want to give up too much over to B. They will have 1 number out, and as soon as Green Red finds anything, usually his job is get in, get a poke, get out. This time, though, he does fall. Bomb goes down. Advantage for now for Kona.
Konas have a great chance here. All up to CS Kirk to try and hang on to this one, but surely it's only a matter of time. He's going to get picked apart. He gets 1. Surely that's it. Somehow staying up, making life difficult, but not going to be able to get anywhere. Getting dropped. Second round going the way of Konas, and this has been a nice couple of recovery rounds from them, and having quietened this league quick. That's where you start to get into your own head, right? The difference between 3-0 and 3-2. You're like, we got this game unlocked, to all of a sudden being like, hey, I don't know where this is about to be tied up. How do we get here? You start to play on your own mind a little bit at this stage. So you want to make sure to try and lock it back in. You do not want another 3 in a row happening here. You need to shut them down quickly because Kona's starting to find a bit of momentum.
That's one thing you do not want to have if you're on the other side. No matter what team you are, if you're getting off to a hot lead and you start to lose a couple of rounds, momentum is the one thing that can neutralize any COD player at any time. It is a fickle beast. It always will be. First time we've really seen smoke in a long while. Nice to see it here in S&D. We'll cover the cross. Have a couple of numbers pinched in. It's fish in a barrel. They get 2. One of that pickup from Kimura is disgusting. I don't know how he doesn't finish that kill, but still, they get the numbers out. Breadwinner last alive in the round. We're looking at a tie ball game here in S&D.
I've really liked this of Kona's Mountain. A little body shot there as well at the end to rub salt in the wounds. But we've seen Kona's Mountain just sort of come to understand their opposition in the first couple of rounds, figure out how they want to play. PACAF sort of, they put out the questions. Konas needed to find the answers. They have found them. And now it's going to be up to PACAF to try and find a couple of answers themselves. Do they have a bit more variety to be able to play with here? And I feel like in a Fringe Search and Destroy, there's not really that much variety you can bring to the table. So PACAF now in a bit of a worrying situation. They need to figure out what is going to work for them going forward, because whatever was working for them at the beginning certainly isn't doing so now.
Here's a fun little update. As more Call of Duty is going to be taking place in the next couple of weeks, again, CDL rule set wise, Colossus hardpoint out, Frequency hardpoint in. All you Black Ops 4 fans are cheering, and all the Colossus fans, all 5 of you, myself included, are a bit grateful though, because now that we don't have to worry too much about those P1 hits. So for Frequency, that should be a fun time. I don't know if we'll get any updates here for this tournament, but good little fun to have a map updated throughout the season as we kind of round things out here this year.
And I'll be traveling to the event that is going to be taking place as well.
There you go.
So I cannot wait to see that. Again, Frequency is a map that I always struggle with in Black Ops 4, but I always struggled with Black Ops 4, because my hot take is I didn't particularly like Black Ops 4 very much. And people get on my case about that, but I say it just felt...
hear me disagree. You'll never hear me disagree with you.
It felt like a Black Ops 3 demo. I'm just saying it right right now. I'm putting it out into the ether.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Listen, it was kind of what Black Ops 6 felt like in comparison to Black Ops 7. It was exactly. it was fun for what it was, but it was not the game for me. I was a Black Ops 3 head. I'm right with you.
It was such a great game. Black Ops 3. I mean, every single map just phenomenal. I would go out on a limb and say, as we're seeing, like Fringe being back in the title here, as we're seeing PACAF take the lead once more, getting this defuse. But Black Ops 3, I would say nearly every single base map in that game would be a top 3 map in every single COD that's come out since. That is how highly I rate that title.
I think that's a pretty... I'm trying to think of, and my tone doesn't sound very encouraging, but it is. I'm trying to think of like the standout maps from 3 onwards, and there are some, but I mean, the first things I think of were like Stronghold. I think of Fringe. Evac wasn't even that great at the time, but it was still fun to watch for a lot of opening hardpoints. Uplink was okay on it. Like, even the lower tier Black Ops 3 maps still had some fun left in them, and I would absolutely agree with that. Jetpack era will age like fine wine for most players, and for a reason the maps were fantastic. Black Ops 3 will be the standout for that. Just such a good time.
Listen, we have Modern Warfare 4 on the horizon, so potentially some more great maps on the horizon, on the offing. I'm not holding my breath, but I choose to remain hopeful in these moments, such as Kona's Mountain, trying to remain hopeful here in this Fringe S&D, managing to pull it back to 3 apiece, but now down by 1 once again. Need to try and get through with the break here on a 2 versus 4, otherwise PACAF 1 round away from evening this series up. It's going to have to be huge here from Axis and Kimura. Do they have the chance to get through? Picking up 1 early. Kimura in a bit of trouble around the side though, and just like that, PACAF have the end goal in sight for this map, and Kona's Mountain in a little bit of trouble now.
Yeah, just a little bit. Gotta close this one out. If you are Konas, I mean, this is a map obviously you would love to win, but PACAF on the brink of tying up this series, and the importance for the longevity of this series, PACAF have to close this one out. Cannot afford to go down 0-2. We'll see if PACAF can do just that. 9-4 for Breadwinner, having a very good S&D. across the board, everybody doing their job. No massive standout in terms of pulling a team down or being the catalyst for the entire engine. Everybody doing their job. Full hit into the train. Let's do it.
Let's go bigger, go home early. But no, you cannot have that happen to you in this situation. That is horrible for Revenge. Getting revenge on himself, it seems. As now, Cronus Mountain in deep, deep trouble, trying to push this B, but with no real presence towards the site, and getting picked as well when you had maybe the opportunity to rotate out the back. Again, dropping lives in situations where they really shouldn't be, leaving players isolated on their own. Kimura, the last alive. This map surely over and done with. I think Cronus Mountain are going to be ruining some of their mistakes throughout this map because they were avoidable.
Yeah, I think it's the best way to put it. I mean, they started to get pulled apart after their first hit. When First Blood fell, it was like cotton candy, man. They just were a little bit too easy to read. And Cronus Mountain, not a whole lot to give here. Last alive Kimura at 7 and 6 needs a bit of a miracle. 1v4. Seen it a couple of times in COD history, but it is rare. Very rare at that. Red Winter just going to post up and play the route. Kimura going to try anything in the kitchen sink. Just something. For the road, maybe. Not going to happen. Don't have enough time to plant either. That's it. GG's. It's map number 2. And it will be PACAF who win it. Don't look at what your eyes see on the screen. PACAF will take it in map 2. Cronus will have to try again moving forward as we have ourselves a tie series 1-1. And a really, really nice response after that close hard point.
And we have some series in our hand between these two, right? And again, you pointed it out, there were sort of no real weak links between either of these sides on this map. Every player sort of playing to quite a similar standard, but ultimately PACAF just having a bit more go their way at the end of the day with it, and it was a great performance from them. Again, I think Cronus could have made things a little closer if it wasn't for a couple of mistakes, right? I mean, I mentioned it in that last round, but I kind of hated the fact that they didn't really have any real presence towards B. They had unfortunately dropped a player from a self-nade, but going for those peaks from a hugely disadvantageous position as opposed to rotating together sort of out as a unit, or even having someone post up mid, or maybe making that peak after your teammates have already rotated out together to either rotate back to mids, to A, wherever it may be. You just needed to get out together as a unit, but it just didn't happen. We seen PACAF on the overall just be a bit more comfortable where they were sitting, getting these picks, and we didn't see Cronus for a large part have the answers. Yes, they pulled it back to get 3 in a row and, you know, made it interesting again, but I put it to PACAF that then they were undone and they needed to find a bit of variety to switch it up and to once again take the lead. They absolutely did that, and they made Cronus look very weak by the end of it.
My real big takeaway from this was we saw Cronus shoot bodies first, and then PACAF responded and won, and shot bodies second. Again, it's always been a thing. If you're going to shoot bodies first, you either better make sure you win the map, or better be prepared to shoot back, because it did not work out the way I think they wanted to. But credit to PACAF, one, from jumping in from that Colossus and losing in pretty heartbreaking fashion at the end of that 4th P1, to jump in, keep your shot warm, and to quite simply come out and dominate the way they did. Went up 3-0, lost a couple of rounds, thinking it's going to be a bit of a slugfest. Then they just straight up control the rest of the game and were able to pick apart the entire defense across the board for Cronus, which was impressive to say the least for this team, knowing that, look, you can't go down 0-2. Series is a long one in front of you, and a couple of maps coming up, specifically Exposure, is going to be a problem for both teams. We know at this stage of the tournament of the year, for Call of Duty, Exposure Overload is a really difficult map for ARs to play if you're having a slow day. So I look at some of the respawns we had earlier, both in the hard point, and I say, like, all right, neither team can afford to have a player go down double negative. It's just not going to work. What are your thoughts so far, knowing this series is tied 1-1? Zep, like, where are you reading this? Are you feeling we're going all the way to 5? Are we going to end it in the second hard point? How are you seeing things so far with both teams?
Yeah, I think of the overall, the way this one's working out, I think both teams will be relatively happy in the sense of you kind of hit the nail on the head going into an Exposure Overload. I feel like both of these teams are going to want to have a little bit of a room for mistakes. Exposure Overload's not a map mode combination we see crop up too much anymore. It could cause issues. We go back and a little more to the old trusty in Den Hardpoint, and whatever team ends up winning that, the other side will be hoping that they're able to take it to a map number 5. And again, that's a great map to be able to play as well. Both teams be feeling confident on that. You've got the outlier coming up where both of these teams are like, hey, I don't really know how this one may fare out. So to be able to have that in the back pocket, potentially lose that one and have it not be the complete undoing, is great for that side.
It is for sure, but the only way that we will actually know where the players are at is when we give them a chance to breathe, reset, and try again for map number 3. We're going to jump to a quick break. When we come back, we continue on with this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, folks, to the World 2026 Championship Bracket broadcast. With that, we are so excited to have you in here with us for some Call of Duty Rocket League later on the docket. I'm Spaceman, that is Zepcast, and we have ourselves a tie series, man. We've got ourselves 1-1 through Colossus and then through Fringe, now getting ready for Exposure Overload. We talked a little bit about in the last time before we jumped to break about the upcoming affair of, look, it's a 1-1 series. Obviously, both these teams are pretty well knit when it comes to the competition on the field, but there does leave some room here for not only an extension into Den and Raid, obviously, but questions about really what version of these two teams of PACAF and Konos are we going to get in Exposure, and can you afford to go in playing down a man as we saw in the Hardpoint? Zep, we're kind of entering like that middleweight, that momentum swing of the series where game 3, this is where obviously a team's going to start to take over and really kind of set the standard for what's to come moving forward. Do you have any early favorites or any early predictions for who might be taking this game?
Well, look, I think, you know, since we've gone into this series, we've been kind of, you know, we've been playing into the fact that it has been quite even between these teams. And look, you look at the scoreline, it absolutely has been, right? But there's another way that you can look at this one where it is, you had Konos to start off well at the beginning of that map 1, be hugely underwhelming in the second half of map 1, where we saw PACAF make such a great comeback to where that, you know, Conus were only able to pull it back through the brilliance of a 3-piece at the very end to sort of, you know, be the cherry on the cake of the good work done in that initial first half, having it ultimately be enough, and then go into a map 2 where, yes, managing to get 3 rounds in a row at some point in there, but weren't able to really garner that momentum again to take the lead at any point. So we're saying this could be a tit for tat going right to the end, but there's a road you could look at this to where you say that Conus were just good for the, or great for the first 120 to 180 seconds of a hard point, and then from there have been second best throughout. We could potentially see that be the case here in map 3. Potentially controversial saying that, right? I'm just playing devil's advocate when I say that, but it is a possibility going into this one, and because of that, I think, you know, on the overall, PACAF has been showing more consistent momentum throughout. If they carry that through here, I don't see why it'll even stop here. If they can take this map, I see them doing a job on the hard point as well.
It's just one step at a time from here on out. Exposure is a pop quiz. If your ARs are in position to help you rally through a series or not, a lot of times the answer is yes. At this stage of a Black Ops 7 event, at this stage of the year competitively, gotta think that you're gonna need your best foot forward if you're gonna want a chance to extend this series for either side. Very curious what we're gonna get, but PACAF got to be playing with a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence after a slow start in the hard point, a very electric finish, though they did lose it, and then a very strong response in the S&D. This one's gonna be fun. Cannot wait to get into it. Very excited to see what we get from both sides for Conus, for PACAF. Just got to keep a cool, calm, consistent across the board, and this should be a very fun one for sure. Remember the rules for Overload if you're new, if you've never seen it before. 8 total points is what you're allowed to get in the game. You get 4 points per side. If you score 4 points, then we flip sides, but you pick up that EMP, you move it forward, you try to score on the opposing side in the portal, and if you do so, if you played it like Blitz back in the day and COD Ghosts, you're very familiar with the likes of Uplink. You'll know how this one's played. It's very important for your subs on Exposure, specifically map-wise, to have a strong showing, because while your subs can dominate top mid from P5 to P1, your ARs have to control those outer lanes, and if they don't, it's going to be a long day in the office. So very excited to see what we get as we make sure all the players are good to go. But again, all best of 5s for today, a couple of round robin style formats, but we begin with our Black Ops 7 start of the event, and then we move into a Rocket League later on the day. So it should be just a day full of insane action, and the fact that we get to celebrate it all over 4 days of action, Zep, it's a nice way to kind of round out the year so far in a competitive season, to get a full 4-day event for these players. How far AFG has come as a competitive format, and for the tournament overall, it's just nice to see all these players finally get a chance to play on LAN.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing getting to see all these players, you know, play across, again, 2 titles. And you wonder going forward how many more titles could be added, right? How much more can be done? You know, the world's your oyster in this regard. If things are going successful, you just keep building on top of it. So I'm really excited for the future, both in the long term and the very short term of this exposure overload. And I mean, you know, again, you were talking about, you know, where you need to control, you know, where your subs and AR can do the damage. I think one thing that often goes overlooked, though, on exposure overload is that you really have to be disciplined on when you push up lanes and when you decide to rotate back, right? Because exposure overload, you know, other than the cuts from mid down to the P5 area where it's relatively open, your cuts over to the other lane across the other side of the map, you essentially only have one cut, which is through your back spawn or through mid. You don't really want to take into consideration the cut on the flank, because you don't want to be over reliant on that. If you're not being disciplined on where that EMP is going to spawn next, and not being incredibly aware of where the spawns are and reading the flow of the map, even if you get a cap, you can be counter capped super quickly. So you got to make sure when you got pushed up, you got a lane controlled, and you're getting ready to get that EMP through for a score, that you're beginning to get that mid control already at that point, to funnel back on through, to be ready on the other side to pick up the next EMP to go again. I feel like exposure overload is super reliant on maybe not being in mid all the time, but having that recognition that you have enough dominance to where when you go mid, you're going to be able to dictate the pace of the play there. And that is going to be huge, because if you can control that and the other team is being a little bit slow in the rotations, all of a sudden you can just start stretching them, because by the time they've rotated to defend that initial EMP cap, you're already back around to the other side of the map, getting ready to force up that side to double that lead. So it can be sort of a sucker punch. It could be a little bit of 2 for nothing early on, but you can also just receive it right back if you're not playing disciplined.
Being able to rally is the difference between a team staying competitive and one team being able to really dominate the series. I should say dominate the map alone. You're absolutely right. Being able to rally specifically off EMP from I would say, like, if you're an AR playing solar side, if you're a sub playing P1 top mid, that kind of area, being able to very carefully move your offense through and have a lead blocker out in front for when you're going for that route, that is name of the game, man. At this stage of the season, at this stage of the meta, there is no reason why you can't have somebody in position to rally. And if you're struggling with that, it will be a very different day on the field for said team than for everybody else. So very excited to see what we get. Make sure all the players are good to go and get in the lobby. Make sure the lobby's all good. But we have ourselves a tie series, 1-1. Again, it was Conus US who started off with about a 250, 244 win on our Colossus hardpoint. We go into Fringe S&D, where PACAF come out 3-0 hot start, struggle a bit in the mid rounds, and then close out the latter half of that game very confidently 6-3, tying us up. This is a match that will be going to 4. Should we be going to 5? That'll bring in a whole new discussion into the map specifics and who we think is going to be a standout player. But before we jumped into the series, we had questions about who do we look out for? Who are we expecting to have a big day? And I said Artie a couple times, Artie, Revengeful, Axis, but look on the other side. iWept and Breadwinner have really stepped up, specifically in the hard points. It was iWept and the S&D. Breadwinner have done so much to keep this team involved and to keep them within striking distance. It really feels like they are maybe the most poised for a full takeover of this series, seeing how close that hard point was, how consistent the S&D was. They're never out of it, man. They're never quite on the back foot when you think you even have them there. And for Conus, that's got to be a concern going into this exposure, knowing that it's not just going to be a walk through the park. You're going to have to fight potentially through an overtime against this PACAF roster to get them the distance.
You know, you talk about going into an exposure. We're actually just getting word here from the producers due to some sort of glitch happening in the custom games. We are actually making a switch to a map we were talking about earlier with the ARs. We were going to be going over to a Scar overload, which again plays very, very differently to an exposure overload. And you know, you go kind of back to your basics with Scar. Again, I think a lot of the fundamentals of overload are still very important, making sure to control your lanes, making sure to rotate. But I think with the Scar overload, what is the most important, like the number one thing you need to be constantly aware of is where you're spawning. You need to be pushing up in areas of your map where you're constantly communicating with each other, where players are, where you drop. Because if you start spawning, say for example, you're back on the side of green and you start spawning deep left with the knowledge that the opposition are pushed up motel, have P2 unlocked, getting ready to sort of go as a 4-man and push that straight on through. That's when alarm bells start ringing. You need to start pushing out, making issues, getting around the side, getting that mid control around market, even just hanging about that area. So if you have mid cut control, you can catch the players pushing out of P2, out of that motel, catch them in the back, and then clear that lane for yourself. But I feel like Scar Overload is a map where on the initial it may feel like a low scoring map because it's such a long ranger, but the lanes that you can pick up in Scar Overload to really sort of undo a play and almost play in a counter attacking manner really open this map up in a way where you wouldn't initially expect.
Only one way to find out. Only one way to actually see the expectations play out in real time. That's by doing the damn thing. Let's get into it. We got Scar, a change up from Exposure. I think the players are probably a little bit more happy about that than anybody else. Exposure is a tough map for sure, especially when you get caught in the bind on the spawn trap. Scar, very similar. I mean, there is no other way to cut it. A to B is very difficult, and I should say for Conus moving forward, A to B can be very difficult, and this back spawn over towards A portal can be brutal on the fence line. But to begin, it's Conus Mountain who come off hot, already finding first points on the board and controlling mid-map as they lose a couple, but damage done. They get one on the board, and they're already off on the next spawn.
Catching PACAF cold, with PACAF answering back. They've got control of this plane area, and they're rotating that EMP back through, trying to get a bit of mid-control, but Axis is going to be that player in the danger position now, trying to pick up another. The pistol out doesn't quite come off, and that EMP running through P2 now, and look at this position, potentially a counter-attack on, but that's a great recovery on the defense, already flying on through over the top now, going to try and take out that EMP. Carrier gets dropped by the pistol, but Wept around the side going huge and nearly getting it through, but another flank from Axis, but only delaying the inevitable. That's going to be pushed through, one apiece. What a way to answer back.
I mean, talk about a counter response, a quick counter punch as well. After you get pushed back into spawn, you quickly come right back out, find a couple of 2 pieces, rally that into a third, now a spawn hold. It's looking pretty good as iWept is off to a force spree to begin. And getting closer and closer to streaks. Axis going to shut it down, make that 2 for revenge, and back out on the swing. So back to mid-map we go, back to full strength for both teams, and with it, rotation is out. Defense has to hold up for PACAF. We'll see what they can do here.
And so far, we're seeing the first sort of direct setup against these two sides. It's been very quick on the offenses both times around. Now it's a bit more tit for tat pushing through. Huge kill coming through. Breadwinner getting one, not being able to get the second though. Can this one get pushed through? Nearly. But CS Kirk is there to deal with, and they're rotating it deep around the back. Probably the best play to make here. Keep that EMP safe. Get it moved out of the danger zones. But then you want to try and pick up a couple of more before they force this through P2, because Revenge is there ready and waiting. And they need to try and get the lane cleared. Revenge though in a bit of trouble, managing to stay up, and we're starting to see the pace slow down now ever so slightly. Both teams had a great start respectively on their offenses. Now we're starting to see just that little bit of, okay, let's see what you're going to do type of setup come into play.
I mean, a couple of shots there looked like Revengeful might be pulling host a little bit, but I was looking at Artie at 2-9, now at 5-10, has been on the chase for a couple of kills inside general, and the question just comes down to, are you finishing your kills? If not, second man now has a much harder position to be in, because if that sub isn't contributing, it puts more pressure on everybody else to pick up the slack. 6-11 for Artie. Again, uncharacteristically slow start after a really phenomenal hard point. Revengeful 9-6. See Skirk on your screen, able to get one, 12-7 for iWept, who's been leading the charge in the respawns for this team for most of the day. And they'll just try to get a couple of nades to fly out and shut down this push, but it should be good for the clear anyway. And it will be 2-1. Off to a hot start as PACAF responded at the opening point with two of their own.
And PACAF are just looking really strong. When they get together as a 4, they push through these lanes incredibly well. Konus in a bit of trouble. They need to find an answer back here quickly, but again, trying to force it through the mid, but not clearing out these lanes. And I look at where iWept is sitting at 15-8, in a position to do a lot of damage here. Eventually rotates out just to try and be safe, but already getting pushed straight back up into that danger zone, trying to be the cause of that initial breakthrough. They're just providing so much more danger on the front foot here at the moment, PACAF, but already needing to be the key player for a side, managing to slow that push down, stem the bleeding, and Revenge as well with 12-8, having a decent game himself. But I think Konus Mountain won't be too happy in the overall with how they've played. They should, I think they'll feel like they could do a little bit more going forward.
It definitely feels that way after this first round. I mean, it's still a close game. It's been as back and forth as you could expect. It has been an even affair across the board. Neither team really pulling away, which is always nice to see on Scar. At times, it can feel like a bit of a slugfest. As we get here, 3-1 now. As I say it, PACAF put another point on the board. 3 goals in about 2 minutes. Nothing to sneeze at, as they will hold the lead and try to slow down that last push or so. One more attempt you really get from Konus Mountain. And still picked up. Skirk is just everywhere on the field, able to get a couple extra shots over towards top broken. But this is just a brilliant first round from PACAF, who has looked like they haven't slowed down even after that last hard point.
No, they're just continuing to ramp up on the momentum here. And again, Konus, I talked about it. I put forward that hypothesis of, did they only really have just a great start in the map 1, and then from there it's been mostly PACAF. They're not doing much to sort of undo that conspiracy theory that I've come up with there, as they are struggling in this one. Again, it was a great initial cap from them to begin with, but it seems like that where Konus do a lot of damage is catching PACAF off guard, catching them by surprise, on the back foot, a little bit weaker. When it starts to become that situation where it's direct, both teams are set up, both teams are waiting for the break, that's where we start to see PACAF really start to shine through. As soon as PACAF slowed the pace down and we're like, hey, we're sitting over here towards Motel, we're going to play tit for tat, we're going to play for those initial picks, and we're going to push at our own pace, that's where Konus began to struggle.
Well, you get a full 5 minutes to figure it out, man. That's the beauty of Overload. Not a lot of time, but you get 1 or 2 goals on the board, all of a sudden you're right back in it. Green so good for 2 off the start. Couple of trades, not too bad. Store control here. And a general wherewithal for Konus Mountain as they try to keep their numbers up at mid-map.
We're seeing, again, PACAF just getting slightly more on the kill feed there, enough to do the damage, pushing through. Complete control of that mid now. They can dictate where to push this EMP, and iWept once again in such a dangerous position, spawning Conus Mountain a mile off. This EMP is going to run through. This is going to be overload number 4. And is that potentially the nail in the coffin for this map for Conus Mountain? Only time will tell. But the KD disparity is starting to grow. You look at the top player for PACAF versus the bottom for Conus Mountain. It is a stark difference. As we start to see it be relayed through, they have complete control of these lanes now. Make it 5-1. And Conus Mountain completely unraveling.
That's a great way to put it. Can't really say it any better than that. It's just been one after the other. Every single goal seems to pull a different part of this team's foundation apart. 5-1. Not much of a response. Conus Mountain really pushed to the brink here. First time it feels like for a lot of these players, they've been facing an insurmountable odd. Hardpoint was a bit of a different situation. The S&D gave him a chance to breathe, but Overload not so much. Who knows if the exposure would have been the same. All we can say is that the Scar has not been kind to Conus Mountain.
Well, hang on though, look at this. 5-2, and they're nearly through for this next one as well to make it 5-3. This has been a great response from Conus.
No shots are insane.
Oh,
that's just insane. Defense. I mean, if Skark is shooting like this, it's no matter where you are on your route, you're going to have to be ready for the gunny, and if you're not, good lord, good luck to you.
Yeah, I mean, that was close. I mean, I got to commend PACAF there because for a second it looked ropey, and you can see too that quickly. There was still time for Conus Mountain to pull themselves back into it, but when you have moments again there, huge defensive breadwinner, getting that too, just being the difference maker in the end up to completely slow down that push. And PACAF has just been there for a couple of crucial kills, more crucial kills than Conus have been, and that's been such a huge difference maker. That last man back, that key shot through on the defense is doing enough now that is where it's protected multiple key moments where Conus could have been through and have made this 5-3 or even 5-4. PACAF, the defense has been really admirable on top of their offensive plays. And again, I'll go back to the KDs. Every player now has pulled over a 20. In terms of what they're doing together as a unit, it's looking far more consistent. And the roles, the way that they're playing out as well, we're seeing Green Gred and CS Kirk picking up that overload, and then iWept is just maneuvering around the lanes. It's always on the front foot, but in a way where it's sly. It's around the side, it's around the back. You don't know he's there until it's too late, and he completely undoes the defensive hold. The roles for PACAF have been crucial in their current position.
Yeah, and he's always coming in right after the first team fight that usually goes the way of PACAF. If they get the first 2 or 3, able to push that 4-man back, then you see the likes of iWept start to hit the flank and become a problem.
And hitting in such a way as well, I have to say about iWept, he's hitting it in such a way where he knows what he's doing with the spawns. If they're trying to push towards B, iWept is flanking in the right way where he's almost guaranteeing from that sort of elevated position he's taking on the map that it's going to force his opposition to spawn out over towards the other side. So he's constantly making the opposition have to chase the game.
Oh my god, it's 2 times now, man. It's 2 times where a player gets into position to make a play. They get a couple down. Defense comes off spawn. PACAF are there ready to make sure they have gunnies up on the portal, and they take care of business. It could be 5-4 right now, but it's not. A minute left. 5-2. EMP in the hands of PACAF, and they just need to kill time, and they're going to try to do just that over towards Broken. This is a dire situation to be in if you're Conus Mountain. Again, you're not out of it if you lose this game, but from going down into the series now, could be a 2-1 advantage for PACAF and the way things have looked. This has been a brutal overload, a absolutely masterful game from PACAF.
And the finish line in sight now. PACAF in the driver's seat. iWept with another 2 on his way to a 40. Will he get it in time? He may not, but it's still more than close enough for PACAF to go 2-1 up in this series. And I tell you what, the momentum that they have garnered throughout, they have been far more consistent. They have been reaping the rewards, and now will be the most confident going into a map 4, going into a Den hardpoint, because they get the job done on Scar.
I mean, how do you not feel confident after that performance? That is one of the most one-sided maps we've seen so far today, sample size being what it is. 5-2 and not close. I mean, there were chances for a punch through for a goal at times, but Conus, I mean, if they got to the goal line, they weren't able to really respond to the defense. The PACAF just pulled up off spawn, had their shots lined up, won those gunfights, controlled mid-map, allowed iWept to get in the back line, 37 and 26. 12 assists for Green Gred, 12 for Breadwinner. Non-traded kills, 26 for Green Gred. It tells you everything you need to know across the game. I mean, just absolute menace. And you're kind of looking at it being like, well, I wish it was exposure in some regard, because that Scar was about 7 minutes of gameplay, and most of it was completely controlled by PACAF. So now they're up 2-1. That is quite a statement, man. Zep, I didn't expect it to be that one-sided.
No, I didn't either. I thought after that first half we were going to see a bit of the momentum swing the other way, right? We were seeing a side who was happy in the way that it was playing, happy that the pace had been set, and then with that reset coming into the second half, I thought we'd just see a bit of a flip of the script, and at the very least be kept close. But I mean, as the replays will show, granted there was a couple of moments here and there, but for the most part it was clean, clinical from PACAF. They looked dominant, and you know, you talked about it as well, you know, the most dominant game we've seen from a side so far. They look like a side who have had a little bit of that realization, like, hey, off the back of that last respawn, we were really outslaying this opposition, and on that search and destroy, we managed to pull away with that win after having to make an adjustment as well. It's not just we ran one strategy and weren't challenged. They were challenged, they adjusted, and they still came through with a confident victory. So you talk about ticking all the boxes to be feeling yourself momentum-wise. It's all there for PACAF now, and continuing on that respawn journey, going into a Den hardpoint. Again, a map that I feel like is very punishing if you're not controlling the pace and flow of the map. I do think we're going to go back to it being a very close one, but my money's on PACAF after what we've seen from them on the overall at this stage. I just think that they have more in the bag at this moment.
Yeah, we mentioned momentum so many times to begin this tournament, but now's the part where like that storyline and that reality start to converge. And yeah, it just feels like after that hard point, they could have very easily rolled over, been a bit frustrated, had a slower S&D. They come out to a hot 3-0 start. They close it out eventually 6-3. They do what they just did on Overload. They changed the map mid-series just because we had to get things updated. They handle it really well. And then you look back to how they finished the opening hardpoint Zep, where they started getting things online. Their gunning was starting to show up. They were starting to win the rotations a bit more. This is a team that took a while to get going on Colossus, but now, since then, has there been a better group of 4 on the field so far today than what we've seen out of this team for PACAF? Answer is no. They just look like the better team. And if they keep this momentum going, this could be a quick hardpoint. This could be a very, very quick game 4. I don't know how we're going to get there. I don't know what it's going to look like, but right now, if you're KONUS, you're starting to panic just a little bit.
Yeah, the panic definitely is set in, although I feel like, again, it's very, very early on in the day. You're not going to let the heads drop too much. There's still plenty of opportunities for you as a side. And at the end of the day, you'll be looking at a KONUS side as well. And granted, I do think they are the least favorites in this one, but they'll be like, hey, we played a really good hardpoint and had a couple of iffy moments, and then all of a sudden had the moments of brilliance to win it in the end, right? So they have it in their locker to easily get over that 200-point mark against this opposition. We've seen that from KONUS before, and if they can do that, they go into a search and destroy, where again, reading into the positives, they were able to take 3 rounds. It was on a fringe, and you're going into a raid which will give you far more options in terms of how you're going to approach the map itself, right? So you're going to be able to instill a little bit more variety. Things may go more in your favor, and it's a map that's just been around a little bit longer and is one of those maps where, you know, every player needs to be good at it, right? Raid Search and Destroy is one of those maps you can't leave on the fringes of your understanding. You've got to be an expert at it. So at that point, it's anyone's game. So the pathway is certainly still there for KONUS to take this one to the death and sneak it. But I think what's more clearer is what we've been talking about. PACAF just establishing momentum in the second half of that map 1, and then for the most part, that momentum never really draining. Granted, with moments being close and a couple of rounds here and there not going their way. Other than that, it's been consistent, and keeping that consistency here should be more than enough to get them a 3-1 series win.
I think you're right. And if all the maps to do it on, Den is as close to fringe as you're going to get. So if you're feeling confident about those 3 lanes, much more confident than you would on a Scar, Den is the next best friend, really, for PACAF. We'll see if they can close it out here. For KONUS Mountain, I mean, it comes down to this map. If you want to keep your series alive, granted, you lose this, you're not out of the tournament, but it does make the road harder. And for PACAF, just business as usual. We'll see what they can bring into the hardpoint this time, as the respawn was a bit slow to begin on map 1. For Den, however, a very different situation. And for KONUS Mountain, we've talked really about kind of the things they've struggled to do, the shortcomings in the respawns. You cannot afford to have one of your main subs or your main ARs, the likes of Axis or Artie, off to a double negative start or even anything slow. They need to be firing on all cylinders. Everybody needs to contribute if they want a chance to extend this thing.
Oh, absolutely. You've got no choice now. All 4 players for both sides need to bring it to the table. And Conus Mountain facing this adversity early on in this 4-day event, they are just, you know, this is what you have to deal with early doors, you know, to get yourself set up in the right position. But for PACAF, it'll be a case of where they know they were going up against a very difficult opposition and they are making it work. It's not been perfect from them by any means, but yet it works, it gets over the line, and they're making a very strong side in Conus look like a side that is beatable. And that yeah, you got to give them a lot of credit for that alone. But to begin with here, Conus have had more control in the initial of this map number 4. They've been winning the rotations. Granted, they're holding from the front, but they're still getting those all-important seconds. You would surely think the break is going to happen here, but Kamura with 2, but Breadwinner then coming through with 3 for the break, trying to get PACAF onto this point. Now a bit of a spawn flip coming through, though, which is a bit bizarre. This could be a good opportunity for Conus to collapse back on in.
Just need 1 or 2 good looks, especially on this P2. Plays a little bit like Yemen from Black Ops 2. We've seen players like Breadwinner have those kind of internal skunk moments where you take over with a 3-piece, all of a sudden it feels like the dials are starting to turn for the offense. And this is a very similar situation to be in. iWept at 8-4. Talk about MVPs of the series so far. Has to be at the top of the list, the way he's played in the respawn, in that overload. And now here on to Den. We'll see if they can keep the momentum going. Tie ball game. 3 and 6 for S-Kirk, but into the hill now. As Conus Mountain try to keep the numbers up, we'll have 1 at mid-map back at that P1. It will be Kamara watching over as an anchor. But still, the numbers are in, and the lead for PACAF.
I completely agree with what you're saying about iWept. iWept has been that player that's been opening the door for his side, right? Been the one that is pushing through, picking up those kills, and just, again, opening up the floor for PACAF to get more kills on the overall. Constantly playing those angles where Conus have to second guess where they're looking at all times. Always making sure that he's there for the trades as well. That slaying ability just taking or undoing a lot of Conus's defense, on which PACAF as an overall are able to capitalize on. And you see CS Kirk there 7 and 8 with 32 seconds in the hill. He is capitalizing a lot on iWeb's performance on the offense, but Conus have shown with that initial time that they have the chances to get back into this one. And I tell you what, they've rotated well as well. They need to make this one count because P3 didn't go too well. We're going to see now if PACAF have the ability to break P4. If they do, then Conus are in trouble.
Yep. That's really what it comes down to now, just brass tacks. If you can hold it, you can hold it. If you can't, better dip into the playbook. Holding onto the back spawns for now, still a big win. And a couple of body shots, why not? Starting to feel it. Is PACAF try to make their move, and they will. Greengrad leads the charge on a 3 spree of his own. Trophies are down, 1 on the outskirts. Will be player number 6. It's Kamura again. Sliding in from the anchor spot, picks up the 2nd. And this time does get cut down quickly as they get into the hill. Revengeful trying to clean up a couple. Pinstripe still, and for now, Axis will maintain their hold. And the hill time here for Conus as they get their lead just back now.
Revenge done a great job on that initial break because picking up 2 kills and then just putting enough bullets in the 3rd for the rest of the side to slide on through and put the finishing touches on. PACAF still in the lead here, 79-70. Conus for the most part answering back well. Again, this is another hard point that could go right down to the wire. I'm seeing a lot of good moments from Conus, but with PACAF, they do grow in the hard points. We've seen that already, and they are looking very, very strong here. It's going to be up to Kamura on Conus' side here, 15 and 9, to be the difference maker because they need a Slayer to match with what iWept is bringing to the table.
16 and 9 for Kamara. That's maybe their closest second. Everybody else still kind of hovering around, dead even. A couple positives, 14 and 12. Axis and Revengeful. The subs, about a minute combined in the hill. But not a whole lot in the slaying department. 92-90, still a relatively close game. And look, that is kind of a takeaway now, is with how aggressive the retakes have been from PACAF. The fact that Conus are kind of playing all again on the back foot with not having the greatest slaying presence from the whole team. The fact that they're still within about 10, keeping this game close, is a good sign. If you're a fan of the players, for PACAF, it's still just about getting out ahead and maintaining that lead.
And PACAF as well doing a good job here over towards this P2. Granted, they don't have the spawns, but can they hold from the front? Trying to stay up, but Artie going huge on that push through. Trying to pick up another, but Breadwinner is there to try and get through. The push heavy from the front, but this has been a great defense here from Conus. They got those P2 spawns, and they've been able to hold on, but getting a little too overzealous on the push up front has allowed PACAF to spawn in the back, giving them a great breaking opportunity.
Oh, nice little bait and switch. Skirk was there in the back line, picks up 2. They keep the numbers. They hold the lead. Lead being about 2 or 3 points at this point. Again, we're going to trade hands here. This should be free time in the hill, but Breadwinner has other ideas and picks them up just in time, still holding it by about 1 point. That's been the majority of this game on Den. It has been a 1-point affair for both teams, trading the lead back and forth. Now the 5th exchange we've had, 120 to 116. Last time it was Packoff here into this hill early. They had an anchor out watching. Eventually the break did come through, and Konas took their time on the windup, but this time, much more aggressive as they hit from the front.
Look at IWept. I mean, he just flanked right round Dojo at the perfect time, guaranteeing spawns, guaranteeing a cleaner hit as well at P3, and recognizing that spawns were the issue the last time around at this point. And look at him go, 22 and 14 on that 6-3, trying to be the difference maker. Konas Mountain, they know how important P4 was the last time around. They're trying to reclaim those spawns. They are going to be able to get them, but Packoff surely are going to be more aware of the danger that is present at that P4. They'll want to get out, they'll want to break through, but with 3 sitting on the point, it looks like they're just going to try and get aggressive through front, make the issue at Den. As we're seeing the spawns get a little bit awkward, but with Breadwinner getting through, if he can rush the back, he can be a thorn in the side of Konas in the back.
And Artie's job right now, player 7 is just to clear. He gets into the new hill. Now his job is just to hold the spawns and clear. Keep the backline secure. He's going to try to work in tandem with Axis. And so far, they do it perfectly. They do it absolutely perfectly. Picture perfect hold on the new hill as it pops. And they should be able to tie this game up, barring a complete wipe on the following gunfights, as Wet will find the first blood. But Axis and Artie have to go big in the backline here and keep these spawns secure.
And Packoff just in a couple areas have slowed down. 17 and 18 for Green Gred, 13 and 21 for CS Kirk. They're struggling a bit more in the KD department, whereas we're seeing Konas beginning to thrive. I mean, Kimura 26 and 18, Artery 24 and 19. Huge slaying power from their top players, and it just feels like that they're starting to have that stronger second half now. They've been consistently rotating well for P4. Packoff have been really poor in guaranteeing the rotations for these key points. Even P2, they didn't rotate particularly well for the spawns in that point in the overall. It was more so that it was gifted back to them. And the lack of urgency on those P2 and P4 spawns seem like they've cost them here now. 30 points behind. There's still a road back into this one. But Konas have been afforded the opportunity to find that footing, to gain some momentum back for themselves, and are looking very strong. But I think, again, it's going to all come down to that P2 and P4 once more, if it gets that far.
Well, they were thinking about the P2 right on cue as you were talking about it, and Breadwinner was there for the trade. Picked up 2 in the process, but credit to Konas Mountain for 1, holding the numbers, and 2, getting back into the hill on a 3v2 and winning it outright. The fact that they do it is impressive nonetheless, but they build their lead from about 1 second to now about 30. Getting closer and closer to that 200-point mark. You're absolutely right. This second half is very reminiscent of what we had out of Packoff on map 1 on Colossus. It has been a complete turnaround for Konas Mountain. Now it's just about, can they close out the final stretch of the game?
29 points behind Packoff, and they do not have anywhere near the positioning they need for this P2 hill. We are seeing Green Gred trying to get round the back to get these spawns. It's going to be a huge kill towards the back. I think Kimura is aware, though, of his position. He gets dropped either way, though, and that's a big 2 down. Huge kills in the back. It's going to allow a push now from the back, but the spawn's not fully flipped. That is super unfortunate. IWept is going to get into a point to, at the very least, contest it, which is huge, but Kona's potentially in the position here to get a quick re-break. How is the hold from front for Packoff? It is great, and now they flip the spawns. This is where they need to get a bit of momentum. They need to get pushed out toward P3 and make sure to keep that Den for that ultimate, that final P4. It is going to be do or die for Packoff. It has to be perfect from here on in. Konas, though, they need to get themselves rotated as well, and it looks like they're going to get to P3 first.
Yeah, at this point, you want all numbers flying to new. I don't care what the spawns look like. I don't care how much scrap time there is. There's only about 5 seconds. It is time to go. Breadwinner and Skirk have to go. 193 to 212. Incoming streak. Will it connect for anything? It will. Gets 1 on the cross and at least covers the rotation. Now down to a 1v1. So many times we've seen it in this map alone, but in the series where individual gunfights have completely changed the flow of the game. Revengeful with another team kill, unfortunately, but all still red in the kill feed, and they get a four-man down before Wept comes in for 2. And he has been a X factor for this team, keeping them involved in this game, and what surely looked like a complete flip and hold for Konas Mountain turns into another chance for Packoff.
And look at Breadwinner, he's getting around the back, 20 seconds left to guarantee spawns for a side. Gonna leave IWEP spawning up as well, but why are they pushing all with 15 seconds left to go? I was about to say, he's turned to mid at the very least to look to that, which is good, but they are not aware of the push through from the P2 side. You potentially have Artie going to get right round the back. Green Gred just trying to hold those back spawns, and this has actually not been great from PACAF at all in this rotation. Somehow Artie is snuck to the very back. I think he's been spotted by Green Gred, though. He has been. Huge kill. I wept with another as well. This is huge around the back, but he's going to need to go huge. Axis in a lot of trouble, but those spawns flip out, and once again, it has been very poor from PACAF, but this time around, they're picking up the kills. They're holding it from the front. Breadwinner with the 3 before he drops, and he is a 40 bomb with over 1 minute in hill, and I wept is not that far behind him, right down to the wire again. 20 seconds to go for PACAF. This has been a huge recovery on P4.
Yeah, Breadwinner is just on a different level. The dude comes off of a championship, memory serves, from Rimpack just 2 weeks ago in Pearl Harbor, and does so in a similar fashion here. The way he's able to turn up in game is just disgusting. It's unreal. 44 and 33. One of the best players in the entire military branch that we've had across multiple tournaments. He's always a standout and comes up absolutely massive when his team needs him to really pull this game open. 242, 238. It's not done. We still go to P1. We still have one hold. You get one more push defensively if you're PACAF. As Conus Mountain try to hold here.
Uh-oh.
And there goes the break. 243 to 246.
One last chance salute for Conus Mountain. They have to rush on, but surely not going to be able to do it in time. It's a 4-point game, but it's a victory for PACAF. The first series of the evening, finishing 250 to 246 in map 4 for PACAF to take the series 3-1. What a game we have just watched. I have a feeling this could be one of the best series we see all over the 4 days. I mean, I'll say that right now. It has been fantastic to watch. These hard points have been phenomenal as PACAF get the job done in the end. It looked like it was going to be too tough for them in the end up. I really thought we were going to go for that map 5 as Conus found that wave of momentum, but they got the job done, re-breaking P4 from the front. Crucial wave of kills, giving them enough to get the job done back onto P1 at the end. What a series.
It's almost scary how reminiscent that hardpoint was back to our Colossus hardpoint. One, because we have Breadwinner with 47 kills, right? At that time, it was already with 49. And two, again, another 250, 246 game. I mean, these two teams, again, are so evenly matched, and the contest was going to be close no matter what. But this was a matchup of just pure war of attrition. The resolve that you get out of Breadwinner, specifically IWEP, multiple times being able to pick up those flanks. And when it came down to crunch time, having a player like Breadwinner kind of step up, initiate the charge, get some crucial kills on the board to keep his team clear when it comes to the retake, and then afford them the chance to rally that into a money hill. This was just consistency all across the board, and Breadwinner really stepped up at the biggest moment, was able to do it out with IWEP did. This team just didn't look like they were slowing down at all, even when they were playing contest, when they were playing close, down by about 40. It never looked like they were just out of it, and it's the same kind of sentiment they had back on that Colossus in the game 1. This was a really, really brilliant performance. And for this team, for PACAF, who, again, struggled to start on that Colossus hardpoint, I mean, they looked phenomenal from the series on out.
Yeah, we've seen this PACAF side really grow as a side throughout the course of this series. It's been great to watch them. And again, you harken back to the similarities between that map 1 and map 4, right? I mean, we had already come through with the clutch moment on map 1, which allowed Conus to pick up that initial win in the first map. But then you flip that coin on its head. You go to that Den hardpoint and you take a look at that at the very end. As I said, they were fighting so hard for P4 spawns. It felt like all of the last P3 was focusing on just what either side is going to do with P4. PACAF looked like they had set up well for it. Then they picked up very questionable positioning, nearly allowing someone to get in the very back. Then they lost the spawns. But you talk about key clutch crucial moments coming through with a wave of kills where they had no right to be able to get them, to allow their side to just flood from the front and hold from the front. That was just such a huge moment that, again, was sort of going against the momentum that had been set, because the P4 momentum on the overall was normally always going the way of Conus. But similarly to how Conus flipped the script at the end of that map 1, it was PACAF who managed to flip the script at the end of map 4 on P4, managing to do enough in the end up. And again, one of those series where I say this often enough, but I think it's just because we've been privileged with the level of talent on display that throughout the course of the year between these players. But you throw these same players into a different map set for a series, you get a completely different scoreline throughout. That's how close it is between these two.
I mean, it's one of the closest it feels like to having like a pure money eights that we would have had in any of these kinds of events. But that's the beauty of these tournaments, is that we get a nice mix of players who either have history against each other, with each other, or for the first time are getting a chance to see what composition these rosters will bring to the field. And it's just another instance where, again, PACAF and Konos do not disappoint. It looked so good all throughout the series, and even in moments where both teams struggled, they were able to make those adjustments mid-game. I think the biggest hurdle, the standout we really saw, was the overload. There was just such a disparity between the two teams. PACAF eventually run that into a rally and a win into the hard point. They win the series 3-1 and start off their marathon with a very impressive win nonetheless. And for some closing thoughts here, just give me kind of your overall. We had like Wept as a preliminary MVP breadwinner, steps up in that hard point. Who are you giving it to for that series? Is Wept the main factor for this one?
Oh, it's tough to say. I mean, look, breadwinner, the damage he was doing on the hard points, it would be tough not to give it to him, but I will probably go for Wept purely because, again, you know, the hard points were always going to be very up in the air between these two sides, right? They were going to be close games with the way that they played, but what was really up in the air was the search and destroy, was the overload, and how they were going to cause issues. And you know, iWept was just crucial at getting those, you know, modes over the line. And then even in that last hard point, initially starting off with the highest amount of kills and just constantly finding himself in difficult positions to deal with. Even when I go back to that crucial P4 at the end up, it was iWept who just decided to sit in an awkward corner. We had Konos trying to weasel their way into back spawns by sitting in awkward corners, sort of missing out on the timing so that they could sneak around the back. iWept chose to do the same, but whilst having spawn controls, and I had question marks over that. I was like, why do that when you have control of the spawns? Just rally together as a unit and push through from the back. But being in sort of that outlier position allowed Konos to think that they were okay with how they snuck through, got the spawns, but as soon as they rotated onto hill, iWept just comes out of the cubby that he's sitting in and does the damage. And just being in those awkward positions to do the damage, it's what got them through the Scar overload, and it was a crucial factor in getting them over the line in that hard point, excuse me. So I think for those reasons, I would give him the MVP, but it is close with breadwinner.
Yeah, it is real close. Listen, it's a good thing to have two kinds of shooters on your team and to do so in that fashion. Congratulations for PACAF for winning their first match of the day of the tournament, really. So we get underway here with Black Ops 7, but we got more action and matches to get to. So don't go anywhere. We're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with more games and more fun here on the stream. We'll see you in a minute. Hello, folks. Welcome back to the World's 2026 Championship here for AFG. I'm Spaceman, that's Nepcast, and we got ourselves quite a show on docket for you guys today. We just concluded our first match with Black Ops 7. Now it's time for some Rocket League. And man, this is a fun part of the show where we get to jump around between different titles. We just saw our last one go all the way to 4, which doesn't sound so crazy, but when you watch the series, it was a respawn heaven for those who love it. And now, Zep, we get our chance to watch some Rocket League. How are you feeling about it?
Oh, I'm really excited to get into it. It's a big change of pace, right? We like the change of pace even between a hardpoint and a search and destroy, respawn, non-respawn, and Call of Duty. How about a change of pace and that we go into an entirely different esport between two sides where we'll be getting underway now very, very shortly. Conus West versus Conus Mountain A. Cannot wait to see how these two teams fare out against each other. Again, best of 7 for the Rocket League. For those of you who may have missed it at the beginning, should be an absolutely great matchup.
It should be, and the only way we can get y'all prepped for this matchup for a long haul we have for Rocket League is to give you a little bit of a recap for Conus US. Let's see exactly how they got here to this point on their road to Worlds. Let's take a look.
Start things off, loving the jersey. How's it feeling on Keesler Air Force Base?
It's a beautiful location. The weather's amazing.
It's my first time meeting a lot of these Rocket League guys. Good getting to know everybody and making new friendships, having a good time in general.
When I heard there was a cropper spoil, I was like, oh, Lord.
A weird dribble. Chambo's not gonna have any problem picking this one up, and a wide open net for Chill.
We stand out from most of the crowd, first and foremost, because we have Chambo.
If you can't even beat Chambo over here, just don't show up.
Look at this play from Artie. He is not afraid to take these fights.
Teamwork, small talk, that's really what makes a team great. Anyone can be good, but that's what puts you up with the greats.
Oh, my God, Monkey Man, it just pulled off pretty ridiculous triple save.
Monkey Man actually beat me and Buck both. That's a deciding factor. Monkey Man's playing good, we're playing good.
I don't think there's an X factor or anything like that, because everybody just has their part they're playing.
This is to send one of our team's top 3, and there we go, Fruit Loop bags it.
Oh, I'm really excited. Everybody that's qualified so far, we're all real tight-knit, so it's gonna be a lot of fun to go travel and go play some more Rocket League.
Yet another multi-kill? How the hell is this guy negative? And Prawn decides, you know what, I'll join you in the stairwell.
The final score, that's really all that matters. Double negative, triple negative. As long as we get the kills that execute that win, we're all good to go.
When we all 4 hit something together, we're always victorious, and we always come out on top.
It would be great getting that #1, taking home that trophy, but you know, we're not done yet. We're not there yet. I can't think about that right now. It's match after match.
Say one nice thing about Western Alpha.
No, I'm just kidding.
He's just going to fire it up in the air, and that might be the last we see of him in the server. And to rub assault into wounds, the championship moment.
Anything you want to say to anybody that's looking to challenge the crown?
Good luck, that's all I gotta say. I think we're pretty solid contenders, so just good luck.
Round 11, raid, search, and destroy. 1 round to crown a champion at Conus. It's 20 seconds left. Hail up top money. Bring it into a 2-on-2. Waz connects with both of them. You guys go to Worlds now. You got PACAF, you got Usafi.
I'm not really worried about any of those teams, especially Brad. We saw how he played on LAN last year and it wasn't good.
Like, this is the big one that we're trying to get, but we got an even bigger one in Worlds. We're going to keep grinding and try to do our best.
It was awesome to come in here and see passion, see the competitive spirit. You guys, even though it was a winner and a loser, at the end of the day, I saw people fist bumping, and that's what it's all about.
It wouldn't be an event with this much passion if we didn't have games to round out that kind of style. And folks, Rocket League is a perfect follow-up to some Call of Duty. And for a lot of these players who have been playing a variety of esports competition, a lot of them are very familiar with Rocket League. And what better way to kind of kick things off than with Cone West versus Cone Mountain. It just feels like it's going to be a packed in-house affair. And as you can see, here's a look at the group standings so far as we make sure we get everybody updated and keep you informed as the event goes on. But this is going to be a fun one, man. Conus Mountain versus Conus West, a nice little brotherly rivalry, and Zep wouldn't want it any other way.
No, absolutely not. And over on the Conus West side, you got Crow, Laggy, and Demaholic. And on the Conus Mountain A, you have Fruit Loop, J-Dubs, and Jimenez. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, someone give me a slap on the wrist. But we take a proper look at the Conus West side. Wonder how they'll be feeling going into this one. The only 2 teams who haven't played in the Rocket League as of yet, as you have just seen from the standings. A couple of teams already having their games taking place off stream. So I wonder if these guys had the opportunity to see some of the games that have taken place already on site and get a little bit of an understanding of what the level of competition is going to be here today. It'll be fascinating to see what teams are feeling confident in their ability today. And I love the poses from Mountain A side. I can't lie. That's Jimenez is bringing the passion with that one, I have to say. I wonder who's on the other end of that phone call, I think is really what I'm wondering.
That's really good. It's either Fruit Loop is saying something very important and Jimenez is like, yeah, absolutely, or we're just pure vibes across the board, which one is always a good test for any Rocket League team. If you're vibes based, I mean, you're usually going to have a good showing of things, but that's never really been the case. I will say having good vibes on a squad is so important for Rocket League. So much of being in a LAN environment, being in a tournament like this is having a good repertoire with your team and being able to have that open communication. So I'm very excited to see what we get from Fruit Loops and company. This feels like it's primed for a full 7-game run. Obviously, I can be a bit greedy. I want to see it go 7 to Champions Field, but it's just anytime that these players get a chance to play Rocket League on LAN, Call of Duty as well, it's a very special moment, and I'm sure that they have screens across the venue for all players getting a chance to look at the other games currently going on for them to maybe get some revenge, or I should say avenge their fallen brothers over for the players who just dropped in that COD match against PACAF. But Cone West versus Cone Mountain, I mean, this is the tail of the tape for Rocket League. Is game ones are game ones. It's usually a wash, but we kind of figure out what the rhythm is 2, 3, and 4. Very similar to COD, but for this one, is there any name sticking out to you? Anything specifically it's tinkling your fancy, or are we just waiting to get this one underway? Because that's kind of where I'm at. I just want to see what we get in game 1.
Yeah, I'm at the same as you in that regard, right? I don't know much about these two rosters going into it. I'm looking forward to learning about what they have to bring to the table, and I wonder how even of an affair it's going to be, right? Because again, we talked about it going into the Call of Duty, that, you know, at the world stage, everyone who has gotten to this position has gotten here because they've been able to fight through adversity. So every side here, every matchup is almost a finals level matchup. So I doubt we're going to see any clean sweep. And as you say, game 1 in Rocket League as that gets underway is very much just an opportunity for both teams to feel each other out and just take that opportunity to, you know, see what's working, see what pace the other side wants to bring to the game, and it's after that where we really see the tactics start to come out to play.
Yeah, and it really does just come down to war of attrition in game 1. A lot of the time it's finding your footing, finding your rhythm as an offense, and figuring out who is the hot hand, who can you feed in some of these games, and those who still need to get online, how exactly does that come to fruition? Always a fan of any team using a topper. If it's not a hard hat, it's a good thing, and I love the fact that we're already seeing a couple of toppers out to start. Nice to see the old, I believe that's like a 2020 G2 decal, so clearly some longtime fans of the stapled RLCS, and already, you know, a bit of a weathering shot, as we've seen both teams get their look at some of the net here, but accuracy is going to be a big deal today. Accuracy can get you through a series. It can kill you when you have momentum. Which team can really step up and find the right shot today?
And we're already seeing Conus Mountain A sort of controlling that halfway line, being consistent on the offense. This first minute really has been all them so far, as they now just start to rotate back here. They're going to be on the defense, but not for long, really. We are seeing West just trying to answer back with a little bit of pressure of their own. Laggy Puppy trying to go huge on the offense there. It doesn't quite work out, but the first offensive shot coming through, not really going their way, but now getting to go up the field themselves, take a shot on through, and that was absolutely unbelievable. We seen that from Laggy Puppy on the first shot. I was like, hang on a minute. That looks like a really tactical player by the way they took shot 1. And shot 2, I mean, not in a million years could I even attempt doing anything like that.
I mean, that takeoff was pretty so-so, but that recovery midair to get your center mass back towards the outside of the ball, it didn't look good, but it sure as hell went through. Those are the kind of goals that you can only tip your hat as a defense and just say, look, if it doesn't crossbar out, better plays all the way around. Demaholic goes for the reset, and already, as Conus West, we're more than happy to kind of play back-to-back knuckleball in the opening minute. This time, much more comfortable letting it rip from midfield, as it looks like they are going to go for some of these solo plays that can really break a defense down.
And so far, this Conus West side looking dangerous, but can we see Mountain A do something on the counter-attack, trying to get the shot on through, but Demaholic is there to deal with it, sending it up forward as well. Laggy Puppy trying to touch it on through, but Andres there on the defense. And so far, Conus Mountain A for the first minute looks strong, but as soon as they've had to go on the back foot, we've seen what Conus West can do going forward, and they are scary once they get into those positions. And now that they found a way to get into those positions, alarm bells should be ringing for Conus Mountain A right now.
Just so curious about this offense. I'm wondering why Crow is always the one up. I mean, the pre-jump from midfield on 30 boost every time is funny and also terrifying as a defense if you're trying to counter against it. The on-ball challenges will be there for sure. Chasing just a bit into the box, open field. Waterfall down. Anybody there to put it away? Absolutely. A little bit too hard for the defense to read. Goalie can only cover so much of the net. And Laggy Puppy puts it away, the second goal here.
And I know we're only 3 minutes deep into game one, and you can't always read too much into a game one, but already I'm just beginning to feel Conus Mountain A are a little bit lacking in this series. Conus West seems to be bringing a lot more to the table skill-wise, in terms of at least what they're trying to go forward. Maybe they're just starting off with a little bit more flair early on, and Conus Mountain A will grow into it, but this west side is scary as we see Laggy Puppy on it once again, managing to tap it down for their teammate. Demoholic was nearly there to take it. Now Crow's back in the defense, just trying to touch it away by a bit of time, but that shot's going to go rifling into the top corner, and what a way to answer back.
And these are the ways you answer, right? If you're going to allow the other side to go for those solo plays and go for the double taps, fine. If they're going to miss it, which at this level of Rocket League is a little bit more understandable than others, then you have to be able to counterattack and quickly do so. They get it downfield quickly. They don't waste a lot of time. They're able to hit their infield pass, and from there, they take a nice rip from the offensive third. That's what you want. If you're Conus Mountain, you're going to be more than happy to allow for Conus West to take shots like this, but you have to be able to respond on the other end, as we see once more another 2-goal lead.
You know, Conus West were the Conus champs for a reason, and it is absolutely showing here and now. Minute 30 left on the clock. They are in complete control. Granted, Conus Mountain A having that sort of counter-attacking shot going into the top corner, but I feel like that was just as much down to a lackluster defense than anything else. But when they go forward, I mean, it is just lethal. I mean, this is looking scary early on.
Yeah, a little bit. It's getting to that point. I mean, you're still about 90 seconds to play is not nothing. But with the way that these goals have gone through, especially the last two off of your response, every second off the clock is killing that ball where it stands, and boost is the name of the game now. They'll kick it downfield. A race to the corner, picked up. Laggy Puppy going to keep it on the ground, able to get it around one. Defense caught in transition, but still gets a hand on it. And into no man's land again. Old boys in orange start to move up. Defense is there. Just 60 seconds now for Conus Mountain to get something on the board.
And for this Mountain side, they really just want to try and regain going into game two, right? This game one, it's done. Nothing there for them. But they have an opportunity to just find something that might work going into the next game. But they got to do it now, because right now they are struggling, and on the defense, nearly in a lot of trouble there, nearly an own goal, hanging on, trying to send it forward. But again, passing plays just aren't there. There's nothing really controlled about what they're doing. They're just sending it forward, trying to get it away from that danger zone, and Conus West just keep bringing forward these waves and waves of attack. Conus Mountain A seldomly getting a counter-attacking opportunity, as we nearly see goal 5 go on through there. But with 20 seconds left, Conus West, they're not slowing down.
No, not at all. No reason to. It was looking good. It's feeling even better. The way they played it, I mean, you can just play with your food here for game one. It was a very clean showing across the board. That opening goal had no business being as crazy as it was. But at the end of the day, it's good enough. 4-1 for game one. Conus West going to take it. And they'll start our best of 7 off with a very interesting start.
Yeah, that was I think, as clean as a victory as we're going to see today. Is Conus West look a completely different level right now. Again, everyone contributing on the goal sheet, relatively even on the scores as well. Scary what we've seen. I mean, let's take a look at this again. Oh my word. Just placing that one perfectly. And Andres was trying to get through in the defense to do something here, but ultimately we were just seeing waves and waves of offense come through from Conus West. Andres getting a nice counter-attacking goal, catching Crow on the back foot, but again, a fleeting moment versus the waves of consistency and offensive threat of this west side. I mean, I don't see where you find an answer at this stage. I hate to be a pessimist, and we were talking about it only being game one, but we didn't see anything from Conus Mountain A there, with the greatest respect. So unless we see them just finally show us what they're capable of in game two, I don't see how this ends up being anything other than a 4-0.
Yeah, you know, it's tough to look at a series in the first game, regardless of the competition, and kind of try to write the road as we go along and see where things might end up. But you do get a feel, right? You get a feel for how the offense looks in the first game. You get a feel for maybe where the defense can certainly pick up the slack, what kind of, for lack of a better term, freestyling we might get from some of the strikers. And it just feels like Conus West so far have more to give in their playbook than Conus Mountain does. And sometimes that is enough. Sometimes the different looks offensively can just break a team down over time. And already another opening goal very quickly in the game too.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can just be as simple as saying they just seem to be a technically better side right now, Conus West. And I would even go as far as saying they're just simply on the individual level, because we haven't seen any huge moments of teamwork from Conus West, I would argue. It's not been anything overly exceptional teamwork-wise. It's just been players going up, throwing in crosses, and it working. Huge defensive effort, though, from Conus Mountain A there. Andres on the defense, seemingly the one player who may be able to do some damage going forward. And again, now that is what you want to see. Didn't quite come off there, but Conus Mountain A just sending it forward. Andres was trying to get in the other end of it, but they need passing maneuvers like that. They need to do something to stretch this west side, because the scary thing for this Conus West side, or the scariest thing for the mountain side, I should say, is that the west side just seem comfortable in what they're doing, right? They're, whether or not you're better, you'd like to see them be in positions where they're uncomfortable and that you're making them work for what they're getting. But this west side, it's so comfortable right now.
Yeah, I think it's the best way to put it, man. It's just, it's comfortable. And in Rocket League, it's all vibe-based. As unnatural of a way to break that down as it can be. It just, if you're in a flow state with your team, you control so much of the 50 game, you control so much of those opening touches. For lack of a better term, midfield control is just yours. You got the full grab on boost. You're happy playing space, you're killing time, you're winning the 50s. And the follow-up, this is just domination on the first point of contact.
Wow. Great redirect to the center from Laggy Puppy as well. And the way they're constantly put it in the danger zone as well is scary. Like, as long as you're constantly sending that ball to the center, it's always going to be in a dangerous position. And nearly the pass coming through as well. Again, Crota's dribbling it. The follow through underneath from Laggy Puppy. That's what I love to see from teams, where they're just constantly following each other on the right paths to try and be there to do the job. And Crow nearly sending that one through. That was a huge demolition that nearly caused a lot of issues on the defense. And what I will commend is that Conus Mountain A only one behind this time around, which I think very commendable at this stage. Nearly two behind. I nearly cursed it just a little bit there, but they need to figure out something on the offense, because it's always just a matter of time, it feels, for this west side to go forward and do a lot of damage.
That's the thing. At the end of the day, it's, you do weather some of the storm, you keep it within one. But the only way to win a Rocket League is you need a goal. You need something. Still hunting for their second of the series. Got one in game one. And a Rule 1, currently in the offensive third. Down to a 2v2. I'll take it. They're holding it. I respect that. I'll see what we get out of this 2v2 match now.
Well, you love a bit of the gentleman's agreement there coming through. Making sure to hold that one in place, lock it down. We know GAs in COD, but we got a gentleman's agreement going here right now here in Rocket League to keep that one locked down. As now with a minute 50 left to go, Conus Mountain A may see this as an opportunity to seize, trying to send it forward, but to no real avail. Demaholic nearly getting it on through there, at least just putting it away back out of their danger zone, as Laggy Puppy will go up and try and cross this one on through. That's a nice reset through. Nice shot coming through as well, but the defensive line is holding. Been such a disciplined defense from Mountain A.
And what more do you have to give? I think at some point, if you are Conus Mountain, you say, screw the Rule 1. We got to get some offense on the board here. I know you're keeping the gentleman's agreement, and I love it. Big fan of it. Always going to be a proponent for Rule 1s. But you got 60 seconds on the clock, about to go down 2-0 in a best of 7. No massive tactical timeouts to your pocket. Struggling to find anything, and it will break up. So maybe best case scenario is that you do give up that second goal here, but at some point, yeah, I think if you're a leader on the team, you got to say, look, screw the GA. We have to make sure we start scoring.
Yeah, and look, that was a greatly worked goal in the end up. Just almost looking like the Laggy Puppy was going for the shot in the end up, but still taking it in such a way where it was just going to bounce perfectly across goal, and Demaholic there for the finish. I mean, that's just as clean as you like. But one of the more basic goals you will see, but lovely nonetheless as we do see Mountain A try and get this one up. 2 goals in 35 seconds. Is it possible? It most certainly is, but against this Conus West side, it is going to be nearly impossible, I would say, as the clock runs down, and there's been virtually no offensive threat. Again, which is another scary fact, because I would even say for Conus Mountain A getting a goal, that didn't really come from a threatening offensive moment. It just came from a bit of a pile driver from the halfway line.
That's the problem, man, is even when you have no offense, there's just no looks at midfield for any of your team to progress into their next set of plays. Like, progression's a big deal when it comes to professional teams having, you know, structures of how they want to play on low boost, how they want to play defensively when they turtle, how they want to play in 2-on-1 zones. There's a variety of ways that Rocket League opens up for teams offensively, defensively, and in transition. But if you can't even get to that conversation because you're still trying to establish a cadence offensively, usually it means, one, either the pace of the game's a little too fast, which is very much the case here, and two, there just isn't as much respect being given in that midfield line. And that is also the case where, just quite frankly, Conus West are kind of dominating both at the midfield and on the 50 game. And when they do that, you don't have to worry too much about anything else. So they are just running away with this one, 2-0, and a very hot 2-0 for this best of 7. Let's look at some of the replays, and a very, very quick opening first goal in the opening 9 seconds. And then from there, it was just play keep away. And it doesn't really feel like the offense has much to give at the moment, as Conus Mountain desperately need a change.
And I feel like you're kind of hitting the nail on the head, because Conus Mountain A, there's no offense, there's no midfield control, it's defense or nothing. And I will commend the defense. The defense has grown a lot. But as you also alluded to, you got to get a goal in Rocket League. It's as simple as, right? You can turtle up and have these games, lose all your games, but they're 1-0s and 2-0s, and you can turn around and say, well, we were against a side like Conus West and we were able to hold our own. But you didn't hold your own, realistically. Whether it's a 1-0 loss or a 5-0 loss, a loss is a loss, right? Now, maybe you're thinking of trying to protect that sort of that goal difference early on. If you think it's going to be that close trying to get through to the playoffs, you want to make sure that you're conceding as little as possible against the top opposition. Could be the strat taking into it, but surely not at such an early stage. Surely you're still thinking at game 1 of such a long couple of days of games that you'll be trying to come through with a couple of goals yourself in a victory.
Oh, they got it now, though. That backboard was wide open. They're getting the defense to jump. Pulling out the Dominus, down 2-0. Love it. It's a specific chow and a specific kind of goal you need. There goes the Dominus for cleanup. That's why we have a change. And this is a solo play upfield that helps break an offense open.
That was a great little play there, just sending it over. I'm surprised Laggy Puppy didn't jump up, but I think they might have thought that J-Dubs had just taken it too far, and kind of did, but the way it bounced down, the follow-up was perfect, and that's the opportunities you need to create. You know, catch them on the back foot, catch them facing the wrong way, and start running them down. Because we even seen it in the game 1, the first minute of Conus Mountain A going forward. Granted, they didn't have much shot-wise, but Conus West aren't the best out there at defense. And if you can put them in those defensive positions, you're putting them technically in their weaker spot. So if you can expose them there, you give yourself a chance.
That's all you need sometimes. Also have to fight through those 50s. And what a great touch on the last flip. The flick, the dunk, nice save defensively, and here we go. Conus Mountain starting to step up just a bit. Defense transitions to a counterattack. Already a different sign of this team into game 3.
But yeah, I don't like that touch from Andreas there. Against a side like Conus West, you need to be passing well. Even if you're just taking the ball into the corner as opposed to crossing it where it's going to go directly into your opposition's path to send it forward. Just not making the right decision there, not having the same level of coordination that this West side seem to have going forward, where they're always making sure they're on the other end of every single pass coming through, forcing another defensive save there, though Mountain A are improving in this series. They are in the lead for the first time in this series, but whether or not any of this is going to be enough in the end up, I'm still not sure.
I got a lot of time. Threading it on a double, no follow-up. Second man not going to take the chance here. Defense much more confident, and you can see how the Conus offense for West has pulled back. They're not sending that second man up for the double tap. They're not sending a crash into the box. They're playing these solo games, trying to keep the defense honest. but they're not going to send the house until they feel like they have the advantage either in boost or on man, and they just don't have it yet.
We did kind of see that from them, though, in that game one, right? They weren't sending themselves forward straight away in that first minute and a half. They were waiting until they were set, whether it be on boost and a little bit of map control, to then go forward. But the difference is this time around, Conus Mountain A aren't letting Conus West get any control, doubling their lead now with just over 2 minutes to go. This has been strong in the offense. I mean, I'm not quite sure what's been the difference, whether it has been boost starving or whether it has been Conus West just not taking themselves forward as much and that ultimately costing them. But whatever's flipped here, it's working, and they need to keep this up because taking a match at this stage will be crucial. If they can't pull this one through, it's going to be night-night for this series.
Yeah, I mean, confidence out the gate automatically turns the pendulum just a bit back for Conus Mountain. They might try to sneak that one through. Now the question for the first time in the series comes down to Conus West. What can they bring to the table? Outside of the solo plays downfield, they've had to rely on low boost for Laggy Puppy at times, though that second touch has been enough to get over the second defender and create a one-on-one in the box. That's a great pass.
Oh, beautiful.
Tough to read, though, and still just a bit out of reach. Again, right idea, execution, different result. Andre's going to kick it to the corner, and defense will pick up possession here. So these are the moments where, again, the defense for Conus Mountain has been excellent, and they do it again. Just another phenomenal save from the corner.
They've had a lot of great saves, Conus Mountain. They have to give them so much credit. And now that the fact that they've gotten a couple of offensive goals, the defensive prowess actually works more in their favor. They really have to make Conus West work for it. And they are. Laggy Puppy trying to send it through. Can they squeeze it? It doesn't quite happen. But now the barrage is coming through as Conus West realize they're running out of time. They want to get the job done here. They do not want to sacrifice a series as they continue to try and push on forward. It leaves them open for a counter-attack, but they have no choice at this point. 45 seconds left. They continue to rain down, nearly getting another one through, but another great save from Mountain A.
You one for the road? No. The second touch. It's going to waterfall down just a bit. Oh, it didn't get the touch either as J-Dubs repositions. Demo tries to go for it. Everybody commits. All three jump. Again, ricocheting around, but Crow not quite, in the position to extend the play. And what a response from Conus Mountain. The way that they have battled back in this series. Again, it's a long one for a best of 7. But to do so with stout defense to save off some really impressive shots. Oh, the double from J-Dubs just for the road. This team looks like an entirely different beast in Game 3, and they finally have their first game in the series.
It's been great, the adjustments that they've made. It feels like in Game 2, like Game 1 was just all over the place in the overall. In Game 2, they worked on fixing one thing, and that was their defense. Found what would work on defense and made it work for the most part. Going into this Game 3, then seemed to just fix what was happening on the offense. And it's just been such an improvement on the overall to where Conus West are still a very strong side that going into Game 4 could go either way, but at least you're in a situation at this stage where it can go either way instead of just going all the way of Conus West.
I mean, we were looking down the barrel of a 4-0. I mean, no other way to cut it. This was going to be a sweep if things proceeded as they did after map 2. The way that the game was being played. It wasn't the prettiest Rocket League, but it was just good enough to get the job done, and there wasn't much of a response. This time, we do get a couple of defensive mistakes, but the ability to capitalize on the other side for Conus Mountain, and that double tap to secure things for the 3-0 win. I mean, straight up, the defense did their job with being able to clear off some of those really great touches. And then downfield, they didn't waste a lot of time either on the double tap or solo plays upfield to create space. Air dribble bump into an open net. Small things that it just felt like the game was no longer faster than they were used to. And sometimes that is the difference. Maybe it just took a couple games, but I feel like we're going to get a very different series now. I really thought this was going to be a sweep after the second game. I had no idea where we're going now.
Yeah, I mean, look, going into Game 4, this is going to be a huge one. Have we just seen a little bit of a blip? Did we see Conus West just not really settle themselves in confidence going forward in this game? Maybe just going back to relying a little bit too much on individualism. I mean, you called early not wanting to go forward. They weren't sending that last man forward as much. And again, maybe that was just waiting to make sure that they were prepped to go forward. But also maybe they just need to go forward and realize that their strongest asset against this Conus Mountain A side is just a constant offensive barrage, and not worry about conceding one at the back because you're confident that you'll be able to score 3 or 4 going forward.
The fourth defender gets in for another save. Man, when the shot just ain't landing, you need the ball to bounce your way. It's frustrating. Crossbarring out. But the shot was good. Those are the opportunities you want to take. Long range to the Dominus. Keeps it right out of their hands. Downfield, able to get up with it. Catches, recovers. And should time the grab, and they will. Resources here for Conus Mountain A. And this is where the Dominus can be really, really good, being able to scoop up the ball under a Fennec and kind of poke it right over the back line. Not always going to go for the dunk, but usually in a position to set up your team for a rebound. This is a really good spot to be in if you're Conus Mountain. They've weathered the storm early, and they've gotten away with a couple of free looks.
Oh, nearly squeezing this one through. Demaholic so close yet so far. The defense is going to be there to get it clear. Laggy probably trying to send it back on in, but we're seeing a competitive game now between these two sides as Demaholic sends it forward once more in the air, just trying to keep it up there, trying to keep it in a difficult spot. Laggy probably going to be through with the shot. No real power on it. Andres there with the save. Conus Mountain A making sure to keep that defense rock solid as they will try to hopefully squeeze something going forward. But Laggy Puppy is there completely dominating the halfway line. In saying that, missing that touch, and I don't think that was a miss on purpose, so taking a little bit more time to get it forward, potentially getting it through though, but J-Dubs with a huge defense, and they just aren't letting that one go in. This has been massive on the defensive effort here, as no matter what Conus West seem to do, they just can't get it in the back of the net.
That third player being able to rotate out in the pocket and just poke the ball downfield, buys time for the defense, allows your offense to get boost. Everybody else stays honest. Haven't seen much from the Conus West offense since game 2. They have been quiet. Their looks have been relatively rudimentary at times. As scary as they try to make it defensively, they will keep the ball out. Flick it over one, right towards the net, easily saved. And now in transition, it looks like Conus Mountain A are now the team to beat as they're working their way downfield uncontested, and Conus West have to show something else.
Conus Mountain A are being dangerous on that counter-attacking play, but equally on that, Conus West are being dangerous going forward themselves. It's just that they're dealing with a great defense, but for how long can you rely on that defense being perfect? Surely there's going to be a mistake in there eventually. I have a feeling this could be maybe a single score game. Whichever team gets a score might be the one to take this game number 4. Such a huge make or break moment between these two sides. And again, to reiterate, nothing like we thought this has gone nothing like the way we thought it would go after that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a drastic change. It's one thing to have for a team to have a slow start, obviously, and to not be sure how you're going to play or what the other team's giving you. But the difference between Conus West and Conus Mountain was night and day, not entirely by skill, but in terms of pace of play. It was just, it was absolute domination. Conus West, since game 2, have looked like, you know, a shell of their former selves. In Conus Mountain, it's playing great defense, but they can't stop it this time. Eventually, the dam will break. Demaholic was ready for the pass, and a nice little bait and switch here for Crow.
Well, this is what I've been saying about this Conus West side. Their ability to pass has, for a large part, been far stronger than their oppositions. The passing plays, they just look like they go into areas where they do a lot more damage, and it eventually gets them through in that moment, and that could be a crucial goal now. But with Conus Mountain A, they need to give up on defense a little bit here to go forward to try and rescue this one. They do not want to go 3-1 down. They need to tie this series up. But leaving themselves exposed at the back could lead Conus West to get a second. The pace of this game seems to be ramping up a little bit now as the tensions rise in the last minute.
Try to kick it across. Still a 1-0 lead. Anybody's game. If you're Conus Mountain, played great defense in this game 4. What do you have now to punch back? As they start to bolt chase just a little. Conus West more than happy to throw bodies at this off the back wall. Taken away. Stalling for time. And given right back. Defense being forced to make a challenge. They lose the double. It was open for a 2-0 lead. And given right back on the counterattack.
And nearly getting through Andres. He just couldn't get high enough, quick enough. And now another pass through. Laggy Puppy is there, and that is a great save. But again, the passing play is causing so much damage for Conus West going forward. 18 seconds left to play. A shot's going to come through. Doesn't really go anywhere now as Conus West will look to slow down the play of the game. 10 seconds on the clock. Demaholic trying to get that ball away from danger. Laggy Puppy with a crucial touch to send it into the corner, and game 4 should be theirs.
Got to keep it up. Got to keep it up. Not going to matter. Doomsy Dish for the final nail in the coffin here for Game 4. 2-0 will be the win. Conus West bounced back after some questionable decisions offensively and some question marks about what this team had really in their pocket to dig into. They will win game number 4 and have the series lead 3-1 now, with match point on the horizon for this best of 7. So it looked like all of a sudden the tides were going to turn in this series, and all of a sudden Mountain was going to be the team to beat. But since then, no. Demoholic picked up 1. They get the second on 0 time for good measure. And finally, the offense of this squad that was so aggressive in games 1 and 2, again, finding similar results here as Cone West will take the lead. 3-1 in the series, just 1 away from being able to close it out.
Yeah, look, I mean, Conus West have been an incredibly good side, right? And to be honest, I still would say the better side in the overall in this series, right? With Mountain A, they have been immaculate in the defense, but defense does only get you so far. You're eventually going to get undone, right? That game number 4 just really showed that up, right? Yes, they look dangerous. It was probably one of the most even games we've seen between these two sides, but the difference of a team that's near perfect in offense versus a team that's near perfect on defense, the offense a lot of the time will eventually find a way to sneak through and get one. Granted, a counterattack opportunity is always there, but a counterattack opportunity relies on a mistake of positioning, and we're not seeing Conus West often have those mistakes in positioning. We were seeing the halfway line being guarded a lot. They were always there to make sure that the back line was safe while they continued to bombard offensively going forward. So now for this Mountain A side, they've seen that the defense can hold, but they need to take that risk of letting the defense go from time to time to try and force something in going forward.
One step at a time is the name of the game. See if they can do it here in game number 5. Best of 7, still a long ways to go. But I think if you're Conus West, you're playing with a bit of house money here and saying, we can play aggressive, we can play fast, we know it works. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to get the job done and force the defense back until they panic. And so far it has. Fighting through the 50, fighting through the tackle. Still trying to poke it through. Offense stays up. Conus Mountain now popping the ball out.
And knocking that one back down. Just, I think they was hoping that Laggy Puppy was going to chase on through for that, but they don't. And now going to go forward again. Laggy Puppy, I mean, he's gotten in so many situations where he's just been lifting that ball over the opposition and undoing at least one defender. And now we're seeing Conus West, again, just on the offense, sort of keep hammering that one home, keeping the opposition on that back foot. And now Andres is trying to take it out. And we're seeing this ball fall around the midfield. Crow and Demoholic will have another opportunity to send this one forward.
Nice save.
And Conus Mountain A, having to, as you say, nice save. They're having to continue to rely on defensive prowess.
I can only get you so far. At some point, the boys get tired. The boost doesn't work the way it used to. A-Dub's going to try to pop it. Bit dangerous for the defense here. Still skies it. Actually works out in their favor. They take it off the back wall. And we'll play it through the ground. So resources for now for the boys in blue. Conus West, the pass from the ceiling. It looks good. It was just a bit off target. Third man comes out of net. Second man rotates in. First man gets boost. Everybody in motion. But still, Conus Mountain A are not leaving off on this rotation.
Well, they're trying to keep themselves in it as much as they can. The real Fruit Loop sending that one forward into the corners. Going to get a nice rebound as well. But Crow ultimately there to deal with. Andres, though, with the shot. Can Demoholic get there just about? But that was the closest opportunity of the game there for a key goal. Nearly squeezing it through in the angle, but just not enough power. But Conus Mountain A proving that they can do damage on this offense if they can just keep it forward. But Crow with the block is going to stop that ball from going back into the danger zone. And Demoholic lifting it over one. Going to try and lift it over the second, but no boost to work with. Wow, Conus Mountain A came so close, yet so far from taking a crucial lead. And with how they can hold on defensively, if they can get one, it might be enough.
It really might be. That's a great shot. Oh, what a beautiful push upfield. The placement is the word I was looking for. I mean, this is picture perfect. Choose your spot on the post. You have 2 committing to the right side. They're expecting the far post. They're expecting the wide shot. You don't take it, though. You give them a heater right up the middle. They have low boost to save it. Either way they hit it, it's probably going to go off the crossbar. Nice shot from Conus West to pick their spot, and the accuracy finally pays off.
Is that going to be the nail in the coffin, or do Conus Mountain A have something left up their sleeve to work with here to finally, or fight back, I should say, to get themselves to, at the very least, a Game 6. Game 5 could be their undoing. They fought hard, but with a minute 35 left to go, they need to come up with a couple of goals, or else it is a good night, Irene, for this series. Crow trying to cross it back on in. Laggy Puppy's going to be there to send it high, and you can see the positions now of Conus West. They are in no real rush to like fly forward. They're sitting at the halfway line waiting for their opportunities to come on in, even happy to pass it back to the halfway line to just continue establishing those rotations and to continue the barrage on the offense.
Well, they have to double commit now. They don't have the boost really to give here. They're not winning the midfield. They're not winning the corners either. This is just solo play down to the end. Little bait. Second man up. Where else do you go with this ball? Getting 2 to commit on the back wall. Numbers still fall down. Killing time off the clock. It's been about 25 seconds on this counterattack, and not much advancement until now for Conus Mountain. Still nowhere really to go with this one. Crow takes from the sidewall. Musty. Gets 2 to bite, but the defense doesn't give up too much. And now a chance for them to go on the counterattack.
And Conus Mountain A do have this one more chance on that counter-attack, and we know they can make it count. They just need to get into that key position, but the block is there. Desperately trying to hold on the defense. It's a little bit ropey, but so far that one's off target, and there's going to be no real danger. Sending it up high. Laggy Puppy going to send it into the corner. 8 seconds remaining. They just need to keep this ball away out of the danger zone and get it to drop. One more chance. Conus Mountain sending it forward. They're on the chase, but they're not going to be there in time to get the next touch. And just like that, it is going to be Conus West taking the victory 4-1. Terrific performance from them once again in this series. Some shaky moments here and there being exposed defensively, but offensively, they look like a whole different animal.
They do. And look, you're allowed to have shaky moments in Rocket League, especially early in the series. The tough part was only in that game 3. You're almost halfway through. You're on the verge of a sweep, and it looked like something changed, whether it was a controller issue or just confidence being zapped out of the team. We weren't sure what happened. The pace was different for Conus West, but they bounced back, win 2, drop 1, win 2 again. And they look cool, calm, collected. They get it done in the end, and all you really need is 1 goal. And this is what this game came down to. You called it perfectly. So this just could be a 1-goal affair. And it really was. This was the first shot of the day back in game 1, a ridiculous one at that. But since then, it was a defensive effort through and through for Conus Mountain. And they looked good, but their offense just wasn't here to be able to respond on the other side. And you could tell that that difference was enough.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say about the Conus Mountain A side, because of that defensive prowess, I can see how they've gotten themselves into this position to be at Worlds, right? Because I imagine if you're a side who just isn't as strong offensively, playing against that defense must be just a whole world of pain. But I feel like, you know, this Conus Mountain A side, unfortunately for them, the play style that they had to go with ultimately has a ceiling, because the more that they have to do on offense is ultimately leading them to being able to do less on the offense. The defense for them had to just be so consistent to where that they couldn't express themselves going forward whatsoever. Defense had to be the sole thought. Whereas I imagine against teams that are a little bit weaker, you know, they can play 1 or 2 on the defense and still have a very strong defense, but be able to express themselves going forward, have that room to make those passes. But we never really seen any passes. Whereas, as you just see on your screen there, the goal from Conus West, the passes that were coming through were clinical in undoing those defenses in crucial moments.
So it'll take some time. Just a couple of good shots, and the defense, it looks a bit shaky in the end. And that'll be enough for a 4-1 win in the best of 7. Con West take it over Con Mountain to begin. Again, if you're just joining us, there is no single elim to start for this tournament. There is no you lose and you're done. There will be best of 7s throughout the entirety, but double round robin into a single elim tournament. So if you lose your first match, it's not the end of the world, but it does give you a much tougher road to climb, and we'll see how Con Mountain, can make that journey and how possible it looks down the stretch. But for Con West, they look pretty good. Still some questions about the offense and some things to change and polish up as always, but I think a very good first round win, and that's kind of just that's where things come in of just go in and do your job, right? Like, first match of the day, first series. It doesn't have to be complicated. If I go in, I do what I'm supposed to do with my team. That is all I'm asking for as a leader. And if I get that out of Rocket League or Call of Duty, whatever it might be, I'm a very happy in-game leader. I'm a very happy IGL. So closing thoughts, Zep, on that series, and seeing a couple of games so far. We've only gotten ourselves to about 5 in Rocket League, but maybe we get a Champions Field later today.
Yeah, I mean, look, what I will say is that with that Conus West, it makes sense that they're known as such a good team, right? Because again, I would have questions over what they're able to do defensively at times. If they're having to play such a defensive battle, how strong would they be? But I mean, on offense, they really do look lethal. There's moments where it feels like though the lethality is coming from Flair. I mean, I know I have praised the passing plays as well, but the passing plays, even though they were dealing with a great defense, the passing, it's not like they were scoring 4 or 5 a game from passing it through that defense. They had great moments of passing alongside sort of individual moments of brilliance going forward on the Flair side of things. So I kind of just wonder how it all comes together for them against a side who's going to play more direct game against them. They played against a side who clearly realized they were second best to sort of shut up shop, park the bus, and they had to play a unique game style. But in a game that's a bit more tit for tat, free flowing with the goals either way, I'm very curious to see how they would fare out in that particular situation.
Yeah, it's always a question mark of what we're going to get down the stretch, and always curious what the players themselves are thinking. So without further ado, let's actually throw it down to the floor with an interview with our winning team at Con West. Take it away.
Chip, play today. We just finished a Rocket League match with Conus West versus Conus Mountain Alpha. It was an electric game. They had a lot of fun. Dropped the first map, but it was your first match of round robin. How was it for you and the team?
It was pretty good. Mountain Alpha put up a really good fight, even though they were kind of just they were giving us a lot of pressure. Sorry, I'm a little shaky right now.
You're good. Yeah, it was a lot of good gameplay. I saw they were able to take one map off you guys, and it looked like they were having an absolute blast. Being from the region and being so close to Travis, what was it like for your guys' commute to get here?
Well, I believe Crow drove, and Demo and I are from the same base, so we had a 2-hour flight down here. It was nice and easy.
Yeah, easy money. I'm glad to hear it. For the round robin, there's going to be a lot of games. You get to play everyone. Are there any teams that you're worried about during the competition?
I'd say maybe Central Alpha. We didn't get to verse them much, but they were shown some good games, and we have yet to play PACAF, so I don't know what to expect from them.
Yeah, being from around the world, the competition is going to be riveting. It's going to be fun all day. Do you have anything to say to your base or to the fans out there watching?
Hi.
Hi, Mom. That's going to be all from us at the desk. Take it away, casters.
I love that, man. Sometimes it's just as simple as a hi, and that's how you know competition's good, right? It's just we had a clean series. We get in, we get out. And hi, how you doing? Well, we hope to see you later in the broadcast. It's great to see that not only were they able to get specifically to the event in pretty short time. 2 hours is not too bad, but we got some players driving down too. That's passion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I love as well, just saying he was a little bit shaky, a little bit nervous maybe, and going into the interview, but you couldn't tell that in the way that he was playing. Ultimately for these players, it's how they perform on the day when they physically get into the game. And man, I mean, their performance was just absolutely outstanding. I mean, from himself in particular, again, coming through with a couple of key moments with some great goals, and the way he controlled the halfway line on those closer games, just constantly keeping that, I wouldn't say being the defensive player in the sense of the one that's always there in the rotation back, but more so the player that is stopping their side from having to go into defensive mode. Just roaming around that halfway line, Crow will be getting up and pinching that ball through or pinching it back, and it would be Laggy Puppy just there in the halfway line and constantly just hitting it back in ways that was allowing that consistent pressure and danger throughout on their offensive moments. And a terrific player. I think it was great to hear from him, and I think he's going to be a real danger player for their side going forward.
That's going to be the big test, is can these players keep this momentum going through the rest of the tournament? Today is the zone question. Furthermore, for tomorrow and Saturday, and Friday as well. That's also a day. It's going to be a big question mark for a lot of teams. Can they keep the momentum going? Only one way to find out is to play the actual game. So with that, we're going to get ourselves ready for more Call of Duty Black Ops 7. But before we do, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more action on your screen for US AFE versus CONUS West B. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you in a minute. Hello, folks. Welcome back to the World Championship here in 2026 for AFG. I'm Spaceman. That is my friend, my Irish companion, Zepcast. Welcome in, brother. I'm very excited for our next couple of matches. We just had a conclusion of our first block of action for the day. Some Call of Duty, some Rocket League, and now we get set for our next block of Black Ops 7 gameplay. Talk to me. Are you excited to bounce between these two titles? It's a very different experience than what I'm used to, but I'm having a good time.
Oh, it's so much fun being able to bounce back and forth, right? Constantly keeps you on your toes, second guessing what you may see from these sides, and it just allows you to follow different narratives throughout, right? And I mean, Rocket League, Call of Duty, my two favorite esports, I have to say. And you know, most people will be saying that from a point of bias because they're casting it, but I genuinely mean it. I love these two games to death, and really excited to see more of the action. We were treated to some great Call of Duty games earlier. If you missed it, you should be ashamed. You should be ashamed because you missed great games. You missed great hard points in particular, but not to worry, because I imagine the next game will bring about some terrific moments as well. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 never fails to disappoint. But more Black Ops 7 action underway very, very shortly. It is USAFE versus CONUS West Bravo. Really excited to see how these two teams fare out against each other.
That's the thing. To get to this point, it requires a road, and it requires players to travel down said road. So, without further ado, let's take a look at the road to Worlds here for USAFE and see how they got to this point for this competition. Let's take a look.
This is the very first time that RAF Lakenheath has hosted the USAFE Championship. We have a really big gaming presence here. Obviously, rooting for Team Lakenheath.
Wait. Oh my god, what did you? Could be a 1v4. It's a 1v4! What a beautiful play! That's going to slow things up significantly, and it's going to put both of those players in a bad position for the follow-up.
A little bit scrappy here, but squeezing it in the bottom left-hand corner is Elite Striker.
This could be 3 consecutive rotations back-to-back that England Alpha are able to lock down.
My team's doing great. Overload always pushes us to the brim. That's where we always struggle the most, but we ended up clutching it up every time, so hey.
Desperately trying to reach for it, but Zorvix with the chip sending it over.
A 7 Series Rocket League win. We were up 3-1, but they brought it back 3-3. They started playing really well. We had to make some changes.
I'm surprised at the scale, this whole Air Force gaming thing.
It was not just esports, it was TTRPGs, it was wargaming.
You don't have to worry about title or whatever they are. They're just people here playing games.
We got Birthday Cake or Soap. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Of the 2 teams that are remaining, who are you looking forward to most to playing?
Both of them. I mean, this is making the game fun again, so I'm definitely excited for both.
Give me a name. Call them out.
This guy here, Isaac, he thinks he's better than us, but we'll shut him down single-handedly. We're gonna mop him.
Isaac called it. Sort of there to clean it up, and Isaac called that way, trust, holy.
Ruka called me out in his interview yesterday. He said, single-handedly, he's going to take down our team. Our team is stacked. There's always a bigger fish. We're the bigger fish.
And the follow-up is good. It is Crash Living once again. The savior once more for Mediterranean.
I was playing perfectly most of the game. I think when my teammates started picking it up a little bit, we got a couple goals in there.
Can they brace? Flanking play being made here. Boxy in for it. That's 4 down, and that's England Bravo down.
We started off really rough, went to the ringer, but pulled it through.
Stop it, Central Europe. You've done enough. England Alpha, they fought all they can.
Congratulations to Central Europe. They are your Rocket League champions.
Did you ever think about like doing Mercy Rule in that last game or not?
No. 2 seconds away, just jump on the time. Isaac finishes it out with 3, and with a flourish, they will be your champions here in USAFE.
They play really well. They're really fun to be around.
These are great players that we're going against. They don't look great against us. At Worlds, obviously, it's going to be another level. There's some shooters. These guys have been playing COD for decades. We're still confident.
Passion is a hell of a thing, man. Whether it's Call of Duty or Rocket League, I always love seeing players compete in the LAN environment. Amateur COD is some of the best you're going to find in any esport across the world, and it never ceases to disappoint. So very excited to see what these teams bring to the table now in this environment. And let's talk about the fact that we have these 2 teams here for the standings. This is a look so far at all the action that's happened and currently got underway for Black Ops 7. 3 teams sitting at undefeated, 3 currently sitting at 0-1. Game differential is going to be great for head-to-heads and tiebreakers should we get there. But any massive standouts so far for you? Anything you're seeing that's a little bit awkward, or so far just waiting for things to get going?
I think we're at a point where we're waiting for things to get going, right? The PACAF side, you know, we've seen them in game 1 play a great game, deserved win. You know, USAFE just, you know, they were one of the sides that I got to see the last time around, right? And again, a great side. You know, when they won out, they were very, very good. But What I will say is I feel like they were playing against a bracket of teams where there was inconsistencies throughout the teams as 4. Right, you know, and this USAFE roster, Isaac Codd, Rolly, Siren, and Gage, were players who were just pretty consistent as a 4 and were having great moments. But it was hard to determine if they were having great moments because they were a great side as a 4, or because they were able to expose the fact that the opposition teams they were playing against didn't quite have it as a 4. It'd be just 2 or 3 at max doing a good job. So the fact they've got a win already, you know, is a great sign for them going forward. It makes me think, okay, maybe they have what it takes against these top tier rosters. So I'll be very curious to see how they step up now that they're truly in the big leagues.
USAFE currently on your screen: Isaac Codd, Rolly, Siren, Gage. This is a squad that is to be feared. Currently 1-0 in the standings overall, going against another undefeated team. And Conus West B is also a team we're going to be keeping our eyes on for the majority of this tournament, specifically because of Gumeric and Prometheus. These are 2 players who not only have experience at this level, but some of the best gunnies you're going to find on the map. And very curious how the composition of this team will change, what flex spots might get moved around where, if the map picks will have anything to say about it. But again, we kind of tell the tale of the tape as we play the series, and I'm curious what the ARs will look like going into this. Here's a look at the map list for the series: Scar, Raid, Den to double up, and Hacienda should we need it. Scar to start off, I think, will be a nice litmus test for all teams for where we're at in terms of the gunny and what exactly we're getting from our ARs, because like you mentioned earlier, Scar is going to require people to get comfortable with the AR if they want to compete.
Yeah, you need to be comfortable at range if you're going to succeed on Scar. And again, we're already getting to that stage. Granted, only 1 game, you know, has been played, but you're at that stage where, you know, for Conus West B, having lost their first game of the day, if you end the day with 2 losses, even if you're a good roster, you're really going to start sweating. You're going to be like, hang on just a minute.
Yeah, man.
Things get ropey quickly. You can lose your first one, you can ride it off, and you can start off strong. But for this USAFE roster, they're going to look at it as an opportunity to really establish themselves as a roster that should be in that top 2 at the very least, or top 3. For the opposition side, it's kind of a case of, right, you want to even the numbers, you want to find your momentum now, or you are going to be in deep trouble in regards to how your chances are for the rest of the upcoming day. So even though it's day 1 and there's still plenty of time, it's a big game.
It is a big game because it also includes the fact that if you don't have a great map differential and you're playing through round robin, maybe like the worst case scenario is you get swept. That is the worst case, because then your map differential is just out the window. But if you can at least make it close, if you can keep this series potentially to 4 to 5, you do give yourself a chance to win some of the head-to-heads. Should that be the case, we are kind of extenuating the circumstance of should they lose this series. But the point being, it is still day 1. The last thing you want, though, is to go down 0-2. I mean, going down 0-2 in this format, it's not only does your destiny no longer fall in your hands, because there's really not much you can do in day 2 and 3 to change much of the standings, but you have to then rely on everybody else to kind of also struggle. And it's just, when that becomes the reality, it's much more difficult for a team to find success in these tournaments. And so if you're Cone West, this is a match that you should be playing it like it's a winner's finals. You should be playing this like you have to win to qualify, to move on. And for USAFE, I mean, surely you're going to be feeling confident, a little bit comfortable, but don't want to underestimate anything by any stretch. Only a 1 series affair so far between 2 teams. USAFE 1-0, Conus West still trying to find their first, and this is a big matchup for sure. Gotta think, man. Going down the board, I'm really curious if USAFE are going to underestimate. It's a bit of a head scratching decision. Sometimes it doesn't really come into a series too much, but because we've only played a couple of series today, we do have the chance to kind of posture this hypothesis of, if USAFE come out flat-footed and they come out underestimating Conus West, we could have another situation like earlier where we have a team that starts to get hot at the right time and reverse sweep a series. USAFE surely come into this knowing that they can't just play this like a regular scrim. They're going to have to take this fight head on and approach Conus West as if they were playing an elimination match.
Yeah, and what I will say from seeing this side before, I think they're a side that will do that, USAFE. When I saw them before, they were playing against opposition that, to the, you know, with the greatest respect, they were far better than. And they went in there and got the job done, right? There was no messing about. So I think they're a team that's kind of humble in the sense of that they will go in, they will play their best card no matter what. And they made a statement last time out within their performances. So I think now in this particular situation, regardless of how they feel, whether the opposition, where they feel like it's going to challenge them or not, I don't think that's going to affect their gameplay. I think we're going to see the same type of COD from them that we would have seen either way. Whether that ends up being enough or not, only time will tell. But You can see on your screen there, both rosters are locked in and ready to go. Hopefully we will be in that game one, the Scar Hardpoint, any moment now. But I have to say, you know, we talk a little bit about predictions. I know we missed it in the last, the Rocket League game, but bringing it back for the Call of Duty, I would probably give this to USAFE. I mean, maybe I'm being a bit biased backing them considering I've casted them already, but I like what they offer as a roster altogether, and it's one that I could be proven very wrong on, but one I'd be happy to be proved wrong on, in the sense of that I'm going to hang my hat in these guys. I'm putting my trust, to put my faith in them, and there's not much that could sway me otherwise.
I mean, if you're feeling that confident about USAFE, I'm going to be right there with you. I'm a very easygoing guy. If I feel the confidence in the prediction, I'm going with it. But also, I mean, having reps is definitely a good thing. Having that that ability to see the experience of these players and to have some kind of sample size on how they've played in the past, always important. But I'm also curious of just, is that enough confidence for this team? I'm sure it is. Is that enough confidence for this team to enact the game plan they want to enforce their will on the match? I'm sure it will be. Again, we would love to know your predictions as well in chat. If you're currently with us on Twitch, let us know what you're thinking so far. Very curious how this one will go. To start off with the Scar, I think, is a nice little, like we said, like a litmus test, but also it gives us a really, really quick, like, cold water on the situation, who is performing and who isn't. And rounding it out with Den back-to-back in maps 3 and 4 is, again, a nice way to settle the momentum of a series should things get out of hand. Very curious to see what we're going to get here. Honestly, I think this is going to be a 3-1. I don't necessarily want to put all my eggs in the basket of USAFE, but I might have to, because why not? I got nothing to lose. I think I'm going USAFE 3-1. I think they're going to handle their business here. Give me a prediction. What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Oh, I mean, it's tough to say, right? I mean, look, with the Scar Hardpoint, I think it's going to be super up in the air. I'm curious to see how both of these teams are going to perform at the long range, and I think that's, again, going to be really telling, right? Because I don't know if we're going to see much of a momentum switch going into a raid, search, and destroy, right? Because on defense, raid, search, and destroy, you could very much hang your hat and just controlling the length of the lanes, and if you're comfortable doing that in Scar, I think that will translate over well. Den is where it gets a little bit ropey. We'll see a situation, I think, with the Den where we could see a team 2-0 up, but then Den Overload provides a great reset point to come in with that shock victory. It's really tough to say. I would probably guess, again, I think a little bit safe, I would say a 3-1, right? I think the team who is happy with either the Scar or then likes Den, you know, was able to take a double Den, I think that will be a huge difference maker. But a part of me thinks a 3-0 could be on the cards as well, right? Again, a team's confident in Scar, they managed to translate that over to raid, and they're not so bad in the Den Overload, which can be very up in the air and is a bit of an outlier, as Overloads normally tend to be. You could see a 3-0 sweep, but it doesn't mean there'll be close 3-0 sweeps, or that there'll be easy 3-0 sweeps by any means. They could be very, very close games all through.
I wouldn't want anything else. We'll make sure the players are good to go to get in the lobby. And again, we would love to have your predictions in chat if you're so keen and kind to do so. Maybe we get a fringe this series. Maybe we get a frequency later on in the tournament. I can't promise anything, but I can tell you the production is listening. So should we be lucky enough, we might be getting an update to Colossus. I still love Colossus as a map. I know that it has its fans, it has its naysayers, but we're changing the maps all the way through the end of the season for Black Ops 7. I've been given the green light that the lobby is good to go. Everything's all clear, and with it, we are good for our second round of matches. For Black Ops 7, let's get underway. It's Scar Hardpoint. You guys know the deal. Best of 5. We're starting things off with one of the testiest maps in rotation, and a big question mark for USAFE and CONUS West B. What do you have to bring to the table? Are your ARs up to snuff? If they're not, how quickly can they turn things around? Because this is a map that will punish slow players.
Yeah, if you're not rotating well in this map, you are in big trouble. Gotta control that P1, get yourself over to P2 quickly, and then from there, that transition between P3 to P4 is huge. And if you're struggling there, make sure you reset well to P5.
Well, a couple of trades definitely make this one a little more interesting. Much more quiet opening front on that P1 that we're accustomed to. And still vying for a spot on the hill, already in the kill feed, and there we go. CONUS West B punched their way in finally to P1, and they're already sending one on the flank to make sure they split up some of those spawns.
And it is very back and forth to begin with here with CONUS West B trying to get that initial time. Gage coming through the big 3, though, has managed to answer back, and Gage has been a player that I remember from the last time round as being such a clutch player. Isaac Cods as well. Constantly coming in for clutch moments with Siren and Rolly being great OBJ players. I'd be curious to see if those roles will play out once again how they did the last time around. So far doing great in that initial time. Conus West B though now sat on the point, rotated well over towards P2, but USAFE, they have very strong breaking power. I wonder if we'll see that come into effect here.
I'd love to see it over in the P2 for sure. 2 to 3 can be a bit of a money hill if you're good enough to get the trophies down in time. Rolly so far on their stomach is good for 1, make it 2. 24 seconds and counting, does get picked, but teammates there for support. And with it, not enough damage to clean up the kill. All blue in the kill feed, still a quality hold here. AFB from that P1 to 2 has looked very, very comfortable. Latter half of the hills, though, for Conus West B has looked good as well. Prom 17, shaky shots, gets burned. Siren picks up another, and that's 2 for her. As she moves through, rotation begins. Top side of your minimap, player number 6, Noff. And have to wait and play patiently as the opening AR duels do come down to some of the outskirts here. And wall-to-wall gunfights to begin. Doesn't get much of a damage in, but allows their teammates to push up, and now we can fight over hill.
And it's been a good rotation by Conus West B over towards his P3. Need to make it count for time back because USAFE looking pretty strong at the moment, this moment in time, but with Conus West having control of the spawns for P4, having control over the hill, this is a huge moment for them to rack up some time, not only just getting the lead, but actually extend a bit of a lead. USAFE need to go huge in the regain on this point, and they are sat on the point right now. Gage has gone huge with a 2. That has been massive, big 2-piece to hold on, and now trying to flood through the site again, still not having the right spawns, but they now have complete control of the P3 site.
This is the kind of game we would want to see Scar to start. Again, the hard point can be a blowout, it can be contested. Probably not going to see too much of the former in this type of event. But it's nice to see that the ARs are certainly stepping up and answering the call to begin. Another 4-man contest across the board, and we'll go ahead and speed through some of the gunfights. We get back on our way, 79 to 47. The lead. USAFB still holding on to it. Rotation out. Big wins on the outside. There's the first pick. Trades are in for Chevy. And a 2-stack inside the hill. Conus West can try to hold on to spawns on the back, and they pick up that read perfectly.
And Conus West, again, the initial rotations from them have been incredibly strong, but being able to turn it into full 30s, 40s, and 60s has been the problem. But in saying that, big 4 down, surely going to buy them a little bit more time now to be able to take a lead. Isaac Cod trying to go big round the back. Noff on the chase, though, gets turned on. I mean, pistol in hand wasn't the best gunfight to be taken, but now a 3 down, and it is going to be USAFE managing to break in now, 84 to 76, once again extending a lead. And once again, Conus West, after a great initial start, successful rotations, good first wave of kills, succumb to USAFE coming through and getting them back 25 and 30. And USAFE, it'll only be a matter of time before they hang on to a full 30 or 40, 50 or 60 themselves. Yeah. So Conus West B are letting a lot of opportunities go here, but maybe that's being a little harsh on them. Maybe we're just going to give more credit to USAFE being able to break the way that they are.
It's definitely something to point out. It's something to note. I think it becomes more of a problem, you know, when we cross the 180 threshold, 190, close to 200. Scrap time later in the game then becomes a real conversation. For now, though, if you're going to play the risk, if you're going to gamble with your lives, then you better make sure you win the rotation outright. And they do. Luckily for them, they are rewarded with the opening time. And we'll try to hold on for a tie game. Just 3 away from doing so. Gage gets caught, and numbers still stack, keeping the numbers up in the process. Try to make it 4, not going to happen. But you can solo fight in front of the hill all you want. Still, the lead maintains Conus West B, holding on to the hill and the time. They won rotation early. They get the opening picks. And they look pretty good doing so. 1 more to boot with the pistol. Not going to happen, but damage done. And they'll get out for rotation for new. Nicely done all the way around. Conus West B did a phenomenal job getting into the hill.
Yeah, finally being able to get a little bit of a lead, even though it's not much of one. They are keeping this game close, and they are growing into it steadily. They're starting to unravel a little bit of what USAFE have been doing and then playing primarily for the back half. But USAFE should be able to get themselves set up better for rotations. I've seen them be able to do it before. They can't constantly rely on the breaking power, otherwise that is going to cost them, because you're putting yourself in more difficult positions. If they try to put nades now onto this P1, get through once again with a break. But nice. I want to see how they set up over towards P2. They are trying to take the plane route here with Isaac Cod going around the back. But again, the strategy, I think, is slowly but surely chipping away at their scoreline. What was a 20-point lead turned into a 10-point, which turned to 10 points being behind, so on and so forth. They just continuously are losing out in bits of time here and there. But with a 3 down, you would think they're going to be able to hold on to scrap and once again take a little bit of a lead. But they got to make it count with a good rotation to P2.
A couple of questions for CONUS West. I mean, they've had a pretty solid setup at P1. Watching player 7, that's Chevy, who was able to pick up the cross from spawn. Once they had control of the hill, they go up top broken, they rotate back out, they go play inside from mid-cut, they get back into P1, they get picked. It's about 15 seconds of action where, 1, they're not really engaging with much, and 2, they're not hitting their second spots. They're not getting to their reads as a sub. So you give up a bit of time for free if you're CONUS West, and that will leave a question mark down the stretch for this team. It's not about how they get into the hill, it's about their post-hit positioning. And the only question is, do their subs pick up the crosses in time? Sometimes fundamental hardpoint can be a real bane of existence for some teams, and it costs them more than they think. So we'll see how it plays out in the end. And again, nice little picture-in-picture from production. Love to see it as both teams vying for their hold here on this opening hardpoint. 158 to 137. And still back within about 20 as USAFE will try again to get back in the lead.
I think USAFE are just slowly but surely losing a bit more of this map control. Finally, a wave of kills means they'll get a first successful rotation. They don't have the P4 spawns that they want, but at least they'll be aware of where the danger is coming from and they can pull back a bit of a lead. But in saying that, 2 already down, but that's a huge answer back. Isaac Cod with 2, Gage with 1, and they're going to be able to hold on to this point, and they have successfully flipped the spawns. This is the script that USAFE needed right now to get onto this time. 161 to 158. They are pulling this back, but this is all down to them finally orchestrating a good rotation. It's shocking that it's taken up until now to do it.
I'm Gage. I'm a little bit mad about those last 2 gunfights. I mean, those hit markers looked good to me. It should have been enough for the kill. Definitely a bit questionable, but you got to shake it off and keep it moving. So far, having a very solid game. 38 seconds, 23 and 23, but team's going to need a bit more. 180 to 165. Still holding on to the lead. 16 and 20 for Raleigh. 17 and 18 for Knopf. It's been a pretty quiet game on that front as well. And Slang has not been too much of a factor for either team. As Knopf will hop over towards the NPC. Nice to see the Dralic players are transitioning nicely even this stage of the year. Everybody's feeling good about the NPC.
Oh, it is a god gun.
It's just everybody. You know what's crazy is we started with the Dralic. Everyone's like, this is the most broken gun of all time, which is always the conversation. And then NPC comes out and everybody's worried. And the only question was, why are we worried? Because we know that players will adapt and be fine. And look at what's happening. They are just fine.
Yeah, I mean, I like it personally, the NPC. I like the switch up that was made. I know a lot of my AR friends don't, but I don't like a slow firing sub that operates well at distance. I like a sub that shoots crazy and you can use at long distance, but you have to go close range, versus an AR that is slow firing at long range, right? I always go, I've been harkening back to Black Ops 3, which we talked about earlier. That sort of M8/VMP type of combo in terms of the guns fundamentally feeling different to use. So the NPC, I think, was definitely a great addition. I know there'll be some people probably shouting in the chat over that, but I will stand by it nevertheless.
I think you're right to stand by it. As so far, it has worked. It's been quite good. So is a trophy. Those nades continue to hit. Quality shots, better read on the slide. Raleigh on your screen. Almost makes it work. M15 is good at any range, but you got to hit the shots first. Centering is the name of the game. Gage for 2. Does get wiped. 220 to 195. The strongest lead we've seen so far today in Hardpoint. Getting closer and closer. We'll try to hold on for the last 30. Not going to win it on this hill, though, and we will go new. Worried about the rotation for sure. Wall-to-wall gunfights, 4 apiece. Both spawns staying strong. They got 2 more for Isaac Cod, picked up on the cross. And all blue in the kill feed. For now, USAFE do have their way with things.
They do, but it's a really tough game to call this because I think USAFE have not played the game that they should have played against this Conus West B side. We've seen how well the rotations work for them, yet they've seldom be there. We've seen Conus West chip away at their lead to now be in the lead themselves. It's only now with the death that you say if you could potentially rescue this, but a streak coming through from North is surely going to shut it down. 3 in the kill feed for him means it's going to be a complete flip. 20 seconds left. All that is needed now for Conus West B. Yusefi going to come through with a clean break, and they'll probably at this stage also have to think about P2. So rotations will be pivotal now if they want to come away with this map, and they are all out of sorts, chasing down now onto this point, playing too far off the rotations too often, seemingly going to cost them here. They will get one more chance at a break. It may work out for them. It actually doesn't, and they are in huge trouble now. Chevy with a big 2. Surely last chance saloon. Surely it's all said and done. Looks to be 216 at 249, desperately trying to fight for every last second, and they are going to make them fight to at very least end it at a P2, but they got to sprint.
You got to go. Perfect hard points, the name of the game. It's got to be flawless. Can't let them touch even for a second. Wow, that's just one hell of a way to end it. GG's all the way around. It was close in the end, but just out of reach down the stretch. Conus West B take absolute advantage across the board. Some beautiful slaying in the last 3-4 hills, especially in that rotation back to P1. And they take the opening map here in very convincing fashion on Scar. 1-0 in the series, and I think we're in for a treat for this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will give massive credit to Conus West B. They do thoroughly deserve that victory. I think with Yusefi, they just made the mistake of trying to rely too much on their breaking power, rely in moments, and I definitely think that they had them, and there was moments where, again, we harken back to the first hard point of the evening we saw, where you think, hang on a minute, is this going to be sort of a glorious comeback where there's a huge 2 or 3 piece that sort of flips the script right at the death? Is that possible? It felt like that was on the cards, but ultimately Conus West B were just more consistent, right? I mean, maybe not as many 3 pieces coming through, but making sure to always rotate first, making sure to hold just about the majority of the time on those rotations, and just constantly having a checkerboard kill feed, getting 2 down here or there, wherever it may be. And I would go as far as saying I think ultimately controlling the flow of the game. I would say that Yusefi wanted to play a little bit on the back foot, wanted to play to make the plays and sort of disrupt the flow that was being set, but they never really did that. Conus West set a flow on that Scar in terms of that overall map control, the rotations between points, and I think ultimately it was enough. Granted, Yusefi kept it close because it's in their wheelhouse. That is their skill of being able to fight from the back foot, but yeah, you were always eventually going to come up against a side that was going to be like, well, no, hang on, our game plan is going to work here unless you change yours up, and that's what happened here.
250, 226. Again, nothing to be too upset about for either side. It was certainly, in terms of score disparity, the largest we've had today in terms of hard points. Granted, the earlier hard points were 250, 244, 250, 246. So, like, you can't really be too upset with it. But this felt like, if again, full team effort across the board from everybody. The only player not to drop 30 for Conus West was Prom 17, 28 kills, 29 deaths. But everybody else, 33 kills for Knopf, 36 for Chevy, and Twan at 32. Non-traded kills, 30 for Chevy, 21 for Twan, 22 for Knopf, and 20 for Prom. So when we're looking at just pure slaying across the board, and at one point the conversation during the hard point was nobody's like outright dominating when it comes to slaying, but when we look at the non-traded kills, those are where the numbers start to count on the scoreboard of how does a team really power through that finish line. How do they get across and close out a hard point? Well, when you're picking up kills like that and you're not being immediately answered to, you're not being parodied, or you're not being taken out by a parallel AR. I mean, between all 4 players, you're looking at almost 90 non-traded kills in a hard point. It's insane. That is a ridiculous stat line, and it tells you everything you need to know about how clean they were of getting into their pockets, winning their gunfights, and the team shots were certainly online. So for Conus West B, they handled their business in game 1, win at 250-226 for US AFB. Just keep it moving, man. You know, it's best of 5. You got an S&D coming up. We'll take a look at some of the series we have on docket. Raid, Search and Destroy. It's a classic. You know it. You love it. No reason to play it any differently than how we played it for 20 years at this point, but very curious what we're going to get out of US AFE and if they're going to be able to respond appropriately, because, man, this is the map to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, they certainly have an opportunity here, Yusefi, to answer back. We've seen in their style of play, I think it works, you know, on this map. And I apologize, by the way, for the stream. You may know it was my voice going now and then. I got a horrible flu.
It's all that hard point, man. It's tough, you know. It's just nonstop. It does that to people.
It's a rough one.
It's
a rough one, bro. I gotta tell you. But look, hopefully the game can cure me anyway. We see a top tier game here.
Oh yeah, I'm believing in it. I absolutely know that some good Call of Duty, some good raid will do you right, and by you I mean me, and by me I mean all of us, because Lord knows I need it. I also need a couple of good first bloods. Please give it to me. I only asked for a couple. I'm a very open kind of guy. That's 2 in a row. I like what I'm seeing so far. Make it 3, and already right off to a hot start. Last alive. Isaac, what do you have in the bag? Well, a couple of shots against the pistol will be good, at least for the tag, not enough for the kill. Get a little Sui shot, why not? Knows where they're at. Gonna go ahead and let that one diffuse, and it will. Round number 1. Over quickly. It's Conus West B wastes no time very, very quickly into this raid. Gotta wonder. Across the board, haven't seen too many questions about the GAs today, whether or not CDL rule set's going to be more than just the rule set, or if it will be a full GA spread. We haven't seen a snipe at all. I've seen one smoke earlier on the fringe S&D, if memory serves, and it should. Curious if we're going to see a snipe at all, or if we're just going to default B. We do see the smoke, one half of the equation locked away. Hitting water side. Surely this is picked up, and it will be gauged for 1. There's the first blood and the trade. Bomb continues to move towards Tiki. Still baiting around what would be the Minnesota Rocker Championship spot. This time now just down to the likes of what Parasite would bring to the table on the back rotation. The Anchor AR so good from top bedroom. Picked up in money. Gauged for 2 in the round. Nicely done. 2v1. Raleigh on your screen. Eyes towards the pillars. Nov has eyes and the M15, so not a terrible spot to be in. Bomb in a precarious place. Knows doesn't have a lot of time, but has to make the move. How do you play it? Wall-to-wall gunfights or just teeing up inside pillars? I think we're just going to tee up for this one. Surely not Raleigh with an extra chow. Surely not with an opening pick. Oh, come on. They know where he's at. Just got to pinch him away. Just make it happen, and they do. It just took a bit of time to develop, and eventually it does develop. 1-1, back and forth we go.
Yeah, and look, a good way to answer back. You say feet in a little bit of trouble. I presume they're in a little bit of trouble anyway, being 1 down. I took a step away for a minute or 2 there to let the coffin spree go. Thank you, Spacebad, for holding it down. He's an absolute gent, an absolute saint. But Yusefi trying to hold it down here themselves. After going on the back foot in that last hard point, they're not going to be happy. You know, starting off dropping that first round, you start to think things are going against you. But answering back, getting around on the board early is going to be huge for the confidence, because they kept it close on that map 1.
That's the thing, man. It's been a close kind of day for every single team. They have kept it close, but the biggest question mark in the S&Ds has always been, when you get the momentum, you get on a roll, can you roll that into a real swing of events? Not really much of an analysis there, more of just a vibe check. Let's take 2 in the round. Why not? 3-2, advantage, USAFE in the round. And they'll swing this one out to B for a quick plant. Number split. Chevy and Tuan gonna have to work together. Bomb goes down. Play the time.
Yeah, good position to be in now. Man advantage 3 versus 2. Chevy and Tuan gonna need to try and go huge here. I like where Chevy's playing again, just rotating around the back, trying to be that danger. Gage spotted 1 though, but not in time to save his teammate. Now 2 versus 2. The opportunity is here. Make that a 1 versus 2. Now all up to Siren. Gonna have to go huge. Gets dropped, and that is a phenomenal retake from Conus West.
Yeah, that one ain't too shabby at all. We'll stick the defuse on a 2 spree. About 3-4 kills away from a Hellstorm should we get there. But my goodness, things continue to dwindle. 2-1. Couple of early gunfights, and attention swung over towards Tiki and poolside. We've seen pool steps be a contest spot for both teams in the opening rounds. But B has been the call. Does A get any love? Do we get anything? I'd love to see it. I just want to see a snipe 1 time. I don't feel like that's a lot. That's too much to ask for, you know, these days. I just want to see 1 snipe.
You gotta pull it out eventually.
Yeah,
you would
just
think.
1, man.
But like, I think it's just with A, it's one of those sites where unless you do a good job at getting it locked down, you very quickly find yourself in a position where you're trapped, right? So if you're going to hit A, you got to do it with confidence and the knowledge you can get pushed through.
My wish is being granted. Whether or not they actually fulfill the wish, though, that's an entirely different story. Ran out of bullets in the pistol, unfortunately, but everybody else still has a sub. And everything else still even. We got ourselves a tie game, as Raid should be. It's a close affair. We'll swing back over. Love to see it to start. some pressure over towards Spiral, and it did not disappoint.
Yeah, it did not disappoint. A great back and forth there. Gage, by the way, starting off a terrific performance, 6 and 2, getting a huge moment in that search and destroy. And Gage is a player I often said that the last time I've seen him, he was such a strong player for Gage and Isaac Cod in particular, two top tier players. So I really got to keep an eye on them. Gage is going to be huge for the remainder of this search and destroy. I mean, 6 kills and only 4 rounds deep. That just shows you the levels that he brings.
Well, now that you have eyes, if you're not, I mean, this is a backup, play first blood, play info. Get out of dodge, allow your teammate to do what they do in pull steps, they do. They'll take the fight, they'll take the trade. Oh, what a win in Tiki. That shuts down the entirety of the site. Nowhere else to go. Bomb in a bad spot. Rolly in no man's land. And that'll do it for that round. Nicely done all the way around. Anchor AR does their job to perfection. 3-2.
And Conus West getting the job done once again. Another great round for them in the end up. In just isolating Rolly on his own in Tiki. Nowhere really he could go.
Somebody pull out the snipe. Please. I'm going to keep asking for it. At some point, it's going to manifest. And when it does, I will be very happy. At some point, we're going to see the snipe. At some point, those trophies will be put to good use. We're just going to full send it. Nate shot hit up mid. Thinking about it twice. 3 times. Bomb, maybe. Stretching it. No. Gage. And right through the garden. And that's 3 dead again. Conus West B. I mean, 15 seconds into the round are just wiping the floor with US AFE. About to go up 4-2 in the S&D, barring a 1v3 clutch.
And needing a little bit of a miracle here from Rolly, and where Rolly's position, it's going to take him a long time to get anywhere near, and then this is such a hard site to break. I mean, Conus Westby just looking more and more confident with every offensive opportunity here. Every round, really. They just feel like they're growing into this one. They have the upper hand on Yusefi, who I think are imminently now going to be in a lot of trouble if they can't find themselves a way back in the next round. They're on the precipice of being 2-0 down in this series, and that's not a good position to be in at all against this opposition.
No, not at all, man. That's really the most succinct way you can put it. This is not an ideal spot to be in if you're down 2-0 in quick fashion. Raid can be a palate cleanser for a lot of teams. Certainly not the case here for now. Still a long S&D to play. Shots are clean. Routes are cleaner. Conus West B, 2 rounds away.
And again, it's been quite consistent from them across the board as well, right? You know, Chevy 6 and 2, Nov 5 and 3. Prom and Twan, again, good performances in the overall. Twan actually 7 and 3. I misread that as 1 and 3, which is why I've read Twan last. I get it in the completely wrong order. Twan's been absolutely phenomenal, but what I like from Chevy as well, 3 plants, right? They are 3 streak, excuse me, right? So getting onto that streak from Chevy's been huge. Twan getting that bomb down as well, showing that on offense they're trying to get it through quickly. Yusefi, though, been getting it down quickly themselves as well. Going to try and get through potentially for another plant, as they are trying to find a way through B, but it is very tough to push through B. Again, on the offense in general in this map, if you're not hitting a site with confidence, it can be very difficult to get moved through later in the round.
Confidence is everything when you're down in an S&D, man. It is back to fundamentals, reset the basics, but you have to be able to match the moment. You have to be able to meet the gunfight. They got eyes. Got guns. They got a second pick, 2v2. Knopf, Prom, Isaac, Gage. Knopf last alive. This is a must-win round if you're US AFE. See the foot? I don't think he did. Let's see it now. Gage gonna go for the chow. And nicely done all the way around. A must-win round for sure. US AFE do get one on the board and stop some of the bleeding there. And it's a big sigh of relief to be down by 1 instead of on match point.
Yeah, that was a make or break round. Huge swing round. Imagine to pull that one through again. Gage, 9 and 4, being a key player for his side once again. How often are they going to have to rely on Gage, though? And is that going to be their downfall? Because Isaac Cod, with the greatest respect, going a little bit missing here, and that's a player you can't afford to go missing. Gage Can't be relying on him throughout this whole S&D. Someone else is going to have to pull something out of the bag, or maybe too much of a mountain to climb.
This is where I'd love to see the snipe from Isaac. Just something a little different. Opening tags give away info, but a bum rush right through Spiral gives you a trade. That's the Zuma trade if I've ever seen one. 6 and 3 for Chevy. Some eyes towards money side. You have eyes in laundry. Up towards pool steps. Bomb's going to go down. I think Isaac had some spots over towards Spiral. He did. Now the move is on. Siren on your screen. 3 and 7. Just got to pick it up. If she can find a kill or two in this round, it could really change the way this game's played.
Gage being down, though, is a huge red flag. It's going to be up to Rolly and Siren to try and rescue this one. But no control of the A side. So hard to get pushed on here. Conus West done a great job of getting complete and utter control, but that's a huge pick. There is a chance, although to be fair, you're going to see Conus West just play the clock to perfection here, and there's going to be no time. Siren trying to get through on the sneaky. Going to be spotted out though, and that is going to be that. We're on map point now for Conus West.
Been dragging out a little bit. Was curious why they didn't just send one member for kitchen, wrap from the back, hit the flank, and just pick off 2. Well, guess what? When you're baiting time and playing the power position, you can play with your food as they did. And they still had to defuse. Not going to happen this time. Match point. Closing in on series point. It's Cone US West B. Need one more round to go up 2-0 in the series. And US AFE still hunting for some momentum, some signs of life here in this S&D. Isaac at 1 and 7. Need something else to change. 2 split.
It has to be 3 in a row. It has to be go big or go home, and Prom, but one Chevy at 1, and it's looking all said and done here. All up to Gage and Isaac. Once again, Gage getting 1. But I have a feeling he'll need more than 1 to get through this round.
Almost. If Gage wins that, maybe it's doable. Isaac now in a tough spot. Challenging him from every single angle, and that's a fist bump and GG's. It was a valiant fight, but a much taller opponent, as this time it will be Conus West B, who take the raid S&D 6-3. They take the opening hard point 250-226, and they're now on series point for one of the fastest matches we've had all day today. Could very quickly sweep their way through their matchup.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from Conus West. I gotta commend them for the way that they've been playing, and to be honest, it does feel like a 3-0 is on the cards, right? Because you think of a den overload, right? You think of being able to need to rotate, being able to play quickly. I haven't been seeing that from this USAFE side. They've been slower to each and every play that has been made, whereas Conus West B has been hitting these plays, hitting these points with confidence wherever they need to be, and doing it together as a unit. So you look at the way all the cards have fell, it's making me very worried for USAFE's future in this series. But I think if there's anywhere that you're going to be able to turn it around, it's going to be a den overload.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's the only place left for this team really to find their stance in this series, because at this point, there's one, the series is against you in terms of map list and just pure numbers, but 2, it seemed like the life got sucked out of them for USAFE. I mean, they come off of a close hard point. Sure, it's maybe not the cleanest. They come into the raid, and raid's usually a map where, at least at this stage of Call of Duty competitive, for every player, they have some understanding of the ebb and flow of raid. You understand what to do, what not to do, where to be, where not to be. It's a map that is almost as endemic as the esport itself, and it felt like multiple times USAFE were kind of caught on their own devices, waiting for either the round to come to them or trying to create plays where it felt like even indicative of that second to last round, where we're shoving 2 numbers in a 2v2. We're trying our best to make sure we can take that fight towards top statue, and it just felt like they were kind of bashing their head against the wall and nothing was really working. But one thing that can help is some time to breathe, find some zen, and take a quick break, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will return with map number 3, up 2-0 in the series, Conus West B. We'll see if they can close it out in a sweep. We'll find out in just a minute. Welcome back, folks. We got more Call of Duty on the docket for y'all in round number 2. It's still fighting for some round robins for a lot of these teams. If you lose here, you're not done, but it does make the journey a little bit more difficult, and that is the name of the game for a lot of teams. It's just how long can they stay running in the marathon. For CONUS West B, one more map, man, and they can sweep their way through this USAFE squad, but USAFE, they are not having a shining day in the office, if that could be a phrase. They looks like they're getting close at times, but that S&D was a really tough one to swallow for sure. Again, they dropped the opening hard point 250-226 and then lose the S&D 6-3. And now question remains, can they bounce back in a reverse sweep, or CONUS West B just too much to handle? I think on that note, I think CONUS West B, man, they're the better team right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've put it perfectly. I could put it in any other way. I think what you say, V, you know, they are a very strong team as a 4, but they rely a lot on the ability of what each other can do. Like Isaac Cod and Gage being the slayers, and the other 2 players kind of being the objective players. Isaac Cod hasn't been able to slay to the level that we know he can, and you remove one piece of that puzzle, it all comes undone, because they're not all players that fit a jack of all trades type of style. They each function in a specific role. So you nullify one, you start to take apart the whole unit, which is what I feel like has happened here. You had a game style in map 1 that you say if we were normally comfortable with the previous time out we've seen them, but against opposition of this caliber, that playstyle didn't work. And then you've seen players start to get isolated against a map 2, and they didn't have an answer back because certain players were getting shut down. Then all of a sudden you're relying on one player to slay out, and that's just not going to work again at this level. So I think they're finding themselves now in a difficult position where, unless they completely change up how they play, or maybe just really favor a Den, I don't see their pathway back into it off the back of this next map.
You're gonna need a bit of a miracle, man. Den can give it to you. It's a nice 3-lane juncture, but Overload is a quick map, I should say, if you are unable to keep the slaying at the forefront of the conversation. That will be the talking points going in for Den Overload. You better make sure you are ready to go, because right now you're staring down the barrel of a sweep, and if you're CONUS West B, they understand blood's in the water. They want to capitalize. Can't blame them for it. Gotta wonder, is this, you know, the start of the end of the road, one might say, as we look across the board for USAFE coming into this. You know, keys to victory is just keep along pace in the slaying department. So far, not going to happen. They come out, they get rolled, all 4 dead, 3 in a row, and the EMP will make its move, but it still has to punch its way through.
And again, not recognizing that the danger was going to come through there from the mid. No one turned around to watch that couch area for the inevitable flanker that was going to come through with a 4-man push. I think everyone just to panic stations running straight through, and that just shows, in my opinion, a little bit of a lack of coordination, which is continuing to ring true here, as they don't really have any control of this lane. It is Isaac Cod trying to go huge, but for how long will that work? Has he slowed it down enough? Looks like he might have, as now Gage is going to try and get this one pushed out, and alongside Siren they actually have an opening, but they need to go quick.
Gotta do everything almost on like 2 times speed now when you're down 2-0 in a series. Everything has to be faster. Team kills have to be faster. They gotta convert this. EMP in the hands. Great little read from Gage. Gage doing everything they can to try to keep this team in this game. Looks pretty good in the S&D. Was left alive in a couple of one-odd situations. Was able to make it work at times, but not enough to overcome the deficit. Now tied up 1-1. I think if you are Gage in this spot, you're obviously getting pretty aggressive in the comms. You're trying to play as an IGL, get your team online, get them hyped, get them excited, but this is where you need a good leader in those communications to say, guys, we are still in this game. This series is not over. We're tied. Let's get something back online and figure out what we can do right. Because so far, they're having a much better swing of things here in this game 3.
They're having a much better swing, but when CONUS West Bravo get pushed up, get aggressive as a 4, and really nail down the lane they want to hit, USAFE are just really struggling to stop it. I mean, Isaac Cod finally having a good match slaying out. Gage not too far behind, but again, as a 4-man, the slaying power just isn't there. Whereas you go across to CONUS West, everyone's chipping in that KD department, and that's been the difference maker. As we now see CONUS West trying to send it back on through, running up to B, maybe going to be able to slide around the corner, so close. But Rolly holding on, picking up a nice 2, and they're going to try and rotate that EMP out and cutting around the back as well, getting away from Problem 17. Good movement out on that defense.
One push at a time. Working out their spawns, the name of the game now. EMP. In the hands of Knopf, that's 2 big kills for Isaac, who was absolutely quiet in the S&D, but has turned things around here on 3 in a row. Man, did they need somebody to step up. 3 and 9 for Siren, 5 and 10 for Raleigh, Gage at 5 and 8. Isaac starting to light up the kill feed just a little bit at the right time. And we all get ourselves into halftime. As I wasn't even thinking about the game clock itself, we're waiting for a lot of these games to get through. And as we're waiting for the offenses to get on and kind of read their progressions, Isaac with a nice play of the round gets 3, but it was really just his gunny. Everybody else struggling to get online. And I think if you're... Look, the silver lining, not to beat the dead horse, but the silver lining for USAFE is that you're only down by 1. Like, that is the best case scenario with how lackluster at times the slaying has been. I say down by 1, excuse me, down by 3. But in a 1-round affair between overloads, 1 or 2 pushes, you're right back in this game. It could be a lot worse. It could be much, much worse. We'll see if they can turn things around here in the second time.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is a pathway back, but I think you can even break it down to as simple as the KDs. I mean, a great 3 down, but before that had 25 kills versus at the high 30s on the overall, I believe, compared to Conus. You know, there's just a big disparity now in the KD department, which will ultimately be a big difference maker. And that was a great defensive recovery there for Conus West, making sure not to concede 1 early, and even 1 more going forward now for Conus. Surely is going to be the nail in the coffin for this USAFE side. It has to be perfect from here on in. But Siren just covering the lane as Conus is Twan waits for the backup. 14 and 6 from his Twan, by the way. What a performance they're having in this game.
Well, finally, some blue in the kill feed. Isaac doing everything they can. Leading the lobby. Not leading the front. Lead blockers do fall. EMP stuck in a horrible spot. All the nades in the world will help. But Twan lets him run right into his sights, picks up 3. It is a single file massacre into the EMP. A moment there for USAFE to really put another point on the board, but they threw their bodies at the play and it did not work.
And again, you have to be pulling something off the back of that. The fact that they weren't as huge alarm bells. Isaac Cod going huge to 3, though, trying to get this one forced up. Gonna need help from his teammates, though. Nearly getting that one through with the pistol, but not quite to be. Checkerboarded kill feed. Twan going huge with another 2, 20 and 9, making it 3. Triple, or no, nearly double positive. Just over double positive for its Twan. Massive, massive performance from him so far. Continuing to slay out as they try to get this EMP pushed forward. Again, safely looking nowhere near getting a cap, and they need more than 1 if they're going to get anywhere near a victory here.
You can just play time. We talk about it in Rocket League where you have a lead, you can just kill the ball. This is a play around the EMP, and if you're killing your teammates and they're falling off the map, it is do or die, and dying is the only thing on the docket, man. It is not looking good. 4-1. 2:35 on the clock. Surely if this one goes through, it might be GG's. Momentum way too much to overcome. They can't even find the kill on the point, and they're getting bodied. 5-1. Yeah, Conus West might just have this one in the bag.
Yeah, that should be a GG. I mean, when you have your top player doing 25 of the kills and your bottom player doing only 5, that is just a difference that is too stark for a team to be able to say that that team is working well as it should be. You know, that's just not numbers. Those aren't numbers that make sense playing into that statement. And unfortunately for USAFE, it looks like that they just don't have it in the bag here. Even if they get 1 or 2 through, it'll be nothing but a consolation prize in what seems to be an imminent 3-0 series victory for Conus West B, who have really stepped up to the plate. Again, playing off the back of getting an initial loss could have been shaky, but they've played the regain well, and this is going to be huge for them going into the rest of the tournament.
I mean, what more can you say? It's just so one-sided. Even moments where there's a slight miscalculation, even if you fall off the map, it doesn't feel like the game's slowing down really by any stretch. EMP could be in anybody's hands. You're going to have to make a play here, though. Gage leading the charge. Minute 14, going to need a perfect rally. The cutoff into rotation, into the cap. 1 goal at a time. But it's got to be perfect. Raleigh for 2. Siren. Oh, just can't quite finish the shots. They'll shut him down on the goal line, and I think that will do it. Wrap it through the back spawn, and it should. This is a one-sided affair in this game. I did not expect it to be a 3-0, honestly. Thought we'd get a little bit more of a tense series, but credit where credit's due. CONUS West B didn't slow down off the Scar hardpoint. Looked great in the raid. And they handled their business pretty much early in round 1 of this overload and just hand it to them.
Yeah, I think the problem for you, Safi, is that we've seen in terms of the positives that they bring as a side, we've seen it all in moments across the 3 maps, but we haven't really seen it all come together across any map, right? We haven't seen sort of everything that this side can be and all its positives sort of bundled into one in a moment where it gets them through. We've just seen snippets, whether it's Isaac Cod doing well now or Gage doing well in the search and destroy. We're just getting tidbits here and there, which isn't the full package of what USAFE has to offer. And because of that, the package that they are offering just simply has not been enough. The clock, it's going to run to 0, and it is going to be CONUS West B picking up the victory here. 3-0, convincing, dominant victory in the end up.
Yeah, that was quite a showing. That was one of those moments where you just kind of tip your hat, say GG's, and not much you can really do. At the end of the day, round 2 for Black Ops 7 did not disappoint. First sweep of the day for any of the competitions we've had, but CONUS West B, I mean, clean, cool, calm, collected, maybe one of the easiest matchups we've seen in terms of pure stats across the board. Didn't look like they struggled too much in the overload, and it's really because they entered into round 2 up 4-1. And from there, kind of just killed the clock. There wasn't much given on the other side. USAFE didn't change up the looks. Their slang wasn't really there other than when Isaac was going on a couple of sprees, but this was very much a one team outclassing the other.
And you know, I was worried about this USAFE side going in. I wanted to back them, but I also had question marks of the level of opposition they were playing in the previous USAFE championship. I had question marks over what they were bringing to the table in terms of, you know, the opposition and the hurdles that they had to overcome. And I think now being at the Worlds, you're really seeing that the level has been stepped up and that this is a side that maybe is just not quite there at the level. Again, I think in moments, you combine all their elements together. They're such a strong team, but you start picking away at any one of those elements, the whole puzzle just collapses in, and they don't seem to have any sustainable plan Bs.
That is the tough part, is at the end of the day, if you don't have the ability to jump into a playbook, you don't have the ability to get through your progressions as a team or create opportunities for players like Isaac or Siren to go off. It's really tough to be able to kind of counterweight in the middle of a series and to make adjustments on the fly when you're already getting beat down. But granted, it's all round robin for a reason, and you never know what the math might turn out to be. So for USAFE, we don't know actually if their tournament life is entirely done just yet. I would assume not. We're going to wait for more of the action to get underway. But for CONUS West, this was a very important win for them and a necessary win, really. And I believe their first one, if memory serves, in the standings overall. So got to feel good for them knowing that you come out, you have a hot 3-0, maybe with the fastest series we've had today. And they do so with relatively no hesitation. I mean, that was an absolute blistering series, and they make it look easy. So feeling very confident for this team. How far do you think this team's going to be going as we get some time to make sure we get all players ready for our interview? How far do you think CONUS West B is going to make it? I mean, is this just a fluke of a one series, or are they going to be making a deep run?
It's really hard to say, because I mean, we're going into off the back of this one of USAFE having won one, and then this roster in CONUS West having lost one, right? So I think, you know, we haven't seen enough of the Rocket League yet, but in terms of the Call of Duty, I think we're starting to see like 3 distinct levels start to show up, right? Of the good, the bad, and the ugly, for lack of a better phrase. I mean that with all respect, right? But I think what we're going to see across this table is very much a split of where, you know, that top 2 or 3 is clear of the rest of the pack, and that middle 2 or 3 is clear of the rest of the pack once again. I think it's going to be, you know, again, the back and forths to begin with here, making it look relatively even, but as the days go on, I think we're going to start seeing a clear divide, and unfortunately, I think off the back of what we've seen, I think we're going to see USAFE being at the bottom end of that divide.
We'll have to play the games to find out. Hopefully for them, they have another get-out-of-jail-free card. But all we know for now, CONUS West B do take advantage and sweep their way through the series. And with that, we have an interview on the floor with one of the players from the team. Let's jump on down.
Welcome back to the World Championships. Another riveting game of Call of Duty, Black Ops 7. I got here with me, we got CONUS West Bravo. Took it to USAFE, man. How did it go? What was it like in your first win of the tournament?
It was really good. You know, we had really good teamwork. We've been working on our SCAR HP. Came a little close, but we were able to close out that win. And the Search and Destroy, we've been working raid. Played it earlier. We lost to West Alpha, but we had some good rounds. And then the Overload, we just kind of ran them, honestly. I was frying 40. Me and Knopf were frying. We're all frying.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. Congratulations. I saw you guys were able to take it away pretty convincingly. What is it like to have you and your team here at Travis Air Force Base?
It's awesome. You know, not too far from me. I'm at Luke, but never been up here in California. So nice to be up here. Nice to be with the guys. You know, meet some new people from around the world. So it's awesome.
Yeah, it's good. Beautiful base, good environment, you know, in the Central Valley of California. I love it here as well. What are you guys looking forward to the most in the rest of the competition throughout these next couple days?
You know, just competing. I think competing is really fun. I think we bring a lot of energy. We don't really care who we're playing against. We're going to come out, try our best. That's all that matters. So just competing.
Absolutely. After a victory like that, I would feel the same way, man. You guys dominated. Congratulations. But that's all we got here at the venue. We'll take it back to you, the casters.
I love that, dude. We're frying. Yeah, you were. I mean, it's pretty indicative of the scoreline. 3-0 is a pretty good way to tell if they're frying or not. And look, confidence is flowing. I mean, if you enter a series like that, Zep, it's just like, okay, if we're shooting and we're winning, there's not too much I need to overthink about this. We're just kind of just straight up winning. And that's kind of what we got.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I don't think we've seen a side that had to make that many adjustments, really. They were a side that were able to play their game, have it be close in map 1, and then just from there, just growing confidence in their game and realize, hey, we're here just for a good time. We can play our game. We don't have to worry about it too much. We've got the beatings of this opposition, and they just came through with a clean victory, really. There's nothing else that can be said. They felt like a side as well. Again, you look at that scoreline compared to how close the map 1 was to the map 3. They're a side that grew in confidence with how they played as well. I think this game was a huge confidence booster for them going into the rest of the games of the championship, right? They had originally lost their 1. They do not want to go into the next day having lost 2. So it was just a great rebound for them. They thoroughly needed that.
They absolutely did. And look, there's multiple opportunities for more teams to right some of the wrongs and turn things around. We'll see if they do get to that point. Until we continue the conversation, though, as you know, as we always do, we're going to change things around, get some Rocket League up for you guys. And as we do that, we're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with round 2, the final match of round 2 with Rocket League. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back. Hello, folks. Welcome back in for more Call of Duty and Rocket League action. Speaking of the latter, we got ourselves the second round of Rocket League coming up for our best of 7. And I can't wait to get into it because the last time we saw Rocket League was a pretty shaky series between two teams. I know it was it went all the way to 4 at the time between Con West and Con Mountain. But this time we get a bit of a different swing of things, and I'm hoping it's a bit of a longer series across the board. Zep, first of all, how you feeling? Second of all, are you ready for round 2 of Rocket League?
Oh yeah, I just can't wait to get into it. It's going to be so much fun. I mean, the Rocket League action we've gotten to see already has been great. It's been incredible bouncing between the two Call of Duty Rocket League action back and forth. As soon as you're settled into a rhythm, you go straight into another, but it keeps you entertained all the way throughout. And you know, we've had the privilege of every game that we've seen today has been great for different reasons. We've seen, you know, a really close game in the overall in the first COD game of today, the first Rocket League game of the day. We saw some terrific plays come out, you know, masterful offense versus masterful defense. We've seen a bit more of an intense, a bit of a quick series in our most recent COD. So we've kind of gotten a little bit of everything so far. So I'm excited to see what curveball is thrown at us next here in the Rocket League.
I'm excited to see that as well. Speaking of curveballs, here come the standings. Let's take a look at where the teams sit today and how we got to this point. Because Conus Mountain B won both their series, 2-0, and they have pretty quickly swept their way through in the goal differential. I mean, they have been pretty lights out, and Conus West wins 2-0 as well. Down the line, only 1 or 2 teams, speaking of, PACAF and US AFE, currently sitting in the negative, but everybody else still having a pretty good sign of things to go. And for this round-robin group stage, again, best of 7 in Rocket League is a long series, but it's also 5-minute matches, and it can get behind you quickly. As we take a look at our upcoming matches, Conus Central versus PACAF, and these are 2 teams who will be meeting for the first time against each other now. Chambo, Nexity, and Chill versus one and only Olaf, Insane Lion, and Mark Wizzy. And got a question if we're going to have more success from Conus Central and this squad overall. The Conus rosters today have been finding a lot of success, and I'm curious if they're going to keep that tradition going on for the other side. Again, still many questions for this best of 7, but talking about your thoughts as well, Zep. Are you seeing anything or feeling anything for this series for PACAF? Are we getting a long series here? What are you feeling?
I don't know if we're going to get anything really from PACAF. You know, after losing their first game, as you called it, you know, Conus, they've been great so far on the overall across COD, across Rocket League. They're just having a great time with how these games are going, and I don't really know if I see that changing. I think early doors we're seeing the levels being set in terms of what these teams can bring to the table, and I would like to be upset at this point. I would like for someone to prove me wrong, but I think we're seeing a side now. A team has won a game, a team has lost a game. I think in Rocket League it's seeming a little bit more clear who's the top level, who's the bottom level, and this is kind of going to be a decider of where precisely that line is going to be drawn, it feels. Again, maybe a little bit too early on to call that, but it feels like a bit of a decider game to, again, between that real middle of the pack to see where the top and bottom lies.
I think that's a good way to put it. We are kind of in that threshold of this is where teams start to find the line of demarcation for a lot of people. Lobby's almost ready. We're about 60% of the way. 66% of the way through our bracket today. We have one more round of matches, both for Call of Duty and for Rocket League, before we conclude day 1 of this World Championship. So far, it has not disappointed. We've had the full gambit. We've had games that went down 250, 226, 250, 246, and we've had sweeps. We've had a variety of matches. Rocket League's really the first test of, we're getting its second half of the day, and we're getting a chance to see if we get anything other than a 4-game series, or I should say a 5-game series in this best of 7. Last time, again, it was a 4-1 win for Con US West. This time, curious what we're going to get. I believe all the players are good to go. There's a live look inside the venue, and it's always great to have a opportunity to get not only these games, these esports, but to get these communities live in the venue and a chance for these players to play against each other in person, because they're nothing beats a LAN environment. It's just an entirely different beast, and it's a special kind of atmosphere, man. You can't beat it.
Oh, it is just special, right? And for the longest time, I didn't understand that. You know, based in little old Ireland here, lands are sort of a few and far between foreign concept, but thankfully managed to run one myself and managed to go to a few across Europe in the last while, and there truly is nothing like a LAN in terms of the competition it festers, the community it fosters, the ability to bring people together from whatever walks of life, whether it's very similar or dissimilar. You can all kind of join together to revel in what so many people love, which is, you know, gaming, competitive gaming in whatever title that may be. And you know, it's just great to see these events, and you know, and I think it's a good moment as well just to say hats off to everyone, you know, behind the scenes who, you know, puts these events together and gets them ran. You know, they take a lot of effort to say the least.
Yeah.
I know that now firsthand from having run one, that it, you know, my hairline wasn't this far back before I started running one, I'll tell you that much. It was a stressor. So, you know, massive shout out to everyone behind the scenes making this possible.
If esports isn't stressful, then it's not entirely esports, is the way we can put that succinctly, man. I absolutely understand that. And again, once again, a shout out to everybody on the back end, from production, observing squads, the team currently there on site to make sure players get into their lobbies, and all the players who have signed up and competed to get to this point. This World Championship is a celebration of talent across the world, across a variety of different branches, and it's great to see the continuation of this esport, both Rocket League and Call of Duty, find success in homes in the future as these games have grown. It's awesome to see, and so is a 1-0 lead for Kona Central. They come off hot for the opening rip, looking for the second, off the post, and right back out on the counterattack. Now a chance for the boys in orange to reestablish a baseline.
Well, so far Kona Central seem to be in complete control, more than happy with how the game is going for them. PACAF haven't been able to get out much at all, and when they do, it's not really going anywhere for them. Chill trying to cause a bit of danger. The cross going to come on through, the finishing touch right into the bottom corner. Kona's doubling that lead, and it has to be said, they're looking very dangerous already. Again, a great cross, bit of a fortunate bounce, but a brilliant finish right down at the bottom corner.
Yeah, I mean, speed is a killer, especially early on, and when it comes to Rocket League Game 1s, it's only Game 1, so always have a chance to right the wrongs and change the way we approach this series. But if we're looking for resets and doubles off the start, that defense is going to have to fly after the ball as they do. Second man up, crossbar down, both teams miss, back pass just in time. And these are the moments where if you are PACAF, you're going to have to send the house defensively. You cannot afford to give this much space.
No, you got to really chase it down. That's a good clearance coming through. Can you turn it into a counterattack? It doesn't happen. Chambo is there, and he's going to go forward for the second touch as well, just keeping it high. I think they're all, oh my god, he actually managed to squeeze that in. I do not know how he's done that, but the lead tripled now. Kona Central in complete control, and to the point that I was going to make, you know, Kona's, they've realized already, as long as they just keep this ball high, PACAF are really struggling. They're just hitting these ones high into dangerous positions and then following up on it themselves. It's a little bit too easy to begin with here in the first minute and a half, but we did see that happen in the last Rocket League game we saw, and by the end of the series it was a lot closer than it initially looked.
Did we get that down the stretch? Would be nice to see this one extend. That's going to be off the crossbar. Not many bouncing in favor of the fourth defender today. Hitting the woodwork, though, has been just fine. Nice 50 at midfield, catching, dribbling, looking for the bump. Not going to be there. A little flick and easily read. Follow up on low boost. Leaves off for boost in that case. And Chambo will be sitting on the back line. Second man to the ball. Still stalling, works through the tackle. Nicely done. And a great 50 off the sidewall. And finally, some resolve, some fight from the PACAF defense.
Yeah, that pinch nearly rifled its way into the bottom corner, but a good defense. It's going to have to be again, and it isn't. Mark Wizzy getting one on the board there, finally getting a little bit warm in this series. Just following that one up, placing it perfectly. The defense just wasn't really fully set up, but managing to capitalize on that to full effect. PACAF a great answer back because things were looking very ropey.
Oh, what a read. Oh my god. Held the reset. Come on now. That's just filthy. Sidewall pickup, ceiling, holds the reset. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. Just holding it till the perfect moment. Send that through, and you see a little bit of showboating there towards the camera as well. You absolutely love that. The picture in picture, seeing what it's like down on site. Now 4-1 for Kona Central. Just, you know, getting that lead back, that 3-goal lead back as almost as soon as they lost it. Great performance from them so far. Just trying to shut down PACAF, trying to not let them get confident, and sending it forward once more. The clearance not quite there. It's in the danger zone again. Can Central capitalize? Chambo's there to keep it high, and it's going to be Nexity nearly getting the finish through. That's about as close as it could be, but they are still hammering down on the PACAF goal.
Continue to put more dents inside the crossbar. Seen it time and time again. Extra challenges on low boost, and that just means you're feeling confident. You have no reason not to go for those 50s. Can't quite hit the touch. Next City's going to get out of the play. Olaf goes up for the challenge. Right over. Oh, my God. Little finger roll. 1v3. Come on now.
That was just a little bit disgusting. Catching everyone off guard. The perfect angle. Mark Wizzy didn't know what to do about that one at all. Couldn't have been placed any better. And now up 5-1. Kona Central in cruise control. Game 1, surely theirs on this point.
Yeah, that one was pretty easy. Don't often see a finger roll reset go across all three. Might get a Brazil if we're lucky. Minute 32. I gotta say, I think this one's done, man. I think this game 1's all wrapped up. This one absolutely looking untouchable from Kona Central. They are so clean right now.
And this is the worrying thing as well for PACAF, because the goal difference, I think, plays into it a lot, right? The goal difference is what's on the stats. So you're conceding 7 goals here already. You're kind of having a result that is the difference between you going maybe third bottom, second bottom, to just like right down at the very bottom, which of course someone has to be there, but no one wants to be there, right? But PACAF are unfortunately just having that performance that is indicative of someone who may find themselves right down the bottom of the barrel.
That's gonna be another. Yep, off the post. 8-1. And that, look, at some point it will matter. The goal differential will obviously be a detractor for this team should a head-to-head matter, but also gets to a point where the difference between 8 goals and 10 goals, or 11 or 12, at some point it doesn't really matter. Like, the threshold's already been reached. It's going to be hard to overcome that deficit anyway. So it's less about the fact that you're giving up 8, 9, 10 goals here, and more just about how do we reset for game 2? Because right now it is a bloodbath on the field, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, where is that road to recovery for PACAF? I really don't see it. I think we're just seeing such a large skill disparity. Again, I talked about where's that line being drawn for, you know, who are the top teams, who are the bottom teams. I think we're seeing it firmly drawn here, and I think we're actually looking at a side in Kona Central who, you know, after a couple of more games, maybe vying even to get to the very top of the table, whereas for PACAF, unfortunately for them, again, with the greatest respect to their players, we're seeing a bottom 2, bottom 3 side, I think, out here without a shadow of a doubt.
And they have moments, right? Like, they have moments where their control's pretty good. They get some solo looks on the sidewall. They're able to keep it on the ground and at least throw different looks at the defense on the goal line, but it's gotten out ahead of them way too fast. I mean, this kind of gameplay is great, right? When you're down a goal or 2, when you still have time on the clock. But just the volley of shots and opportunities, you can take away all the resets we've seen in this series so far, it would still be like a 5-1 game. It's just non-stop pressure. PACAF have to have a different response in game 2. Nice little flick, better save, but you're gonna need more chances like that. Again, this team is not bad. They are not out of it by any stretch. It could be a tough game 1. They have shown that their offense has something to give. They have something to bring. But this was not the match to do it. And I'm sure they just want to get onto the next one as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could argue that maybe their heads were gone out of this game early doors and they have something to bring to the reset of a game 2. But, I mean, from the looks of it, from the outside looking in, it does look like that there is just a bit of a skill disparity here. And I'd be excited to be proven wrong on that one, because, again, I feel like I was fairly proven wrong on the last Rocket League game we covered, though that changed up quite a bit throughout the course of the series in terms of the level of closeness. And I think for PACAF, again, you're in a situation where game 2 may not go your way, but you want to start putting the pieces right, and putting the pieces right will be getting your defense right, making sure to lock that down, and then trying to go forward and do something on the offense. Getting clearances in such a way where it gives you an opportunity to actually go forward, instead of just having to withstand barrage upon barrage all the time. If they can't find a way out, then there's going to be no chance for them in this series.
That nails it about as succinctly as some of these double taps were, man. I mean, I'm waiting for that finger roll reset. Going to get a couple of moments. This was just a highlight reel of the entire team doing what they do best. Chombo was great. There's a nice little look in at what was that first goal, kind of break some of the stride there, but this was non-stop. Pressure, patience, and mechanics at the end of the day. Mechanics are the thing that will kill you as a team. And here we go. Chombo with just a ridiculous little touch on the reset. Plays the inside of the ball. I mean, not much more you can say. That team looks poised for a deep run, man. If they're playing like that consistently, maybe game 2 is a different story, but gotta think on the other side for PACAF, they cannot afford to give up 20 shots a game. There's just no way to win at that rate.
No, they have to figure out the basics here. You can go as deep as you want into breaking down the tactics of how you need to make things work, but you just got to lessen the skill gap here. You got to find something to go your way, and so far the double demo coming through off the rip for Conus proves pivotal in getting their first goal. Chambo there with the follow through. No one available on defense for PACAF, as they cannot just get anything going their way right now.
Well, Conus Central do get the easy one. You know, you take what you're given. Can't really do too much for PACAF. Only thing you can do is GG go next off the reset. Tries to fake him. All a tactical whiff. But desperately just want to keep things involved in this game. Just keep the play alive downfield. Allow your second man to be a bit more of a striker in this match than they were in the first match. Possession time all for Conus Central. Winning the 50 outright. More challenges at the midfield. Finally some contests here. They'll play the bounce. Even the defense on low boost, Conus Central still keep their numbers up.
And continuing to just hover around, wait for the opportunity, and see the way PACAF are clearing it, just playing perfectly into the hands of Conus Central. Chambo was just waiting. You see, he's just waiting for the right opportunity on the halfway line to come through with the grab, and then off the backboard, onto goal. Simple as you like, really. Like, they're not even breaking a sweat with goals like that.
That is one of the reads on the backboard that just, as a defender, you know, it's either if they don't touch this, that's a free goal, as they did. You have to get that clear. There's no other way about it. In this kind of tournament, at this stage of the year, at the skill level the Rocket League's been at, that is a fundamental part of playing backboard defense, that you have to get that ball out. Curious what the changes will look like for PACAF, but this could be another situation where very rarely today we get another sweep. Only seen it once. Happened earlier in the Black Ops 7 series. This time, trying to right a similar result in Rocket League. Just a bit of a floater, but dangerous nonetheless. 2-0 lead. Punching for a third. Threatening. And fighting through. After the opening minute and a half, it has still been all of Conus Central.
And Conus just completely dominant here. I mean, cross after cross, opportunity after opportunity. They're just kind of happy almost just testing and playing around with different strats here. And you know, one thing as well, depending on how close it gets at the top end of the table, if you're Conus Central as well, you're motivated to just keep getting each and every one of these goals, because whether you're top or second could be determined on a goal difference. So being so many in the positive, I mean, what is that now overall in this series? 2 games in, they're on 11 goals, something like that. I mean, just a crazy number. That's going to add, that's going to be massive for their overall tally towards the end of the table side of the championship.
Yeah, it's an important point to keep bringing up as well. I mean, it is such a massive disparity. I think it's at now 12-1 total goals in the series. We're only in game 2. Yeah, it will matter quite a bit. And you get into these spots now where you don't have to come out and put up 6 goals a game. You get 3, you can just play boom ball. You can play backfield possession. You can just try to kill the clock. I mean, that's what they're doing now. They're playing solo. They will get poked for it. So never punished, always in position, as the Chiefs would say. If you're lucky enough to catch them sleeping, you might get lucky to sneak upfield and poke one through, and PACAF do.
Yeah, ultimately a great reading of the play again on the halfway line, just anticipating a mistake. It's really all they can do at this point, right? Because they're not really able to get it out from the back line. They have to play for those counter opportunities, play for sort of those back half dribbles, just not firing out the way Conus Central would want, and punish them for it. And they're open to score more like that, but whether or not they could just slow down Conus on the offense either is still the big question, because they haven't been able to slow them down enough.
Chambo's thinking, oh my god, come on, man, that 50's gross. 3 for 5 from the field. What are we doing? Full boost. Sidewall reset. Over the 50. Come on now.
He knew what he was doing. Look at them laughing. Look at them smiling on the player cam. Hey, they knew just what was going on there. 4-1 now. Chambo in complete control. Is next to trying to get one through. Good save though. We've not often really said that. You know, granted, they've had a couple of saves through PACAF, but we haven't seen them in many situations where they've pulled out terrific saves. But that has just been, again, through the quality of the shots, as Chill putting that one through far too easily.
Yeah, when this one pops, I mean, it's GG's, even on 15 boost. The defense fortunately had a full tank. I think was expecting that to go right off the backboard, but instead, offense slows it down, plays it on a dribble. It's differences, right? Those differences are enough in Rocket League to really pull a team apart. We're seeing it now. Boost is no longer an indicator of who's going to have a better look at the net. Individual mechanics are breaking this team down. And that is testaments to the skill of Kona Central. They are so much better right now. 5-1 in game 2. And even though it's about to be 2-0 in the series, it feels like this series could be a sweep the way this one's gone.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't feel like it's going to go any other way. I mean, we're, again, seeing such a huge difference. It really is just a matter of time, I think, for this one. And what Kona's take from this one, I think, is going to be huge as well going forward. You know, again, how many goals do they get on the overall to contribute towards that tally? What different plays do they try? You know, this is a good opportunity to experiment. It's plays that may not always work against stronger opposition, but it gives you time to just, you know, get into a rhythm, get those feelers in, and gives you ultimately just another LAN performance on the board to let you further grow in confidence, right? Get used to sitting on the sticks in a place that isn't your own home, you know, and that counts for a lot. You know, you're outside of your comfort zone in a LAN environment. I feel like that's something that's often understated. So Kona's having another chance to just ease into things and feel more confident that they can go all the way.
I want to say it's now 15 goals to 2 in 2 games. Pretty good. That's pretty good. Definitely
very good.
Definitely a good margin if you're playing off the differential, for sure. Full shot. Victory lap for game 2. I mean, this team they got nothing wrong. I think Nexity's second goal of the entire series just came through. And this is all about victory formation for game 2.
And it feels like it could be the case as well for game 3 and game 4. Are we just going to see a rinse and repeat of these last couple of games? We're not seeing anything that would suggest otherwise. Again, PACAF, they've not done anything to surprise us. They've not done anything to show us what they're all about this game. They've just been completely and utterly nullified by this Kona Central side, which is the real scary thing. Like, I don't know what PACAF are about. I don't know what they could bring to the table. They've never had the opportunity to even show it.
Man, they just don't have a lot of time to show it either. I mean, you get 5 minutes and it's go from the start. Your best way to show it is just simply having to brute force your way through and take care. And I'm curious what the admins might be talking about as they sit over with Kona Central. This one is just non-stop. Brutal. Chill gets a couple of goals in this one. Chombo with an assist. They give a bit of a cheeky giveaway at midfield. You're thinking, all right, we got ourselves a game now. Well, that was short-lived as Chombo wins the 50 and puts them on notice again.
And it's just as soon as you take an inch from this side and they just give a mile, right? They just are just straight away like, oh, hang on a minute, you get one against us, right? Well, we're just gonna keep scoring, keep the rhythm flowing, and not let things slow down too much. Like, yes, they may concede 1 or 2, but that's all they're going to concede, and they're going to make sure they score 5, 6, 7, whatever needs be. And you do wonder what the mentality is like at this stage, especially for PACAF. They probably know that their goose is cooked when it comes to this series, and I think it's how you just recover going into the rest of the games of today and tomorrow. Where do you find a comeback? Where do you find a position where you're comfortable? Because they're not playing their game at the moment. They've not found their comfort zone, and hopefully for them, they're going to find a comfort zone that doesn't, see them right down the bottom of the barrel of this table. You would like to see them engage in at least a couple of competitive games.
Just something to break up the ice. There it is. I like what I'm seeing here.
Oh,
just keep the defense honest, force a couple of solo saves, and no free balls at midfield. Through the 50 we go. Still fighting through the ground. And these are some of these extra touches, these second wins on the ball that can force PACAF to have to think twice about the rotation, but they're poking it free anyway. Free roller in front of the net, not going to happen. Still fighting through the 50. That's a dangerous shot and a better save. Good Lord, the defense having to work off the opening minute.
Yeah, we're seeing PACAF finally try and cause an issue on offense, and Whether or not it works for them, I don't know, but at least we're seeing them go forward, because it feels like we saw none of that beforehand.
Yeah.
So now, is there a 1v1, I believe, in the in the goal there, Rule 1? But I think that's going to suit Conus a bit more as they look to try and send that through. That was very close.
Yeah, we'll call it a Rule 1. It's close, but if you're getting into 2v2s now, it's mechanics that beat you all day, every day. So this could be a very quick Rule 1. These mechanics of Conus Central are absolutely absurd. We'll see if they can do much. That's awesome. Jumbo, letting them know. Shout out production. Takes it back to the midfield. And Chill's going to pick it up.
Well, I mean, look, a 2v2 certainly does change the complexion of this one, to say the least. And is that one that is going to suit PACAF more? I'm not sure. But Cona's still controlling that halfway line, still looking pretty comfortable in how they're set up. But no goals through as of yet, but we know with Conus. But it rains or pours. They get one through. That won't be their last. As now with 3 minutes left to go, we're seeing that one go across field. But Chill sending it back up, and next he's going to be on the end of that one. The one and only Olaf there for the defense.
I guess the positive here is that you haven't given up a goal yet. In 2v2, maybe it was a tactical play of, look, if we're not going to win threes, we're just going to play twos and get our best two strikers to go after it. I got to say, it's worked. The only thing really keeping PACAF still involved in this is the self-sacrifice of keeping one striker out of the play at all times. And it might just be the golden ticket of success, because this double tap, into a free shot crossbar down is the most offense we've seen out of PACAF all day.
Yeah, finally getting something going for them. Finally taking the lead. Will it last? Will it count for anything? Only time will tell. As Conus Central, will they smell blood now? Will they be unhappy being behind and try and even this one up straight away? Already on the offense, shaky passes on the back line. That is not where you want to be. Chill's going to take this one in a stride, lift it up. Alley-oop, anyone there for the slam dunk? It's Mark Wizzy there with the clear, but Chambo's going to send it right back on up again.
Dangerous look as well, played through the corner, centered out. And they're on the elbow, picked up nicely. Defense is ready for it. They read it. PACAF already on the wing and out on the hunt. Get downfield. Will boost up for the redirect. Is it there? Almost like a beast mode and a half of a shot. Almost made it look interesting, but couldn't quite clear the deal. Backline was too good. Right back into the swing of things. Defense looks a bit shaky, and the double from Mark Wizzy buys 2 goals for PACAF.
And PACAF have scored a couple of great goals. Mark Wizzy's tried multiple times to be at the end of opportunities like that, and so often it hasn't really worked out. But now just having a little bit more space to work with. But again, PACAF can go 3-0 up right now, and I still wouldn't be confident in their ability to come away with this game, because if Conus Central start going forward like we know how they can, I don't even think a 3-goal lead with a minute and a half you're safe.
It's definitely getting to that point where I'm curious what changed in the game plan outside of the 2v2. What's been different for Conus Central, because it's an entirely different team. They're a little bit more timid, much more passive offensively. Double, slowly in front of the net. Their challenges are a bit more stretched out at the midfield, taking more time to get to the ball. Confidence for sure into the hands of PACAF, but Conus Central down by 2. One of the rare times really they've been on the back foot at all. There's the flick, there's the demo bump, and now we got ourselves a 1-goal game.
And Chambo coming through with the finish. And look, I think we've seen a Conus Central side who have been sort of more than happy to take their foot off the gas pedal, so to speak, and PACAF sort of realizing they're doing that as well, just to make the games a little bit more interesting. You know, normally you would say that you don't really want to see a team doing that, right? But I don't think Conus Central are doing it in a way of, they're not trying to take the piss of their opposition, right? You know, they're not trying to make fun of them. It's not a mockery. It is just, okay, we've got our job done. We're going to chill out here. We might go for something a bit more out there when we go forward, but we're not going to be as pressed about going forward and making sure you can't do anything. We're just going to play our game, but we're going to play our game running at 80% versus 100%. But man, that couldn't have been placed better. And just when you think PACAF are safe, Conus Central even it up.
Now look how flat he hits this. That's Trading Pack 101. Perfectly on the nose of the Fennec. That speed's perfect as well. That depth perception and net is a pain in the behind. And perfectly placed, man. That's just doesn't get better than that. You're absolutely right. I mean, if they take their foot off the gas, they're still good enough to just kind of tweak it and dial it up just enough when they need to.
A team that is a whole other level here, Kona Central, but potentially going to have to go to an overtime in this game 3 unless they get the job done here. 7 seconds on the clock, one last attack. Mark Wizzy's there to deal. Chill's going to still send it forward though, and he's going to tap it up. Is it going to be sent on home? It is. Chambo with the finish, and Kona Central are going to go 3-0 up on this best of 7 right at the death, and probably one of the most anticlimactic end of game goals you will see, because I think it was always on the cards that that was in the game plan.
You could only laugh when, look, if the ball's going to bounce like that at 0 seconds and there's a shot that's open, it's almost a guaranteed win. It's tough for sure. You got to tip your cap to the way that PACAF have really been able to bounce back and play this for sure. But clearly one team outclassing the other, and we enter into a state where, quite simply, waiting for the sweep to be concluded and to wrap up our round 2 of matches, because this one has been one-sided. Kona Central, 1 game away. PACAF just trying to hold on. But the goal differential, I think also kind of the slowdown was, look, we're getting to a point where the goal differential might make it almost impossible for this team to have any shot if they get knocked down. So if you're going to win, okay, but like try to keep it within a range. And if that was the case, the fact that this team can do so and play as controlled as they were is just insane.
It really does make me wonder what the top end of the Rocket League here in the championship is looking like, right? Because again, we've only seen a couple of the games. We get like a very basic idea of what these teams are all about, but I have a feeling that the top level between the top 3 teams of this championship of Rocket League is going to be so entertaining to watch. Yeah. I mean, the quality that we have seen snippets of be on display, I can't wait to see that in a back and forth between the top teams.
It's going to be a fun one, man. It really will just be a climactic finish for what has been a phenomenal year of competition between both Rocket League and Call of Duty. Nice save. PACAF keep themselves at 0-0 into game number 4. 3-0 series lead. Kona Central just trying to close it out here.
And they may feel like they have no problem doing so. Do PACAF have one last gasp? It doesn't seem like it early on. Not even 30 seconds gone. Shill sending in first goal of the game. Shocked if it'd be the last. But again, just all looking a little bit too easy here. The defense not up to scratch. The crosses are perfect. And Kona Central once again find themselves in cruise control.
It gets 2-0 territory, things get shaky, things get a little scary. That's when starting to panic just a little bit defensively. Mark Wizzy trying downfield, stretching his arms out. Does keep the play alive. Gets a bit of boost to burn here. But another takeaway, and those challenges, those 50s on ball constantly are so annoying to deal with. Especially as a defense. That one almost sneaks in. Better save. Olaf with a phenomenal read on the goal line.
Wow, and just about managing to hold on here. I mean, look, if you're only 1 goal down, there's always a chance, but against Kona Central, it would have to be a great, great chance. And to stay only 1 goal down against this side is far easier said than done. Quickly undone it is as Nexity going through with the second. Again, very simple, these goals. Just sending him up against the backboard. No one's there in the goal line to deal. They figured out the pace of play, Kona Central, to where they can just, say, bombard the back line. Just constantly play for the rebounds, wherever the rebounds come from, in the knowledge that they'll get there first and they'll be able to do the damage on that rebound.
Do they have a third in them? Probably. Don't know why I asked the question. They probably do. Nice little touch on the bounce. They do get a demo for their efforts. Power play for now. And a second. And killing time off the clock as they do so often. Just not the touch they wanted from the ceiling. It looked so good. It was so good off the crossbar. 2 pings and a save. But where is the offense for PACAF? Where is the counterattack? Do they have anything in the pocket?
just doesn't look like they have anything really to roll with. It's hard to say, because I mean, you want to see something from this PACAF side. And again, we've seen a moment or two, but even that moment or two was almost ones that were allowed by Kona Central versus ones that were earned per se. I say it's just not working out for anything that they try to do, which is a shame. I hope we do get to see PACAF again on broadcast and see a bit more flair, a bit more personality from them, because we've seen them just have to play this defense, have to try their very best to hold on, as opposed to get to play their game and show what they are all about. But Kona Central certainly showing what they're all about. I mean, we talked about it going into the beginning of the day, that when I was covering some of the USAFE championships, and I was looking at, is there a team that can set themselves above the rest as a team to be afraid of? You know, I never really saw that from any of those sides. But I tell you what, Kona Central, they're putting in a performance right now where you think, hang on a minute, this is a team that we could be seeing at the very end in a grand final.
Yeah, I mean, just the way they play, they are the clear-cut favorite today. How could they not be? The amount of goals they put up, gotta think after that first 2 games, it's very much a, look, if you're gonna win, just keep it within like 3 or 4. Don't make it 12. And they have not disappointed, man. This is a team to beat, somebody to watch, and a hell of a trio going into the rest of the competition. They're gonna sweep their way through this game, barring a miracle. And I don't think we're gonna get it here anytime soon. Minute 20 on the clock, as Kona Central will sweep through 4-0 in their series against PACAF, and one of the fastest round 2s of this tournament you're ever going to see between COD and Rocket League. Perfect sweeps.
Yeah, it is just a whole different level what we're seeing here from Kona Central. And what more can you say? PACAF, they've tried their best to hang on, but it's just not been there. It's been men versus boys. And again, the scary factor again is that PACAF, you know, earned their position to be here, right? Like this position to be here at the Worlds just didn't fall out of the sky. So the fact that Kona Central could turn around and do this is once again a testament to the levels that are required to be at the very top in Rocket League. But as that lead now turns to 4 for Kona Central, it is increasingly inevitable that PACAF are going to lose this series, and lose it hard. I mean, I don't know. I've lost count of how many goals they have conceded now, but
yeah,
that overall goal difference at the very end is going to be pretty stark.
It will be. It'll be one of those, we're just going to have to wait and see what the actual tally will be. And good Lord, it's going to be tough for other teams to overcome it for sure. But at the end of the day, man, one team clearly stands ahead of the rest, and it is Kona Central in Rocket League. They are the absolute best we've seen today. 5-0. It's got to be over 20 goals now, differential. It's just absolutely nuts.
It could be more. Honestly, are we on our way to 30? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's been a whole nother world for Kona Central. As you can see, even the demeanors in the player camp, they are relaxed, they are comfortable, composed, just getting the job done, doing what needs to be done, and seeing this one over the line. And the only thing you would say that maybe is a disadvantage to them is that you don't want to be in too many situations like this where you haven't been challenged, right? Because you are eventually at some stage going to go up against adversity. And I know for a lot of these sides, I'll always favor the side that's had to battle against adversity versus the side that's had an easy run up until the point where they find themselves in that difficult scenario, right? So for Kona Central, I'm sure part of them will be feeling like, hey, it would be kind of nice if we had a challenge by now, just to show that we have what it takes to fight back and really make any game our own.
Well, yeah, there's that's kind of the vibes all around. A couple of claps, couple of GGs. It is what it is, and I don't really know how else you dissect this one. It was just dominance across the board from one side of the field to the other. I mean, really didn't have to play much defense. It was Kona Central doing what apparently they do best and just dominating around the field. GG's to them. We'll make sure everything is good to go as well before we get into an interview. But man, that was just brilliance across the field. I mean, you bring up a great point about, look, at some point you're gonna have to play different competition. You never know if you're gonna have like a real tested series, and if that really does anything for your abilities down the line in the long run for a title. But I got to think that even if this is just an early round 1 matchup, the fact that they look so confident consistently, is testament to the mechanics of this team. And I believe we will have an interview with Chambo later on. But man, I don't really have much to break down, man. That was about as one-sided. I'm curious, Zep, what are your thoughts?
To be honest, I think I'm in complete agreement with you, because there's nothing you can break down in the sense of we didn't really get to see what PACAF is all about, and we didn't really get to see what Kona Central are all about. Like, we just seen two different skill levels, a disparity in those skill levels, and how that shows up on the pitch at the end of the day. We didn't get to see what this Kona Central side is all about in terms of how they have to deal with a defense, because we know, for example, a couple of the goals they conceded weren't really goals that they conceded from not, you know, playing it correctly in the sense of actually being caught out, right? They just weren't really dialed in on that defense. So we haven't seen what they're all about, and they look dangerous, but I still want to see what they're like when they face up against a side of their level and see how they fight back. I want to see a great team go up against them and then have them dismantle that great team. Then I'd be like, damn, these guys are something special. But it's near impossible, I think, to take anything out of that series. Other than that, there's levels to this game.
Yeah, quality competition is a really important point to hit, and I'm glad you did, because it will be a different conversation if we move forward and they're playing a natural series of best of 7 that is a little bit closer. Maybe goal differential isn't 20 or 15 goals or so, but you know, to start, you're in round 2. You handle business the way you did. I mean, that looked as close to like a Friday morning match as you're going to get in an open bracket, and still round robin for a lot of teams. But for Kona Central, for everybody else, they've been put on notice with how good this team is. I'm sure that they're going to be a handful moving forward, and very curious what that interview will sound like. I want to know what Chambo's thoughts are about, 1, how they played, obviously, and then 2, did they expect it to be that kind of one-sided? Because I think even if you come into this thinking we're gonna sweep, maybe we have the upper hand against this team, I don't think they expected, let alone us, for that matchup to be as one-sided as it was. It wasn't just the game 1 victory; it was the domination in game 2. Clearly, they pulled back a little bit, and were still able to dominate on the 0-second goal in game 3. And from there, it felt like this series was done after 2 games. I'm curious what we're going to get out of this team, but got to think they're favorites, right? Got to think that they're going to make the run.
Yeah, I mean, you would absolutely. Again, I think they're a phenomenal side, and I'm looking forward to hearing their thoughts, actually, because I do believe it is ready. So, Spaceman, I'll let you take this one away.
Let's get a quick interview down on the floor. I want to know.
We got some dominant gameplay for some Rocket League here at the Delta Breeze Event Center at beautiful Travis. I got Team Kona Central with me. Played against PACAF today. How did the game go?
Stat line wise, really, really well, I would say, for us. Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys absolutely dominated that game. It was your second round of the round robins. How's that been going for you and your team?
First round was a 4-0 as well, so good tournament so far.
Sounds like there's not a lot of stiff competition out there. With you guys dominating the field and being an in-person event, not too far from here, right? Short flight versus PACAF. Are there any teams out there that you're looking forward to playing? And if so, who is it and when are you going to play them?
Space Force is always an interesting time. They have a unique play style, and then always looking forward to the legends in the West over there. So,
well, shout out to the Space Force. We got a couple representatives here playing their hearts out. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you. Look forward to watching the rest of the pools and then getting into the tournament. But that's all here. Congratulations to Central, and back to you, broadcast.
Yeah, Space Force, look out. You guys are on the chopping block. I mean, this team is disgusting. So I'll be curious to see what the Space Force can bring to the table. But Kona Central, I mean, there's really nothing else to break down, dude. They just kind of dominated their series and sweep. What else can you really say, Zep? There's times where we call the esports strat of one team's just better than the other, and you can break that down as much as you want, but this is one of those instances where mechanics were too good, and this team was too good. So in the early rounds, best case scenario for them is a quick sweep. They get in, they get warmed up a little bit, and try to see what the Space Force can bring. I hope we get a Space Force matchup, because that would be 1, fun for the story, and 2, it'd be nice to see what the Space Force can do against this high-powered offense.
Yeah, and it was crazy to hear as well. You know, they won their first game 4-0 as well. I mean, if we see PACAF now off the back of this win a couple of games, then you really start to think, hang on a minute, PACAF weren't actually too bad once we get to see how they play, and it really might just paint a picture of just how strong this Kona Central side was. But Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with your point, right? You can break it down as much as you want, and the reason, again, it's part of our jobs, right? When you're breaking down the nitty gritty of how a game works, the mechanics being used, the teamwork, all of that is the finer details that makes the difference in games. In games where the competition level is very, very similar. But the more and more you see that disparity be drawn between what these players can bring to the table, the more simple it gets, really, to the point where you can't break it down. It's like we often see it in Call of Duty. You know, I've often casted in Call of Duty side of things, where you just, you know, you could break it down all you want in terms of rotations, timing, etc., and it comes down to just one player just was not as accurate in shooting as the other player. One player's reactions were not as quick as shooting as the other player, and that was it. If that was without correcting that beyond anything else was the fundamental difference in why that game couldn't be won. And I feel like in that regard, we've seen the Rocket League equivalent here.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to summarize it is, look, we've seen the equivalent of just one team quite literally being the final boss in the lobby, and sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And with that, that is round 2 done and dusted, folks. 2 rounds down, 1 more round of action to go. COD coming up next, and then followed by ending the night with some more Rocket League. We're going to make sure the players all get into their seats, all situated, and the lobbies are all clean and good to go. So while we get things fixed up on the back end, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with the last batch of matches tonight. Not going to want to miss it. Black Ops 7's up next. See you in a minute. Hello, folks. Welcome back in. Spaceman Zepcast here to bring you some of the action today. Last block of matches we got here for you for Black Ops 7 and Rocket League for day number 1 here of the 2026 World Championship for AFG. Very excited to have you all with us. And Zep, it's been a long day of action, but we've ended off with 2 sweeps in our last match. Are we getting another sweep here? What do you think?
Oh, it's going to be very tough to say. I think the teams that we're about to see now, you know, we're going to see teams that are in the top end of what they're able to do, right? We've seen a couple of disparities across the skills in the last couple of games, right? And that's with the greatest respect to the players that we have seen. But I think now we're going to be starting to see opposition. You know, they're at the top end. They've done great up until now. And, you know, one of them is going to have to falter. Which one will it be? Only time will tell. But I think it should mean for a very entertaining back and forth series. I doubt we will see it done in a 3-0.
You know, I think you're right on that one. Predictions today have been solid across the board. Love to see it, but I also love to see some insights with the players who've gotten us towards this point and what their journeys have looked like. Let's take a quick look in with our 2025 champions and a quick little interview. Let's get into it.
Honestly, going into it, I completely forgot it was a bracket reset, and I thought we initially lost. You'll see a clip in the VOD of me wrapping up my headphones and my controller, and Wolf started yelling at me. He's like, "What are you doing? We're not done. We're not done."
My teammates could pick it up where it mattered, and we ended up getting the W.
What are you talking about?
And obviously, we got it for Wolf. Yeah. That's what we cared about.
It felt really good getting the world champion belt for the team leader.
When we went into the grand finals again at Worlds, you know, on my mind, I was just thinking, let's not have a repeat of CONUS. I don't want to let all this practice and this effort we put in go to waste. So I was very excited that we were able to pull it off.
The 2 weeks before Worlds, we lost like 30 games in a row.
Me and Tommy started arguing.
Go ahead, tell him my nickname.
Kimmy, we call him Kimmy for Kim Kardashian. He's very drama.
It's passion. It's just passion.
I don't think we dropped the map after that. That's when we really locked it.
Yeah. Can I answer this?
Yeah.
I'll pass it on. We just fell in place like perfect. Me and Reaper playing Warzone and just being fast people. Tommy and Wolf being the strategic players. Of course, of practice like help sharpen the knife.
Individually, all our roles kind of fit in so that not 2 of us are doing the same thing. So yeah, like we meshed, but it was also the amount of time that we put in. I think we practiced more than any other team, and it showed.
Our ambassador that we had, Captain Gill, he was an awesome guy. He's like the #1 hype man for our team while we were there. He kind of made the whole event a little bit more special for us, I would say.
Hey, shout out Rocket League, bro. You guys are crazy with wall jumps and dribbling in the air. I could never.
I can shoot straight on Call of Duty, but I can't predict where the ball's going for the life of me.
Honestly, you dunk on someone, get up and scream.
Some advice, don't get mad. It's just a video game.
Channel that energy and use it. Take it out on the opponent. Don't take it out on your teammate. Just pick a player on the other team and just target him the whole time.
Yeah, just get under their skin.
get it under his skin, yeah.
Rest while you can, eat while you can, and practice while you can, for sure.
Make sure you take all your supplements. Give our predictions on who's winning it all.
I got Mountain winning. That's Axis.
Artie's team. Artie, Axis.
Yeah, I got them winning.
Smoke and Kuzo's team. Hell, Heartbreak, Smoke, Kuzo. That's my predictions.
But who's playing in the final?
West and Central, for sure.
Artie's team looks good though too.
Mountain's good.
Good luck, everybody playing at Worlds this year. You guys are lucky that Langley Cod's not there. Do your best, lock in, have fun.
Enjoy it, and we'll be there next year. Daddy needs a new belt.
Good screen. Peace out. Langley Cod out.
Well, it just comes down to this final group stage here today for the first day of matches, and we couldn't want it any other way. We wouldn't want it to change at all. Let's take a look at the standings as we see. Black Ops 7 is not disappointed. A couple of sweeps, a couple of game 4s, but no final deciding S&D to kick off today. PAC-AF, though, absolutely undefeated on a 4-game differential. CONUS West A currently at 1-1 down the board. The only team that's still looking for their first win is CONUS Mountain, and I'm sure they're going to get it momentarily. But for everybody else, this is back to a matchup of CONUS Central versus PAC-AF, and PAC-AF, the best team right now in the group, and have a chance to go up 3-0 undefeated on day 1. Zep, I mean, that would be one hell of a way to end this first day.
God, yeah, just imagine that. That'd be so good, right? And like, with PAC-AF as well, again, we've seen the roster already. iWeb, Breadwinner, Green Gred, CS Kirk, they are phenomenal across the board of what they can do, right? Really, really strong team. On the other side, CONUS Central, Charms Jake, WASD, Vengeance. You know, looking forward to see what they bring to the table here. It should be again, an interesting one to say the least as we take a look at this roster again. The pack half again, the side that are, for now at least, looking like the one that are going to cause the most issue. They are the side to beat. They are the side that have the opportunity to go flawless after day one, practically guaranteeing them that top level finish going into the playoff side of things later on in the week. So I mean a big moment for them, and I'm sure they'll be just brimming with confidence.
I mean, Wept and Breadwinner should scare everybody. Breadwinner is a LAN champion, online champion. I mean, the name speaks for itself, but this should be a team that should scare some. But I want to point something out here. Kona Central. Let me talk a little bit about this team. Jake, WASD, and Charms. I have seen many times through the Navy Rim Pack series, through the Navy MWR Online series. Jake, Charms, WASD are known talents. These are not new guys. These are not players who have no experience. They both have individual championships playing at events like this and have a lot of online experience. And Jake is one of the best sub players in the entire game. WASD and Charms are two of the best AR players that Navy MWR has seen. And when it comes to LAN environment, you know how good they can play. Here's the thing. I fully believe Breadwinner. I believe in this team. I've seen what they can do. We've seen what they've done today. But I look over on the other side and I see veterans of Jake. I see WASD and Charms as a 1-2 punch AR. And I just say, okay, like this could be a Game 5 series, or it could be a bit of an upset. This could be the first time where Kona Central loses a series today, because the team they're playing is so good individually. I know what we're going to get from Jake, WASD, and Charms. And for rounding out the entire roster, like I'm a little worried, because I know that going into this, Breadwinner knows what to expect. He's played these players before. He knows how they play. This is going to be a really interesting series, man. Not only high octane action, of course, but any map that's close, any hardpoint that's close, it'll feel like we're playing Colossus P1. It'll be blitzing, barn burner action nonstop into that hard point. Jake is going to be a menace in S&D. He's good for 2 at least. Charms and WASD, when it comes to controlling the outer lanes and hard points and overload, are some of the best in the game. There is not a single lackluster gunny on either team. This could be a highlight match of the day. And dude, Zep, I'm just so excited, because we're getting like into the veteran side of this competition, but also folks who have been playing in the armed services tournaments throughout the years. They're now coming ahead here into this tournament on LAN. We're going to get a really good matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, these are kind of sides you would expect to see it going up against each other after making it all the way at the very death, right? We're getting to that stage already where we're starting to see these guys go up against each other, and we're seeing it now. Map number 1 loading in, Scar Hardpoint. Remember, folks, Raid, Search, and Destroy after this, very similar to a sort of map overall series setup that we saw earlier in the day. And PACAF will be looking to try and get a good job done here initially on the point. Very quickly, though, it is good. Actually, not going to be back and forth. I swept straight onto the point, getting that initial 5 seconds of time, but the nade taking him off.
I'm curious how much aggression we're going to get out of Kona Central when it comes to PACAF's later splits when they're losing the hill. When it comes to playing 2 members in, 2 members out, if they do get pinched and lose the bodies, when they start to get a bit aggressive, how will Kona Central handle that pressure? That'll tell us a lot about the strength of the team offensively, how they're going to play the Scar, but off the start, Vengeance didn't talk too much about him in the pregame, also a champion in his own right, and become a favorite of a teammate for Jake, as Vengeance has grown his individual stock over the last 2 years. iWept was a standout MVP-like performance earlier in prior series, and so far having another strong start, but down by about 8 to begin. And see Skirk on your screen, going to have to try to work this game back into a tie as off spawn, PACAF are flying.
Yeah, PACAF is trying to get onto this point now. 20 to 25. See Kirk sitting on it well, 2 and 3, but Breadwinner 10 and 3 already on that 4 spree as well. Again, you talk about him being such a clutch player, already shown what he can do on the KD department, as iWept just trying to cover that lane up front, but hopping up top at the perfect opportunity.
Nice.
A little bit of a back and forth, but it is Kona Central sitting on this time.
Jake's always going to push this. If he thinks he has an angle, he's going to go for it. At least gets the follow-up shot, trades in. Get ourselves a 3-point game. Breadwinner is on a hot start, 13 and 4, leading the lobby by a bit. And it's a scary situation to be in. If you're a defense trying to shut down this kind of Slayer, the only positive is, again, he's such an anomaly that he is the only one kind of taking over the game for now. You've been able to keep them off streak for the moment. But into that P3. See how long this 3 does last. 59-20. Still, Pinstripes in the kill feed. Last alive is Green Gred. And he won't be alive for long. I say that, picks up 2 in the process. Charmed and Vengeance both go down. That's a sub and an AR out of the equation. WSD has to work off spawn, but another great push from Kona Central. And at times where it felt like this team was kind of falling by the wayside and some of the opening gunfights, they have very quickly reestablished their dominance in this game.
Yeah, PACAF are looking very, very strong now. Vengeance still sitting on, or actually pushing up, excuse me, trying to get through for these kills, trying to get to the all-important P4 point, one of those money hills. You want to make sure you get those spawns locked down and try and get themselves maneuvered around. WASD now trying to get in the back. How the timing is going to work out, not great. Breadwinner with another 17-7. This is such a dominant game for Breadwinner to begin with.
I mean, these are some of the founding members of the Armed Forces Call of Duty tournaments that we've seen across the years, RimPack and otherwise. There's a reason why they're so good. And also on that note, it's worth mentioning that USAA was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with a mission to always take care of their own. You can learn more about that at USAA.com. Again, one of our title sponsors and proudly presenting this tournament, USAA.com, as all of these players have had experience with. This one has just been a battle of veterans, and it has not disappointed. Breadwinner closing in on 20 kills. 9-7 right now for Green Gred, but Into the Hill will 2-stack, 106-39. Gotta be honest, did not expect it to be this one-sided. Nothing in terms of shade against Kona Central, clearly the best team in terms of their record so far today. But the talents that exists on the other side, I should say, for PACAF, for Kona Central, the talent that exists on their rosters, the names do get corrected, was expecting a little bit more of a fight off this opening hardpoint. The response, especially early on in the Black Ops 7 season, were really, really good for Jake and Charms and WSD and Vengeance. So a bit surprised they're kind of getting pushed back here, but PACAF are just that good.
Yeah, you know, you can have it where just, you know, towards the end of seasons, players really come into their own. I mean, even on any level, amateur level, I mean, I found that myself, even, you know, play rank play, whatever it may be. I'm a season 4 to season 5 warrior, but I can't touch anyone for the first couple of seasons, you know. So it's like you see players sort of start to taper off where they're like they're comfortable in how they've played, but then you see players really come into their own, and maybe that's just the case of this PACAF side. They're a great squad who just were able to click going into the back half of the season versus a Kona Central who maybe peaked early. I mean, again, a lot of presumptions on our part about that, and in saying that, when saying all that, they were making a pretty good comeback there. A nice wave of kills. A couple of them were on streaks before getting dropped. They are not too far behind it. There's still plenty of time to turn it around.
Well, Charms has been shut down pretty much all game, which has led to a rather devious scoreline of about 60 points. Whether or not it continues is still a question. 11-12 for Green Red, and he's the only one really sitting at negative for his team. ARs are doing their job. The subs are doing their job. Breadwinner slowed down just a little bit. This is your window if you are Kona Central to get back in. PACAF are not slowing down. 144-86 and going. And those split spawns up top on the right side of your minimap. Look at how they have to play individual fights into the hill, splitting their numbers, trying to take 2 at a time. They'll keep them alive. Great individual fights that win it inside P1, and they will get in for time.
Yeah, may be able to get themselves over the 100-point mark here, but and actually I was about to say how the rotation is going to set up. They are set up pretty well for these rotations, so now is the opportunity to pull it back. They just need to make sure to win the key gunfights, but that spawn flip could be a little bit detrimental here. Not really caught onto it, and with Skirk picking up that initial kill on the time, all of a sudden the flip going straight away to PACAF, and what was looked initially like a great Kona Central setup has been undone almost instantaneously. 3 dead in the feed as well. Charms picking up another. That's actually a great comeback onto the point, and Charms on a 5 spree, finally getting his way into this game.
Yeah, and look, a streak or 2 gets you back in this. A good investment, keeps you involved. 54 seconds and counting for Charms, all blue in the kill feed. Like what I'm seeing now, as Kona Central realize that they still have gunnies, excuse me, and they can absolutely bring this game back. Just about whether they execute. Down the stretch, 18-18 for Jake. Has the M15 in hand, gets punished. First peek good, second peek even better. WASD and Charms combining for 3. 2 different guns, all the same result. Down by about 20.
Green Grid on that scrap, getting taken off. The double from Vengeance before he's dropped. Now the rotation over towards P3. Only just about over a 30-point game. Not that much in it at all. And we've been seeing that from a lot of the hard points, haven't we? The scoreline's been really close today throughout. We see it kind of stretch a bit more in the other modes, but the hard points have not disappointed at all today. Been consistently chaotic throughout and neck and neck. As Green Grid now on a killing spree of 5. And CS Kirk on the 3 as well with a minute and a half in hill. Phenomenal performance. Pakaf doing a great job here in this P3. Also having the spawns, or they did have the spawns until Jake got a huge kill in the back, which should cause a flip. There's actually parallels out the back. And it's split perfectly for Pakaf to be able to collapse in on this scrap, which is super unfortunate. But in saying that, Kona Central managed to hang on well. Now it's just up to Pakaf to sit deep, let Konas get the last 10 on P3, and try to get a killer amount of time on P4.
Well, they do break the back pretty effectively. I mean, hot knife through butter. Able to split numbers, keep their backline secure. They bunch up. It's working. Very different game now. All of a sudden, there go the boys in blue. Finding kills left and right. Holding down to time, about 40 away from tying it up. A full hold here would be good enough. Extra hits on the side for Pakaf as they don't want to let anything away for free, and that scrap time is definitely important. They're going to win the slide, not the chow. And another big kill from Vengeance. Make that 2 as an extra bit of contest comes in, and C Skirk is able to get in for 1. So it's throwing a lot of bodies at this one, but in the end, it will be Pakaf who cross 200 points first. Or maybe they don't.
I mean, Kona Central have put up an amazing fight on this hill. They were nowhere near it, but getting such a quick break in the back to then get on hold this time has been astronomical for them. But now it's a race to the back for P5. It is going to suit Pakaf more. But how quickly can Kona Central break? It looks like they found a little bit of form, a little bit of momentum here. Will it be enough to carry them over the line? 9 points in the difference. We rotate to P5. And guess what? Kona Central have the spawns. Breadwinner is just going to sit and wait for his team. He's going to pick up 1. He doesn't get the second he's taken out. Vengeance picking up 1, but I wept around the back for the collapse, and that was perfect from Pakaf, who will grab the spawns at a crucial moment.
And Breadwinner is there to rally as well. I mean, you had to make sure you cleaned up that trade. They do. The back line is secure. Spawns are going to be close, but they're going to flood regardless. C Skirk just spawns up in time. Inside the hard point, Jake, tag, bag, no boards. Over the top of the pistol, not good. Skirk at 22 and 24. 213 to 198. Back and forth we go. This is the closest this hard point has been all day between these two teams after that P1.
And Pakaf with the finishing line inside Kona Central. Not that far behind. 2 points off that 200-point mark. They'll feel like they can get there. On the point now. We're seeing Pakaf just take their time, trying to get around the back for the collapse. The timing's working out kind of well. IWEP's going to be able to pick up 1, but now they're going to be aware of that flank. That's a huge 3 through, and hang on just a minute.
Wow,
that's the 4. And Pakaf on the point. Kona Central surely going to have only 1 more, maybe 2 more chances to break. But they're taking their time here, so it looks like it's going to be last chance saloon.
Well, they have the advantage now, 4v2. Numbers start to trade. They will even out in favor of Pakaf for now. Only ones inside the hill contesting will be Konas. And both teams now vying for that final endgame. They recognize, look, we're not going to win it here. It will go to P2. The rotation, the fights, they all come down to the next hill. Who's going to be there first? So far, it's player 4. It's Charms. He has to play his life. He just has to play his life.
And he picks up 1 as well. That is absolutely huge. But as you say, he needs to keep his life, getting the second, but he's going to get clapped on. Hang on, that's 3. Can he make it 4? Desperately trying to stay alive. He does. He's on a 6 spree, nearly making it 7. Has he done enough for his team to get in and clean up? 232 to 240. Kona Central on the point. Desperately trying to see this game through. Streaks are coming through. It's panic stations now for Pakaf as they pop them, but that's a 3. Surely going to be enough for them to get on the point. Charms doesn't realize someone's behind him. The spawn's super unfortunate. They're not going to be able to get there in time. And Pakaf just about hang on to take map 1. What an ending that was.
That is why you hold on to the streak for as long as humanly possible, man. You always want to make sure you have a bit of an insurance policy if you need to break the hill, and they do. Man, credit to Charms, almost found a 5-piece to keep that team alive in that P2. And we know how good not only he is individually, how good this team can be when they need to make a play. They do. But credit where credit's due. The investment of the Hellstorm comes in at the right time, and PACAF take advantage of the break in the end. They off a hot start from Breadwinner. They take that and roll that into about a 40-point game, and they hold that lead all the way down to the wire into our third set of hills. P2 is where it ends. 250 to not for PACAF as they take game one, as close as you're going to get. And what a way to start this one. I mean, it's just, those are the moments, man, where even if you think that that Kona Central are going to be out of it, they get somebody like Charms to pop a 4-piece to keep the hill alive. You think it's going to come down to the wire, it does, and then all of a sudden we got ourselves a star-studded finish as PACAF take it in map 1, one game at a time. And this one was not a disappointment at all. Let's take a look at the replays.
And the thing is, what's so frustrating for the side is that for Kona Central, Charms getting that 5-piece or 4-piece was probably enough, if not for the streak, right? I mean, he'd done enough, but the streak was ultimately the undoing. And then as Charms spawns back up in blue, I think he's super unfortunate. I think it's Greengred who spawns behind him as he's still rotating off of blue, because he rotates off of blue slowly just to try and keep that AR, keep the eyes on top motel. And Greengred just spawns out behind him, which just causes the perfect chance for the claps to come in. And at that point, there is no time for Kona Central to get back onto the point. PACAF getting almost a little bit fortunate in the end up after what was a terrific moment from Konas. Things just didn't go their way in the end the right way, as we're seeing with Charms here, picking up the 2, making it 3, and then not able to pick that one up. But at the end, the spawns just being unfortunate. You hate to see it, really, but that's just how fine the margins are when you get to that scoreline.
Of course, Raid's map number 2. These are just men of culture. This is all about reestablishing a baseline. Again, being a bit of a palate cleanser. Raid for map 2, Den, Colossus, so on and so on. But Raid map 2 is where all of our attention is now being drawn, because this is, one, a nice opportunity for Jake, WASD, to, again, tie this series up and prove that the end result of that hard point, it was not just the team firing on all cylinders for last gasp, but they really can tie this thing up. But for PACAF, I mean, you take this, obviously the conversation becomes you're up 2-0, match point, but this raid is paramount to the health of this series. And surely we're going to have ourselves a 1-1 ball game. I would love for that to be the case, but for right now, again, 250-239, PACAF win map number 1. Scar hardpoint hasn't disappointed. Scar's been a great map all day. Very happy to see it. Still waiting to see exposure on our screens, but for now, feeling quite confident this series could be in for the long haul. And for PACAF, you go into this feeling comfortable, confident. Their S&Ds look pretty good today. They're going to be playing a very good S&D squad. I think in terms of talent caliber, this is going to be the best team they're going to play all day in terms of individual, skill when it comes to raid, when it comes to S&D game planning. But we know what they bring to the table. We know what PACAF can do. They're undefeated for a reason. And I got to think, Zep, that they're going to have their work cut out for them, but they will be able to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, if any team can handle it, they can. And Raid Search and Destroy never fails to disappoint. And even with that last game, 250-239. I mean, is that the second game we've had finished 250-239? I feel like every hard point we've seen has been within 20 points.
Yeah, we've had insane. Like 250-246 twice. We've had 250-239 twice. It's been a day.
Yeah, one hell of a day. Where all teams feel confident in the hard point, but where we see teams start to set themselves apart is in the modes like Search and Destroy. And our PACAF going to be able to set themselves apart here once again, or are Kona Central going to be able to show us what they're all about? Round 1's getting underway. It is Kona Central on the offense to begin with, and Charms nearly getting caught on the door to drop a first blood. That would have been a horrible way to go early on.
It would have not have been ideal at all. Neither would a first blood towards Spiral, but we're feeling lucky, which Jake usually is feeling aggressive. He might be good for one. Vengeance playing a bit of a bait and switch. A couple of broad shoulders, but nobody getting over aggressive. And slowly the rotations come out. First pick for Jake. He is feeling aggressive. Does get traded, but damage done. Gets caught in no man's land. And 3-2 advantage Kona Central.
And a good push now from Kona Central trying to claim the side, but that's a huge kill from Breadwinner. Now 2 versus 1, all up to Breadwinner in the end up, who is sat in mid. Does that bomb go down? Breadwinner is going to rotate deep. Going to rotate out. And the bomb actually looks like it's going to go towards B. How quick is Breadwinner going to be in reading that? Oh, he's shooting a dead body. That is so unfortunate. He saw the legs, thought it was the planter, and now he's going to have to cross the map in a 2 versus 1. But he's going to keep an eye in the mid. He puts a couple of bullets in WASD there. But nah, this is such a hard 2v1 to break.
180 spin. That's the only way to try it, and it's not going to happen. Yeah, it's pretty impossible from that spot. Understands that you're stuck between a rock and a hard place with that one. And unfortunately, this time, not going to happen. But Vengeance, 3 in a round. Nice response.
And a terrific response, and they end up getting the kill through. And again, I like the way they played 2 versus 1, making sure the mid was clear, recognizing that Breadwinner was rotating around, getting that bomb over towards B, and getting it down, playing apart from each other, playing the stretch. Very disciplined, winning that first offensive round.
I saw a snipe. I know WASD's game. I know the confidence. I saw a snipe. And I'm curious. How long will the peak last? So far, nothing in bottom mid. I Wept might be able to play spoiler for now. Charm picks up first blood. Second is there. Third as well. Advantage. Kona Central. Pack-Af down to Green Red. He's got eyes, but only 2. Oh my god, what a read. Oh my god, what a chow. He's going for it. Oh, he might be able to make this work. He does. 1v1.
And Vengeance is close by as well. This will be huge. How are the timings going to work out? They know they're around. And the timings, oh, Green Red's going to know, but he's the wrong gun for that gunfight. And that is a huge round win. Kona Central picking up their second round in a row, going 2-0 up. That's Vengeance. 4-0, playing it patient.
Oh, that's... God, timing is either on your side or it's not. And that time it was not. That could have been absolutely brutal of a momentum killer. 4-0 for Vengeance, getting closer and closer to a Hellstorm. 2-0 lead. Kona Central. After a tough loss in the hard point. Again, this is a team that is not going to be fun to play against in S&D at all. Pulled out the sniper in round number 2. Didn't find anything with it. Bomb carrier Vengeance. See if you can find anything.
And they're aggressive on the A site now with the bomb in hand. Vengeance picking up 1-5-0 to begin with as well. What a performance from him. Trying to be the difference maker for his side and so far succeeding. But not wanting to plant as of yet. Wants to clear it out a little bit more, but you don't want to drop the bomb in a precarious position. You got to be careful. And you got to try and get yourself rotated back if you feel like you have control of the site. 3 versus 3 now. Now would be a good time to get rotated back, but look at where Breadwinner is. That is a dangerous position when you're trying to get the bomb down.
Make that read all day, every day. Swing the corner, and they do. Try to up it with an Asher. Why not? The trades are in. Advantage. Pack-Af. And they took that advantage. Good lord. All right, they get their first round on the board. Big round as well. And that was about as tense of a round as you're going to get.
Yeah, that was a huge back and forth, and I think it was a do or die round for Pack-Af, right? They were struggling. Vengeance was just absolutely dominating on them. They needed to pull it back, managing to do so there again. The difference between 3-0 down and 2-1, such a huge psychological difference. They've done a good job in winning that one.
Green Red is way out on info and way out dead. It's another advantage early in the rounds. Kona Central. 7-1 for Vengeance. WASD has 3 engagements in 4 rounds.
That is a bit crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pack-Af are being a little bit more even as a 4 in terms of the engagements. Vengeance, you know, you wonder if when he slows down, how much damage are Pack-Af going to be able to do off the back end of that, right? Because you can't rely on Vengeance as the one player throughout. One player slows down, someone else is going to be able to, needs to be able to pick up the speed. Whereas Pack-Af, yes, it hasn't been as good as Vengeance, but there's been a bit more consistency throughout.
Oh my god, the timing, the discipline, you gotta finish your food. Wept does, picks up 2. Garden completely controlled. What was a 4v2 turns into a straight dead even race. Breadwinner. I wept. The two players you would want last alive in this situation. WASD and Jake. WASD's there, has the sniper in his hands. Oh, come on, quick scoping for one.
Oh.
Breadwinner, 1v1.
Oh, Jake, he's nearly got it, but he's going to have to go in the chase. Huge gunfight. And you can see the discipline of Breadwinner here, knows what he's doing. Pops up top, gets a peek. Jake still on the chase. Breadwinner's playing this so disciplined. Oh, but Jake, that is a huge win.
The walk down from Jake, man. Yeah, that's obviously not a great spot to be in if you're a Breadwinner. There were a couple of times where, like, if you're starting to lose the first shot and the first tag and you have statue, you have power position, you have heady, and you're not lining your shot, the gunfight's not in your favor at that point. So the most you can do is try to draw out the round, as he tried. Credit to Jake for handling that poised as ever. 3-3 for him. Big time clutch. Whew. Got ourselves an S&D.
And Pacquiao for a double is to get to that point again. Being 3 rounds down is just not a position you want to be in, and they're on the precipice of being in that position unless they can turn it around. No one really standing out for them as of yet, but Vengeance still managing to pull the numbers for Kona Central. A minute left to go. Kona Central just having complete control of the B side. If that bomb goes down, they are set up in a great position to run that clock down.
Yeah, they're going to stretch it. They're going to stretch it as much as they can. I mean, Wept gave away the look. Breadwinner tries to catch him reloading, not going to matter. Vengeance is good. He's like playing like Nasty back in Cold War. It's just picture perfect on bomb. Good for at least one. Skirk's going to try to cut off mid. Will do so. Jake with a response. 3-2. Down to 3-1. Vengeance is everywhere on this map. Finally cut down, but at 9-2, the damage is done. And that is another round. Fist bumps across. 4-1. Yeah, this team's serious, man. Their S&D is good, and they are playing so clean.
Yeah, this is a dominant performance from them, and you talked about this being a series that had the potential to have a bit of back and forth, if not maybe go all the way. And the more this one goes on, the more I'm seeing it, because I have no idea how an overload goes. The hard point could go either way, and Kona Central, they seem to love life on the search and destroys. Pacquiao struggling to find the answers, as you see the experience of Kona Central beginning to shine through.
Oh, we're hitting it. We're dead silence hitting it. Here we go. It's going to stop the flush. Player 4 is going to pull back. That's Charms. Currently out towards poolside. 3 stack now over to A. Catching the first blood, quickly moving into money. I mean, that is GG's on trying to overexert on a B. And now you have to retake, but with 4 members up and a good gunny, shouldn't be too much of a problem. The spread, post-plant positioning right now for Pacquiao. How does it look? Well, they get 1, so not terrible. But now the numbers are split.
Oh, the great timing for Green Gred around the back as well. That is huge. Now WASD though, 1 versus 1 sniper in hand. Oh, is he going to do it?
Oh, come on.
Is he going to do it? I know this would make your day.
This would make my week. Great nade. Play time. And he will. All right. Nice little win there. I mean, Green Gred had every opportunity to mess that round up, and he didn't. And credits to Pacquiao for being in a really tough spot and still walking away with an advantage in that fight towards Laundry and then winning the round outright.
Well, Green Gred got a little bit of fortunate timing. He's one of the players that rotated off-site after the plant happened, and then was a little bit slow in rotating through his spawn back to mid, but caught, I believe it was Charms. Like, Charms was sat in mid looking at the back mid for so long, waiting for Green Gred to hit it. As soon as Charms turns to cut towards the A bomb, Green Gred's there, picks up the easy kill behind, and just completely opens up that mid as a freedom section for Pacquiao. So a little bit of fortunate timing, but that's the COD God's role in search and destroy.
Nice shots. First blood, one of the rare times really Pacquiao's been on the offensive foot. Found success early in the round and a second. Still the sniper in the hands of WASD. 2v2. I mean, if you're patient and you're Jake, you might catch 1 and then the round's yours. I think he spotted. He did. He absolutely spotted. Response shots. Oh my God. Green grid. What the hell is that heady? Impeccable shots. Oh my God.
Oh, a body shot.
Oh my. I mean, I'd be shooting bodies too if I'm shooting like that. Good Lord.
Yeah, Greengrad's coming into his own a little bit in this series, isn't he? I mean, always been a great player, but we're seeing now a couple of rounds of this Search and Destroy. He's been pivotal to the victories. 7-4 so far. Are we seeing the tide of this Search and Destroy starting to turn?
Yeah, it feels like it, man. It feels like it. Big difference being down 4-1 and now being almost tied. Oh, baby. If you win this, if you're PACAF and you tie this game up, I mean, you're house money for sure, but the confidence utmost. Opening nades. Couple salvos that do connect. Information given. One peels away. It's WASD, likely with the snipe. But if you're IWEPT, you're posted up and you're playing patient, you are parking the bus. There is no reason to give away position.
And Jake nearly getting dropped there. There are some accurate shots coming through from PACAF right now. Huge offensive round for them as well. An offensive win here to even it up for PACAF would really put the swing of momentum back in their favor. But not really wanting to put the bomb down right now. We're seeing sort of a 3-1 split from both teams. One of the one for PACAF being at mid and the one for Coles being over towards B. That bomb is going to go down, but Breadwinner's in trouble. He somehow gets out with his life. And Kirk's going to come through at one against Vengeance. And just like that, Kona Central are on the back foot. I don't know how Kona Central have ended up in the back foot when Breadwinner was as one shot as he was.
Oh my God. I mean, this was a perfect blind counter from both teams. And the fact that IWEPT picks up that read, the 180 turn on pull steps, COD timing down to the final divine second. Absolutely unreal. But as all the dust settles, it's a man advantage. It's still a man advantage. And oh, baby. Kona Central say, I don't care that I lost 2 members. It doesn't matter that we had the disadvantage. We're still going to win the round. And that is a round that if you're PACAF, you want back as much as possible. Man, they had a chance to really tie this game up. But Kona Central said, no, no, no. We're going to take that back.
Yeah, I think they'll look back on that round as one they will rue, because that round should have been theirs. They'd done a great job of putting themselves in a position to get that bomb down, up 4-2 on the lives, and yet still couldn't get the job done. That is, you just can't, at this level, you can't let rounds like that drop. I mean, massive congrats to Kona Central for getting the job done there, but they weren't in a position where they should have got that one done. They were handed it.
Let's see what we get here. Charms looking for his 5th. Careful. Around the edge, and COD timing is the worst. The absolute worst.
We're seeing a lot of COD timing in this map in particular right now.
The advantage. Kona Central just need 3 more kills to tie up the series.
God, this is on a nice edge, but Vengeance going huge with 2 on the 13. And that should be that. CS Kirk trying to get through, but to no avail. That bomb is down. He is floundering in the mid. And Kona Central have done enough to even the series up at 1 apiece, going into an overload. What a way to answer back.
Yeah, that is a hard-fought win in S&D. That is one that will put some hair on your chest for everybody involved, man. That is a very difficult matchup for sure. And for both teams, they had some opportunities in this one. They had some real chances, specifically for PACAF, to tie up the game, potentially completely flip the momentum of the series and steal away that S&D. But credits to the veterans on the other side. Kona Central do not roll over quietly, and they take complete control in the last 3 rounds.
That was a great performance for them. I mean, I think PACAF will be, kicking themselves a little bit for a couple of those rounds, especially the last offensive round they lost. I really think should have been theirs, but at the end of the day, played against a Kona side who was just growing in confidence. They loved playing the Search and Destroy. You could tell for the positions that they were picking up as well. They were just on it. Some great shots coming through. I think PACAF answering back really well at times, but it ultimately just not being enough. I think we're seeing we saw at least a very high quality search and destroy performance on both of these sides.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of S&D that one, I mean, just can force the series to 5 out of just pure willpower, and 2, show you exactly what we're going to get out of both these teams. I mean, it's just unreal, the quality and production we're getting from the opening hard point to the 8 S&D. But for now, we're going to get these players a quick break and get them back into the action with a quick break of our own. When we come back, we continue on with Overload. Don't go anywhere.
All right, be back in 1 second.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the conclusion of today's match. So we have ourselves Block 3, Black Ops 7, Rocket League on the docket. This one, my oh my, I wanted to go the distance. Spaceman, Sepcast, welcome back. Brother, it's late in the day, but Call of Duty never disappoints. And now we got ourselves a look at the map list of the series, because this has been a back and forth affair. Opening hardpoint went the way of PACAF. The S&D goes the way of Kona Central. And now we get Den Overload and then Colossus Hardpoint to at least give us the next 2 maps. Should we go to Hacienda? We'll see. How are you feeling about things so far? Are we going 5?
I mean, honestly, we could, because it's really tough to say from this position, right? Because, I mean, you talk about that first hardpoint, very different to a Colossus hardpoint, you know? So
Yeah.
whether the scoreline ends up going that way, again, it's nearly impossible to tell. And then with the Den Overload, I really don't know. I feel like from what we've seen between both of these teams, it's super hard to tell what way this series is going to go, because one hand on the respawn, PACAF just seemed to have that advantage, but almost being such a disadvantage on the search and destroy makes me think that maybe tactically they just don't have the same plays in the playbook that you would want to see from them, meaning that on a mode like Overload they could be undone. So I think it's just a case of waiting and seeing, but it'll be fascinating to see how this map 3 gets underway.
Only one way to find out. Just gotta play the game. Let's get into it. Let's see what we get down the stretch for both these teams. Again, 2 good respawn modes. It feels like this could be decided by the S&Ds, and if that's the case, it offers a very interesting question for us to dive into on the desk. But this is going to be outside of just the fact that it breaks the 1-1 tie, this is going to be a crucially important overload on Den. We'll make sure we get a quick reset. But my God, there's so much on the line, implications for sure. Pack-Half come into this, I should say, undefeated. And Kona Central trying to upset is used a bit loosely here, but the sentiment stands of, look, if they win this, I mean, you take down the only undefeated team in the bracket right now. You do so against a squad that could be favorites to make the run for the whole thing. And it just feels like whoever wins this is going to have the right kind of juice to make a run in this tournament this weekend. Because we got a couple of days more of action. This is only day 1. But what a big moment it would be for standings, for head-to-head, for the map differential. This is a big-time series here.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. This is a huge series for the swing of things between these teams. I mean, definitely feels like 2 teams that are, vying for those top spots. Even if they don't get the top spot here in the table, they will certainly think, both of these sides, that they could maybe make a run in the bracket and go all the way. So cannot count these teams out by any means. And I think, regardless of how this one goes, I think we're going to see these teams go very deep into the bracket.
I'd love to see that. I would love to see a deep run for both teams. Maybe we get a little rematch later on in the bracket. Who knows? I think that's a GG hit fist bump all the way around, which means the lobby should be good to go. Den overload it will be. Let's get into it for match number 3. Pack-Half, Kona Central. An important Den match, an important overload to swing the momentum of this series back in favor of either team. Get your predictions in the Twitch chat, should you be here. Support more of the AFG World Championship. These players are bringing their best, and they have not disappointed.
Oh, they absolutely have not. Been great games all around, and they are far from over here today. As the action gets underway, map 3, 1 apiece between these 2 sides. That's about to change. Charms coming through with the first blood with the nade. Trying to vie for that initial mid control. 2 players on each side. Pushing the Den side, I should say. And Pack-Half getting the initial kills now towards the mid as they try to garner that control to force it down the lane. They want huge wave of kills. Will they be able to force the CMP through?
We'll see. Remains in neutral hands for now. Green Red, who had 2 phenomenal kills in a clutch round in S&D that looked like it was the start of an entire comeback for Pack-Half. Did not pan out the way they wanted, but was a standout player. And so far, the spawns have been pretty pushed back, I'd say, for first points. And it will be 1 goal down, 1-0 lead for Pack-Half.
And the way the Pack-Half are playing this, they have the timings out to an absolute T. They knew the positions that they were picking up, how far it would spawn out Kona Central, and they knew where to look off the back of their own spawns and how to control this lane. It has been clean, it has been clinical as they look to double their lead, pushing this on through. Huge wave of kills coming on. WASD's gone huge, picking up the 3. And that was a big do or die moment early on in this map.
Yeah, that saves this from being a 2-0 game and helps work towards some streaks. 4 in a row for WASD. I mean, had to be a 1-man army and does just that. Does it perfectly. Red winner responds in kind. Couple of nades. Couple of trades. 6-2 for Green Red. Player 1 spawns all the way out. Now has to make the move over towards that mid cut. That's player 6, C Skirk, who's also going to be there as well, but cut down from the back end. The numbers continue to trade. The wins continue to go to the boys in red. Make it 2 again for WASD. And lights out to start this overload.
It has been very, very fast-paced between these 2 sides here. As that EMP just sort of sat now as Kona Central, waiting for an opportunity to get a couple of kills and push on through. Checkerboard a kill feed though. WASD picking up 1. Trying to get the second, as he so often has so far, but he gets drops. 10 and 6 now. Jake with 1. Not enough pressure towards that EMP. Pack-Half are spawning closer. They try to get through. Wet with 2. Can he rotate around and make it the 3 as well? No, he just about can't. And then Jake and WSD. These are very close back and forths happening down this lane that keep just sort of flowing between as to who has a bit more control. But now it looks like Kona Central are making waves and pushing this one forward.
Oh my God. Another 3. Come on now. We got ourselves a tie game. It's going to take some heroic plays like that, if that is the case. And luckily, Kona Central are more than happy to answer the call. Done it twice now. IWEP also been good for a couple. Takes the fight against an NPC up close, gets him tagged. Breadwinner in for the second. Trades are there. Still numbers stay. Still numbers are up. Fighting over the EMP. It will reset in about 4 seconds. Nobody touches. And there we go. Let's see what we get now on the next swing.
And Kona Central are looking a little bit stronger when the plays are a bit slower, when they get to dictate it themselves. It feels like PACAF were enjoying a lot off the initial rip of sort of playing the timings, but now that the game's gotten a little bit more open, Kona Central seem happier in the way that they are playing. But now that EMP carrier's in a bit of trouble, Jake gonna have to try and hold on. He gets one before he gets traded. But look at WASD. This could be huge. Oh my god, he's just gonna run it. He's just gonna run it. And he's got it through. That was absolutely huge.
Oh my god, Vengeance on a heater. Played so good in the S&D and keeping that going into the overload. They sneak one through when the defense was lacking. A minute 2 on the clock, a 2-1 game. Kona Central still holding the lead here. 4 and 13 for Charms, but it hasn't cost them too much in terms of positioning at mid-map. Been able to dictate much of the pace after that first goal. And WASD has been a standout. EMP still in neutral hands. IWEP's going to try to make the play from the back end. Gives away his position just a bit. And gets punished for it. Vengeance has been everywhere on the field today.
Yeah, Vengeance has been absolutely massive. WASD as well on that 19. So good. But on the bottom end, you know, you have CS Kirk, 6 and 12. Charms, 5 and 13. Bottom players have been struggling to get themselves involved in the engagements, weirdly enough. But now PACAF have forced their way through. They've evened this one up. 15 seconds left to go. Potentially one last chance here to get this EMP picked up. As Green Gred is going to pick up one, try and clear out this lane, and there is time. They need to grab the EMP now, though, to take it to the overtime before half.
They got to win the fights at mid. They get one. As long as they keep it up and it doesn't touch, we keep it going. But again, the death screen happens as soon as the ground feels the EMP, and we get ourselves to halftime. Tied up at 2. There was a couple of moments there on that last round where I'm thinking, you don't need to go for the challenger. Just literally avoid the gunshot off spawn and just get to the portal. They do. Nicely done. We got ourselves a tie game, and the way this one's been going, I would not expect this one to slow down at all. We could be looking at an overtime here for Overload, should the second round be as closely contested as the first one was.
Oh, yeah. We absolutely could. And I mean, this has been an incredibly close series between these two teams.
Yeah.
You know, seeing map 1 go the way it did, the answer back at map 2, and now all tied up at 2 apiece halfway through map 3. I mean, what more could you ask for, really? As close as it could be between these two sides. And to be honest, I really don't know who's going to come out on top of this one. I mean, WASD is absolutely popping off. It's been a couple of sneaky moments from him to pull the side through, but PACAF have that in the back locker as well. So this one's super up in the air at the moment.
Who's going to make that first move to really pry this game open? Who's going to be the first one to start knocking down some pillars of the defense? So far, Breadwinner and company are looking quite confident. 8 and 16 for Charms, 7 and 15 for C-Skirk. Jake having his way of things in the back spawn. Opening 20 or so seconds. Just about vying for a spot at mid-map. All quiet on the northern front. They'll pick up the EMP and begin the move.
And where are they going to force it? Are they trying an A or a B? Looks like they might try and force it up to B. We need to pick up more kills to do that. Now WSD kind of on his own. Hang on just a minute. Picking up the 2 that were weak, but Green Gred is there. Just shut that one down. And that EMP is going to go out mid. They don't really know where they want to move it. Again, a little bit unsure as they kind of dart back and forth here, but it is open to take it to B. That lane's completely open. Now they're going to rush on through, and I tell you what, if IWEP can pick up a couple of kills, he's absolutely through here for this EMP capture. It's been a very bizarre hold. Eventually getting it through, getting that cap, and question marks all around, because you went from PACAF not having a clue what to do with the EMP to wrapping it straight around to B virtually uncontested.
I mean, look at how they've cleared out the lane as well since then. They have controlled A, line of sight all the way down to the wire. Still a lot of time on the clock. So much game to play through, but back on the defensive foot again. Kona Central just going to have to post up and turtle. See what they can do here. They get a couple. They get them all. Full wipe is good enough, and now you have to get out and establish some kind of rhythm with this EMP. You cannot afford just to play off reset.
Huge kill as well from Breadwinner. He's going to try and stay up here as the push.
Oh, what a read.
Gonna try and come through. Wow. Bit of parkour. EMP getting picked up. Breadwinner rotating it out. 26 and 16 now, by the way. Huge performance, Mim. Keeping the numbers up with WASD. But struggling to get the EMP out of spawn. In a bit of trouble here. PACAF just going to try and hold on as that EMP. They don't even want to touch it. They want the clock to run down. So it resets. But touching it there for some reason, I do not know. The reset was probably on. I mean, I wasn't too sure at the time. But again, faffing around in the back. And this time they were exposed for it.
Now, 2 overload games for Charms now make that 3. But 2 games of overload we've seen on Scar, we've seen on Den, where the defense, whether it's the EMP in neutral zone or people just not checking the times. Defense gets caught lacking. Offense picks up the EMP and punches it through for a free goal. And a second, it was a 3-2 game. Now it's 4-3. Kona Central trying to route the S&D win into a 2-1 series lead. But it was at 1.3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock is now just about 1:40. How quickly things turn. EMP back in mid-map. 2 members pushed up. Vengeance on your screen. Closing in on 25 kills. Numbers will split, but still good, and all blue in the kill feed. Conus looking so clean right now as they continue to win gunfights in that back spawn.
This has been great from Conus. It's been a bit of a collapse from PACAF, I can't lie. You know, getting the fortune of messing around to the back to get a free cap to take the lead over at B all of a sudden has turned into just calamity where they can't get it out. They don't play the timings. They don't have reads together. And a team that I felt like were setting themselves up a little bit better strategically in their pushes, where I felt like they knew what they were doing a little bit more when going forward, I found themselves just floundering in the middle and in the defense, not knowing who is where and when, as we get another 3 down for Conus, who have 50 seconds left, EMP in hand, trying to move this up towards A. So plenty of opportunities for this one to go to an overtime. But for PACAF, this has been a bit of a head scratcher, I have to say.
It definitely feels like they kind of got punched in the gut a couple too many times and the win got knocked out, because it's a very different cadence for this team than what we saw in the opening minute of either round. It just feels like they're kind of getting outslayed, and it happens. Again, this Kona Central squad, they are a team that should not be taken lightly. They have champions everywhere on the roster. They have some of the best slayers you're going to find in tournaments like this. They have experience. They have championship caliber players. We'll see, though, if PACAF can get one more heroic run. Gotta touch it. I don't know if they will. And that should do it.
Near. Well, what can you say about that? Kona Central with a victory. Going 2-1 up now in this series. And for what feels like, I think, the second map in a row, we see a PACAF side succumb to their own mistakes, really, rather than being beaten. I mean, you could argue in the Search and Destroy they were a bit more better beaten than this particular map, but I mean, the Search and Destroy throwing away a round or two that they maybe could have had a 4 versus 2, then holding that EMP so deep in the back, not being able to rotate it out. It felt like at times that they just had a little bit of a lack of awareness of what was actually going on around them. And I don't know whether that just comes from, again, Kona's playing really well at putting themselves in dangerous positions, keeping the opposition second guessing, or if there's a lack of communication from the PACAF side on where to be and when, understanding where the opposition is, understanding where that danger is coming from. It felt like, again, that this was, in a way, that this was PACAF's to lose, really. They felt like that they had enough control going in to the final quarter of that overload, and from there it was just a complete collapse.
It really was, man. And the longer you give players like WASD and Charms to get online, the better they're going to play. The more opportunities you give them to warm up and shoot back, they're going to do just that. This is a brand new series now, 2-1 lead, as you can see. It just feels like the momentum is completely flipped, man. I mean, PACAF had such a strong start, a really impressive finish in that hard point. WASD, Charms, excuse me, in that end of that hard point got the 4-piece to keep things alive and interesting. But since then, it's been a pretty one-sided affair. As Con US have dominated the raid, they dominated the overload. Though it was close, still didn't really feel like they were ever losing too much grip on the game, and now we go to a hard point where, I don't know. I mean, this could be, could be a 3-1 game. It could be a 3-1 series, I should say. It feels like Kaunas are just, they're in the driver's seat right now, and they don't look like they're going to relinquish that control, which is a very dangerous place to be in.
I do completely agree, but I also think going into a Colossus as well, with the level of engagements that map requires, it can be a little bit of a different beast, right? If you can say to yourself, like, okay, I've not been a fan of what we're doing as a team, the communication hasn't been there, etc. Things we're potentially accusing them of as issues from map 2 and 3. Well, map 4, you can rectify that with just a little bit of slaying power, right? If you can just find it in yourself to bring that gunny back, even if the communication isn't necessarily on point, if you're winning your ones and you're there for the seconds, making sure to play the trades, rotating well between P2, 3, and 4, then, you can find yourself in an advantageous position on this map, regardless of how that communication is going. Obviously, you wanted to be there, but I just think there is a direct avenue for the individuals to improve on this map in such a way, comparable to other maps at the very least, to where I think if there was any map I was going to put this side on to play the reset to try and take us to a map 5, it would be this one.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see it. I just want to see it manifest one time. I mean, of all the maps to come down to on Colossus, this hard point, we know what we're going to get from Jake. We know what we're going to get from WASD. I mean, Vengeance is going to have to be an X factor. Just the aggression he plays with and the speed of his sub. If you want to close out this series, this is the place to do it. Wept is going to be a problem. And Breadwinner off to a hot start again. What else is new? We get underway. 7 points apiece. Couple extra trades. All bodies hitting the floor, but for now, tie game, and we'll get set up for P2.
Yeah, once again, just a bit of a back and forth. Vengeance on 5 already, though. I mean, that is just absolutely crazy. And Breadwinner trying to get around the side to pick up a couple of more just to slow down this push from Kaunas Central over towards P2, and he gets through with the 4. Light him up, he knocks him down with the strike, as it is going to be a clean rotation now for PACAF, who are surely going to be able to get at least a clean 20 seconds off this initial P2, all thanks to Breadwinner coming clutch once again.
Oh, nice shots, man. There's the follow-up as well. Able to hold on to the opening push.
Wow.
And they just read each fight as cleanly as you'd expect the opening P1 break to be. They never look like they're caught off guard. And again, these are players that obviously know the rotation by this point. They know how these maps play. They know what the season looks like. They're very good at all of it. We're starting to see the separation just a little bit. Vengeance at 8 and 4. Charms at 4 and 4. Jake, the slowest one on the field so far, but that will not last.
No, it absolutely will not. As we're seeing PACAF holding on to the scrap at the very least. The breaking power that I've seen from Kaunas Central there was pretty scary. I think both of these sides, in a way, in their individual one-on-ones, are feeling confident against each other. It's more so about how they gel it together and where they're getting the kills and when. I think is going to be very important. Making sure they're getting them as well in these transitional areas is going to be huge. I wept on a 5 spree there before getting dropped. He's now 8 and 5. Breadwinner 9 and 5 on the 3 spree. Desperately just trying to stay alive and underneath, keeping Kaunas Central off of the point. That's the best thing he can do at this moment in time, and so far it seems to be working. Kaunas struggling to get anywhere near, as PACAF looking to take the lead. 26 to 48. Not that much in it, but Jake with a big 2. If the Kaunas are going to be able to answer back with a little bit of time, and you see where Jake's going, they're trying to flip around to get these all-important P4 spawns, but that was dealt with very, very well by Breadwinner.
Keeping it close. As close as they can with about 6 seconds of scrap time to fight over, but already set up this PACAF for new. Thinking about the rotation for sure. Player 2 is going to lead the charge. Vengeance, having to work through those back spawns on the flip alone, has 2 in front to worry about. Web's going to give way. Gives out the info, and Breadwinner hits him with the haymaker over the top. A little bit of a halo jump for good measure. And already cleaning up the backline scraps, but a 10-point game continues, and still PACAF are in the hill holding for now. They will get pinched. They will get bunched. But they're not falling until eventually Charms picks up the last, and now the boys in blue make it into the hill.
And again, we're kind of seeing this from Kaunas Central like we saw in map 1, but a little bit earlier this time, to where they find themselves behind by 20 or 30 and they chip away, so the next hill they're behind by 20, next hill they're behind by 10. Now they're in a position where they kind of pull it back even, and PACAF putting up a fight, trying to regain a little bit of that lead going back to P1. But another hard point that looks like it's going to go right down to the wire. It's crazy that we'll have another one this close.
Imagine we had another 10-point game down the stretch. I mean, between these two teams, they have so many reps against each other in various tournaments, I wouldn't be surprised. It's almost just like, again, playing a top-level scrim now. Still holding on to the lead, though. Vengeance, 15-10. Things quiet for the moment on P1. Will last. And a couple extra trades. Right back into the hill. Still holds here for PACAF as they get in. Breadwinner, the only one side the hard point for now. But for Kona Central, you are very, very keen on continuing to contest and playing for P2 as they start to set themselves up.
And you are seeing Kona Central, as you say, P2 spawns in their hands, unlike the last time around. Can they take full advantage of that? That is the big question. Big gunfight happening now. Vengeance trying to stay alive. He gets dropped, and PACAF flood through the back spawns. And with one fell swoop, PACAF whole spawns for P2. But remember, the last time around, they didn't hold them very long. Kona Central were strong with the break up front. Going to try to have a repeat of that. Jake with 2, Vengeance with 1. And the break nearly on through with CS Kirk hanging on. The spawns have not flipped. So it's going to be up to WASD just to try and hold from front and play this contest.
Subs are doing their job. I mean, it's rare we get into a map on Colossus where you have an isolated spawn and waiting for everybody else to kind of get back into the fray. This has just been one after the other. Didn't actually clean up that kill, so had a free look for Wept, but at the end, doesn't get punished too much. 40-point game. Out to P2. Excuse me, P3 as we rotate out. Quality shots. Better centering. First one's in. Kona Central. Oh, yeah. They win the opening trades. Now playing the time.
And Web trying to go huge here. He gets dropped by Charms. WAC trying to hold on. The flank from Green Gred, though, huge. To flipping those spawns. And they're just trying to get into position to be a nuisance, as that's a 3 down. And a fantastic break for PACAF. Kona Central now finding themselves in a little bit of trouble. On their way to 50 points down. And spawning out well away from a crucial point. Jake, though, could go huge. Round the back, but 1. He gets turned on, though, for the second. And those spawns are going to remain the way of PACAF. Kona Central on the scrap, but if they're going to push for the scrap, they need to make sure to hold every last second of it.
Good shots. Better turn and burn. Nicely done by Breadwinner. Gets off to these hot starts, kind of slows down the middle of the game. But when he steps up and makes plays, it is a difference maker for sure. Trying to send this team to 5. It'll be the first time we get a full S&D all the way down the stretch at all today. Only day 1 of the entire championship. Still a couple of days to go. But for now, a full hill lead as PACAF try to, again, keep this game out of reach against the likes of Kona Central. And they're doing it. Another 4 dead. And this looks like the best opportunity they've had all respawn to put this team away.
Yeah, this feels like a bit of the nail in the coffin here. They've just managed P2, P3 and P4 immaculately well. It is just a wave of red in that feed as it looks nailed on for us to go all the way to a map 5 at this point. Kona Central struggling to find a way into this one. Vengeance, the only one with a positive KD. Whereas we're seeing PACAF beginning to soar now. IWeb 26 and 19. Breadwinner 32 and 19. It has been clean. It has been clinical. And what was a close game is now nearly a 100-point lead as we go back to P1.
Yeah, they're absolutely pissing on him right now. I mean, this is a complete turnaround. It's a complete turnaround. That last 2 hills, PACAF just dominated. Every kill fell. Every single trade was there. IWeb and Breadwinner combined for like 15. It's disgusting. It's not over. The nice part about playing hardpoint is you can still win even if you're down by a full 100 points. But it's going to take perfect hardpoint and really lackluster slang from the other side. 205 to 128. So far, all blue. Wept has been absolutely heating up. Down a couple of headshots early on a 3 spree. Gets cleaned up here. Still all red in the kill feed. Time in the hill for Kona Central. Rotation out early. P2. Already the next question mark. Kona Central are happy to play for new. And so far, they're keeping it alive. I mean, look, they're not outright slaying their way to the win. But they're staying close, and they're skating alongside this back half offense.
It's been lazy, though, because we've just seen them to not watch the P3 push through at all. And once again, a situation where they were primed, ready, and waiting to get those P2 spawns. They give them up. And they had actually people pushing up for scrap on 5 or 10 seconds on P1 instead of watching the P3 flip around. That was a bit poor from a Kona Central side, who maybe feel like despite the opportunity of the comeback being there, I think they're hanging their hat and getting the job done in map 5 of this stage, as that looks imminent. 14 points left to go for PACAF. Kona Central chasing this one, needing to hit from the front. We'll have one more chance to do so, but the result looks set in stone. It looks like we're going all the way.
What better way to do it, baby? Get us all the way there. Nobody cares about the contest. All we care about is game 5. 250 to 133 will be the final score for Colossus, the most one-sided hardpoint we've seen all damn day. And we got ourselves a 5-game series. One S&E decided all, a best of 1. Man, wouldn't want it any other way. Fist bumps all the way around, GGs as well. And for PACAF, the undefeated squad, and Kona Central, the one team that maybe gives them the best run for their money. This is all coming down to the S&D. Granted, neither team knocks out of the tournament here. Neither team loses. Neither team outright, advances to winter semis. But it's big for head-to-head. It's big for the map count. And it's big for simply keeping your hopes of good seeding alive for a round robin. As we get ourselves set for the next match, S&D coming up. I mean, it's exactly how we want it, man. We want a one-and-done S&D Game 5, and we get it.
Now, we knew between these sides going into it that they potentially had the opportunity to go all the way, shall we say, and it definitely has, shown up to be that, right? I mean, Kona Central, brilliant across Search and Destroy, across Overload, but PACAF, the heroes of Hardpoint, looking confident in the end up on that map. It was close on map number 1, but when it comes to direct slaying power, when it comes to pace of play, they seem to have a little bit more in the tank on respawn maps like Colossus, iWept, and Breadwinner in particular, as a duo, just playing so well in green grid, constantly getting into these pivotal key positions on the flanks at the perfect time. Just having more in the locker when it's super fast paced, but going into a Hassi Search and Destroy, I mean, that's really shaking things up at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how else this is really going to play out. Hassi is a different map to have at the very end of the series, and obviously it's a bit of a curveball compared to the likes of the Fringes and the raids we've had earlier. Even a Scar S&D would be a bit more predictable at this rate, but Hacienda, gotta be honest, I'm looking at like the likes of Charms. I'm looking at, like, obviously if Breadwinner has a great early start, changes the conversation dynamic a bit, but this is going to have to be everybody on their A game. This is a big match for seeding, a big match for the round robin. Obviously, you win this, either side, there's benefits. And I just can't think of it any other way. A one-and-done best of 5. We get ourselves into the S&D. Very excited for sure. And curious how this one will come down to the wire. Predictions, we haven't, we don't do it too much in the middle of the series, but like, who do you think's taking it, man?
Oh, I mean, a part of me would just want to say Kona Central, right? But with Kona Central being a bit more of an experienced roster, I feel like that's where Raid suited them more. Like, granted, Hacienda is still a bit of an older map, but is it one that is as baked into a Call of Duty player's ability as the likes of a Raid would be? I'm not so sure if it is. So I think that is going to suit PACAF a little bit more, especially on that map as well. You can kind of get away with being a little bit more aggressive, which I think, for PACAF, that certainly suits. Whether it is an offense or defense, I think aggression is key. But if PACAF run out of answers to that aggression, if they find the aggression is initially not paying off, especially on the offense, and they start to struggle on defense, have a couple of close ones, there is a world where their heads dip, and through that, I just see more opportunities for Kona Central to come away with this one. I could be proven wrong, but I think the S&D prowess they offered the last time around, I think they have what it takes. But I will add to that, PACAF threw away a couple of rounds they could have won in the previous S&D. So you could potentially flip it on its head and say that it was PACAF's there to win really in a round 11, and they weren't able to do it. So we should favor them more on a map like this.
Yeah.
It's a really tough one to call, but I think I'm going with my head here. My head is saying that it's going to be Kaunas Central.
You know, I say it all the time. I say it again. There's only one way to find out. We just have to play the damn map. And until we get there, the players are going to take a water break. When we come back, we conclude the last series of the day for Black Ops 7 on this side of competition. It's a Hacienda S&D for Game 5. We wouldn't want it any other way. We'll see you guys after the break. Hey, welcome back. We got ourselves one more game of Black Ops 7. It's an S&D, it's Hacienda, it's me, it's Zepcast, and we got ourselves a barn burner of a match to close out the day before we conclude with our best of 7 Rocket League. So let's talk about it again, because Kaunas Central versus PAC-AF has not disappointed. The raid S&D was as close as we wanted, and now Hacienda close out map 5. Zep, gotta be honest, dude. I know we have our predictions in this one. I don't care who wins. I just want a round 11. Hacienda S&D for the first time on broadcast today. We are blessed.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's a series that does deserve to go all the way. It's got all the way in the maps. Let's go all the way in the rounds. In fact, let's go down to a 1v1. Let's go down to one bullet in the chamber. Who gets the last one through? Let's have it be as close as it possibly can. This is what this series deserves. It's what the people at home deserve for watching this series as well. You know, it's been an absolute stomp of a series. So much fun to watch. And I don't think it's going to disappoint going into the Hassi S&D as we get ready to get loaded in. Fingers crossed we'll be getting into this one in just a moment. And then after the fact as well, I'm really excited because, again, we're not done after this. We got one more game after this. It is going to be going over to Rocket League for the final time here this evening. And then so much action to bring everyone for the rest of the days throughout. This is only day 1 of 4 days. So we're only getting started. And I mean, the level of games that we have seen even early doors, it just goes to show like the level of talent that is on display here. I mean, I say, how many hard points have we seen just go within 20 points? We're about to see a map go all the way. We've seen games that have been quick 3-0s. We've seen a little bit of everything, and there's so much more to come.
There is so much more to come. We got a couple of days of action still to get through. You're absolutely right. And there's only one way really to find out where this series will go, and that's by playing the damn thing. If you have predictions to get into the chat, put them in now. Support the stream here and these players have been putting on a show all day. We're coming down to the final couple of games here of this broadcast for day 1. 4 days of action today, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. I can do math of both Call of Duty Black Ops 7 and Rocket League, which is quite a 1-2 punch, if I will say so. It's been an absolute blast so far, and we got ourselves some absolutely outstanding talents across the board for both esports. Hacienda, if you've seen it before, you know you love it. Black Ops 4 was an interesting year. Hacienda, one of the better maps in that rotation, and we bring it all the way here for the second time in esports for Call of Duty. Back in Cold War briefly, if memory serves. If not, it was Black Ops 6, and now here for Black Ops 7. Let's get into it. I can't wait to see what we get. I don't think we're gonna get a lot of snipes from WASD this time, but I could be wrong. Again, Fence Line is an opportunity waiting. Curious what we'll get though, as we ended the CDL World Championship on Hacienda S&D, as we always should. Maybe we get another 500 IQ bomb defuse sneak play here, but I can only hope and wait.
We get this one underway, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 5. It is going to be PACAF on the initial offense, and it looks like they're going to try and take this bomb towards A. Breadwinner up top has the spot. WASD has the spot as well, trying to rotate out. The push going through quick. The timing's working out pretty well for WASD to get out there with his life. And this bomb, is it actually making its way towards A? I don't know. The plant seemingly coming through, but WASD is going to catch him. Great timing. He's going to get 1, going to get 2. Doesn't need to get the 3. That's a big wave of kills. CS Kirk all on his own.
And it's going to hunt him down. Fist bumps all the way around, folks. GG's round 1. Kona Central, wasting very little time. Establishing a rhythm, WASD with the M15. 3 in a row in the round. Been caught there many times.
Yeah, the COD timing can be very, very unfortunate for you around there. You're rotating around, every time you look left, they're right, and vice versa. Can never go right. But Kona Central picking up the first round, once again showing that they are a very confident search and destroy team. PACAF yet to get a kill on the board, but not to worry, plenty of time to do so. You want to make sure you're at the very least locking down your defensive rounds. If Kona Central come through and get this plant down and lock down the offensive round, that's when you start to get worried as a PACAF fan.
Very patient as the smoke covers the cross. Bomb's going to go down. Great pickup as well. Not to give Skirk much to be able to shoot over. There we go. First blood falls. Second, close behind. Player number 1 that's wept. Trying to make the play on the route, but takes a bit of time getting to sight. And as that happens, his teammates go down. And this might do it.
Yeah, once again, he's the last left alive here with kind of no real options. WASD, Vengeance, Charms, all yet to drop. Confident in the search and destroy play, doubling their lead early on. Once again, looking like the dominant S&D team. But we've seen PACAF start to have answers after a couple of rounds last time around, but so far they're looking a little bit lost at the moment.
One round at a time, man. See what we get. 2-0. Don't see too often a team go down 3-0, the likes of PACAF, but if they do, it definitely raises questions about the validity of this series, the vitality of their Game 5 run. Okay. Warning shot. Now you know.
A little bit tentative here, not really knowing where to go with this bomb. Already for PACAF, that's a worrying sign because they're just not confident in where they want to take this one. And that could potentially bite them. But in saying that, they've taken so long that they've opened up a little bit of a place for themselves in A, but they don't even want to get the bomb down. There's a lot of tentativeness in this round that could potentially cost them, although getting a nice wave of kills with Vengeance Getting one back. In a bit of trouble here now, though, trying to stay alive. Slides on out for the Child. He gets dropped. WASD. Last alive. Can he stop the plank coming through?
Oh, nice shots. Oh, try to sneak it around. Just not enough on this one. I'll get us right back within one. We keep it moving.
I tell you what, that was close. If he was able to get that planter before he got the bomb down and rotate out, then things would have gotten a little bit ropey. But ultimately having to go for the rechild, getting dropped, and a big round. Again, a round that I was accusationary on. I thought PACAF looked shaky in that round, but they just played it patient. They held the bomb around A, slowly rotated over towards B, and got the picks in the meantime. And maybe that's the way forward for them in these rounds. Just sort of play it super slow, open up the timings, and allow themselves to get the picks.
Oh, they're hitting the double wrap. All right. It's just going to come down to timing. Nice shot. Drop shot still works, whether it's Black Ops 1 or here. And now you got so much of the map to work with if you're PACAF. But Jake is better. First kill for Jake. Not long for this world. They catch him rotating 1v1. Breadwinner might have perfect timing. Even better timing than he expected. Wow. He's just got to hit the shots. He's getting bamboozled and he gets gunned. Oh, my God.
Look at the player cam. Oh my God, they're giving it. Oh, no. WSD. Ugh, you like, again, I've talked about it before with that previous Search and Destroy. The rounds, some of the rounds were there for PACAF. That round was there. The cards fell perfectly on their lap, and they weren't able to get the job done. And that is just going to be the difference maker. And look, these are two sides that could end up facing off against each other again. Right? I don't think we've seen the last of these two playing against each other. So if there's anywhere you're going to make these mistakes, get them out of the road in a day one loss, but make sure you regain going forward. But that's probably at least 3 Search and Destroy rounds across the two S&Ds now that were there for PACAF to win.
That could be a great nade, and it is.
Oh!
It's a great nade from Jake. Doesn't need to do it with the gunny. Lethal's just as good. And there goes your entire planet B. Now where do you go? How do you rewrap this one? Into Lambo, maybe? Only so many places you can really go. Bomb in a bad spot. And there goes the rest. It's the next round. Fist bumps all the way across. 4-1. 2 rounds away from winning the series.
And PACAF are in deep, deep trouble right now. Connor Central looking confident. Taking out Green Gred there. The Masters of Search and Destroy. Making Hacienda their own. If anything, it's looking even more comfortable than the Raid S&D did. And you feel now, for PACAF, this is last chance saloon. Coming back from 5-1 will be an impossible challenge. But you make this 4-2, there is a world where you can still get the job done. But it has to be virtually perfect Search and Destroy from here on.
Yeah. That's the thing, man. It's got to be perfect. It's got to be perfect. I don't know what that was. Vengeance.
Was that an English accent or an Irish
close,
accent?
Dude.
I couldn't tell.
I'm getting a little tired where it's just starting to seep out a little bit. Just a little. And that's another quick round in the books. 1-1. Vengeance. Wept. Oh, man, this is a hell of a 1v1 to have. One of the most aggressive gunnies versus one of the most cerebral players you got. Oh, come on.
And to make or break gunfight as well for PACAF. This is your last chance. It comes down to Wept. This is your opportunity. And how are the timings going to play into favor as well? Vengeance rotating around, albeit a little bit slower. And Wept playing that defense. The timings may work out if he gets that plant down on A right now. And he is. Vengeance getting a little bit blessed on the 50-50 between the bombs. Now he's going to need to get somewhere safe.
Nice.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got timing for you. Checking every spot except the one he's in. This will be a very interesting round. Surely not a ninja. surely not. Sees him.
There we go.
Got him. Yeah, nicely played by Wept. That's a must-win round.
Yeah, that was huge. That was absolutely huge from Wept. And to be honest, both players had ran so far, done that many laps around different areas, that it comes down to nothing more than just a little bit of COD timing in the end up. But that's what you play for in the 1v1s. You just hope it falls in your lap, falls in your favor. And this time around, it falls in their favor, and they don't let it slip. Wept, crucial kill, keeping his side in it. Now need to garner a little bit of momentum. Need to try and do something on the offense themselves, and that's where it's going to be difficult. Chaining these offensive rounds together. Just about managing to hold on defense.
Yeah.
Now they got to get 2 in a row.
And that nade should at least give a check. It doesn't. That one will. Oh, still avoids it. And burn. Wow, what a read from Charms and WASD to work together on the pinch. Botting up on the double. Keeping their numbers alive. We're not even 30 seconds into the round and it's done. And it is one round that makes the difference. 5-2. Good Lord.
Well, doing all that hard work to fight back. Just for it to crumble as quick as he got it. That was a tough one. And now, one round away from dropping this one. PACAF, they fought hard, but they just don't have what it takes in the search and destroys, it seems. Kaunas Central in the ascendancy, with WASD 9-3 as well. Phenomenal performance from him. Will they get it over the line in this round? Bomb in hand for WASD, charging towards the A site.
Nice pick. And just can't get out. Plays it like Zuma, though. It's good for one. It's good enough. Bomb could go down for free. They don't know it, but they could have put so much pressure on the defense to have to get back into a quick wrap to Bomb. And they're going to just go default on the recounter. Okay. WASD can't find the kill. Gets out with his life somehow. And then they just got him. Oh my God, I'd be talking smack too if I was shooting like that. That was nasty and disgusting. Two of the best teams playing against each other you're ever going to see in this tournament. And they made it look clinical.
Wow. I mean, so close between them until the search destroys. And it just, at times, looks like men versus boys. And it really just goes to show how differently respawn versus non-respawn plays. Because, you know, sometimes you forget, you know, you watch so much Call of Duty, you think, oh, it's just search and destroy next. But it's such a different beast that if you just can't perfect it to your game, where it's not the game mode that you really came from in terms of improving your prowess as a COD player, it really shows in those key moments. You know, the swing of a map 2, the clutch of a map 5, the search and destroy is just pivotal to have in your repertoire as being a top mode. You can't afford not to be good at search and destroy. And when you come up against the experience, the experts of S&D, then it's just it's a whole different ball game.
It really is, man. And look, we've harped on it before about S&D being the deciding factor to win championships, how it can, you know, it can win you a series outright, it can extend the series if you're struggling in the respawn, and we got that here today. This was a squad that comes in, they lose the opening hardpoint in pretty dominant fashion. It looked close, and it was a stretch for Scar, but they had some heroics in the end. It doesn't quite work out. They go into the S&D, they clutch up on raid and do so quite well. They then go into the overload and play great. They go into a falling hardpoint, send it basically the distance, and then come in here on Hacienda and make it look easy. I mean, here's a look at the series layout. It was a very consistent respawn day for them, but when it came to like playing lives and playing through those gunfights, team shots on the raid, on the overload, and on the Hacienda, this team is just a different beast. They are one of the teams that's obviously a key to watch, a squad that could take down the likes of anybody they go against, but specifically an undefeated PACAF, and they clearly do it here. This is a squad that people should be worried about going forward because they have champions on their team and they're just that good. This was a hell of a performance in the S&Ds, really.
Yeah, but you do have to say as well, though, with PACAF, will they be feeling like, damn, this series really should have been ours? Because, again, going back to the original Search and Destroy, where they felt like they maybe should have gotten it over the line, and then that control, or excuse me, overload, where that should have been theirs. It should have been theirs. They were up 3-2, a capitulation in the back quarter of the game, just completely flipping it on its head. And, I mean, you take the context of that Colossus after the fact, they would have managed to just about scrape a win on that map 3. They've been feeling dominant going into a Colossus and then getting the win in the fashion that they did. They definitely would have got that. I don't think that would have switched up at all, the Colossus, if depending on how that map 3 went. So this series could have very easily gone a very different way. Like the Search and Destroys is ultimately being the huge difference maker, but that overload was a huge loss for PACAF.
It was. I mean, it's tough. That's kind of wedged at map 3 in the series. Obviously, at that point, we'd already played the Respawn. We've already played the S&D, and it felt like, all right, this is the one that can really, set the stage for what we expect from both Jake and company and what we get from PACAF for how they're able to bounce back in the series. And yeah, it just felt like one after the other, we were starting to see this team get online, get comfortable, and after that opening hard point, they certainly looked comfortable, man. This was a really good series, and hopefully just an opening welterweight fight for what we should get later on in the tournament. This is only day 1, but that was some of the highest level in terms of like tier 2 COD you're going to get. That was some of the best you're going to get in these types of events. That is 4 championship level players on each team going back to back, head to head against this thing, and it just looked excellent. Conus versus PACAF, of course. Conus do take it in there, but we do have ourselves a interview down on the floor. So with that, let's jump on over to the floor with our interview, and let's talk with some of the winners. I believe we have Vengeance down with our interviewer. Let's take it away.
Live back again. The best competition we've seen on stream all day. That was a tough match. Yeah. It was really close down to the wire. Congratulations on your win. I got Vengeance with me from Team
Central Alpha.
Central Alpha. They played again PACAF. That was a tough match, but being the first match of kind of your tournament, the biggest contending match, what was it like to take the win on that matchup?
It feels good. It's a great confidence booster for the remainder of the tournament. We knew they were going to be tough, and it went down to the wire, so it feels great, though.
Absolutely. What's it like to have your team on LAN, players next to you, the vibe? I know you guys play almost every night online, scrimming and playing your 8s. What's it like to have your team with you?
It's a surreal feeling looking over to the right and like looking at each other and commenting to each other rather than through the headset. So it's cool. It's awesome. It's great.
Yeah, you guys are a big momentum team, right? High energy on those high moments. Love to watch it. I wanted to ask you, what are you looking for in these next couple days, right? This is just day 1. You got many days ahead of you. What's next for you and your team?
It's a great question. Obviously, we're going to have probably plenty more rematches with PACAF. So those, and just rising to the occasion for whoever we play. It doesn't really matter who we play. We just got to rise to the occasion and bring our best game for whoever we're playing against. So.
Absolutely, Vengeance. And I saw you got some family support. Love to see it here. Congrats, man. Yeah. Big win. I want to say congratulations to you and your team. That's it for the winning team. We're going to go ahead and bring on one of the members, one of the fraggers of the losing team, the good matchup. We got Breadwinner with us from the PACAF team. Breadwinner, that was a tight match. What do you think was one of the biggest deciding factors of that matchup?
The S&Ds. S&Ds was, if we can clean up our S&Ds, then obviously we could take that series easily.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and even in those hard points, it's a little bit closer. Mm-hmm. So you win 1 or 2 gunfights in there, and you win the series regardless. But overall, you were the top frag in the lobby. So the stat of the day is he got 125 kills in that game alone. What is it like out there, frying everyone that comes across your barrel?
Yeah, that Colossus was insane. I was flying at everybody. I mean, I don't think they've been beat like that in Colossus, in scrims or anything. So it felt great, but obviously hurts to lose the S&Ds. And
yeah, I don't care how many guns, skills, how many kills I get. I want to win the map as well. So I feel you there. Going into tomorrow, going into the rest of the round robin matches, what are you guys going to do a little bit differently?
I think clean up the simple stuff. If everyone practices hardpoint, and if we're winning the hardpoints, that shows that we're a true competitor to win the event. So if we can clean up S&D, that's easy. So clean up our simple stuff and take it in tomorrow.
Absolutely, boss. What are you looking forward to next couple days coming up? What team do you want to play again?
I want to see Central again. I also want to see West with their true roster. They've been playing with a sub, so I want to see West Alpha with their true roster and see how good they are as well. So think those are the top 3 contenders for the tournament right now, us and them.
I agree. They're playing with a substitute right now. Smoke's coming in. He'll be finishing out the competition. So I appreciate you, Brad. Thank you for everything you do. And that goes back to you on the desk, back to the casters.
It's great to see the vibes are still high after a long day at COD, and I love that point about the Colossus. Like, look, if you catch a team kind of slacking on a map that they shouldn't be getting blown out on, you take advantage of that all day, every day. But it just seemed like, they came in with the game plan. They recognize when it works, and they full send. I mean, the gunnies didn't slow down at all today.
No, absolutely not. It was just 100 miles an hour from the word go. I mean, on the Colossus, they were just feeling like confident in being able to be aggressive, and we're just able to take full advantage of that throughout. It was a really strong performance in that regard. But going back to Vengeance and his comments as well, again, love just a couple of things that he had to say, of feeling confident of playing together with his team in LAN as well. It is such a surreal feeling, and I'm delighted for all the players who have that opportunity as well to be able to play with people that they're so often playing with online. It's a great privilege that they're able to have, and I think regardless of how it goes for any of the teams that are competing here today, it's an experience that they'll always take with them. The fact that they all travel up to a venue for people that they're so fond of, and sit and play games together to compete at this level. It's a true privilege, I think.
All experience is experience at the end of the day, and you said it best. Look, playing in a LAN environment, it is a privilege for sure. It is an unbeatable experience for these players, and hopefully for those who maybe had a slow start on the respawns, they can take today in stride, learn what they need to come back tomorrow much stronger. But that concludes Black Ops 7 competition, at least for today on day 1. We got one more bracket of matches to get through for Rocket League before we close out today's broadcast. But until we get there, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we conclude day 1 here at the championships with Rocket League. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you in a minute. Hello, folks. Welcome back into the final bit of broadcast here for tonight. Spaceman Zebcast joining you guys here for the final bit of action. And we got ourselves some Rocket League to round out all of the chaos we've had here for day one of this 2026 World Championship for AFG. It is not disappointed by any stretch. We're not going to waste a lot of your time here. We're going to take a look quickly at the group stage standings so far for Rocket League. And Zep, talk to me. I mean, is there anything outside of Kona Central West and that whole team? Is there anything outside of them that has been surprising to you and ignoring the 11 goal differential?
Oh, I mean, look, I think we talked about the Rocket League before. That feels like it is splitting into a set of three or sets of two, I should say. You know, the two at the top, the two in the middle, and the two at the bottom. And it feels like we're already kind of fallen into that state. And you know, with this next game we have coming up now, Kona's Mountain B versus USAFE. It unfortunately just looks like, you know, you have Mountain B, who are pretty even on the goal differential, going up against a side who, you know, pretty low, haven't been really able to get anything from their games as of yet. It should be one that goes the way of Mountain B, but for USAFE, you would like to think that this is maybe their last chance to, you know, just pull some of the numbers back. You know, they still have a couple of games left to play. Make the numbers a little bit more respectable. Like, if you struggle to do it at this stage, then it's really not going to be looking good for you going forward as we take a look at the roster there. And I remember, again, covering these guys, a very, very good squad. It was a pleasure to watch them. So it's a shock to see them down 2-0 here, but maybe they have an opportunity to turn it around in the last game of the evening.
All you can hope is for one good push at the end of the day. Too fast to slow up. Doodle, Big Red, US AFE on the other side. Conus Mountain B, Buck, Sir Sizzly, and Monk Dribble. This is gonna be a match, man. I honestly don't have predictions. I really don't know who's gonna win it. All I know is that Conus in general today has been lights out in Rocket League, and very excited to see if they can do the same here in this match. Also, the fact that their COD teams have just stepped up and produced across the board, but this is the one for the marbles of the end of the day. And as you get an idea, we barely do, well, we do actually, I don't want to lie to you guys, we do predictions at times, and I'm gonna do one more. I'm only gonna say this because it's just because of the fact that their name is Conus. I'm taking them in this one 4-1. I think we're gonna get another, you know, masterclass day from the Conus squads, but I don't think we're gonna get 15-1 game like we had in our last Rocket League match. I think we'll get something a little bit closer, hopefully. Fingers crossed, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, it does feel like it'll be closer, right? I mean, look, I'm going to hang my hat out and say that, you know, USAFE haven't had the best day, all in all, and I think it's going to be time to throw them some love here at the end of day one. So I'm going to go for USAFE. Again, I've covered these lads before. I know they have it in the locker. They have what it takes. So we'll be hoping for them that they can get at least one W on the board here at the end of day one.
That would be lovely. We get everybody a chance to go around the bend here and really round out the rest of the day. That would be wonderful. Quick look in at the tournament overall as a live look inside the venue. Shout out to production for getting this quick picture-in-picture. And as you can see, the Rocket League boys are warming up, ready to go as we get some of the COD players on the back end and more chances for, again, Rocket League to make itself known as it always does. About a couple extra moments before the players are good to go and get into game. And when they are, we'll get this one underway. Last match of the day here for day one of this championship. Been a great one so far, man. We've had the full expression of games from sweeps to not 100-point clubs, but still we've had all kinds of blowouts in the Rocket League matches alone. And very curious to see how long the series will go and what really we get out of it. But only one way to find out. You guys know the deal. Let's get into it. Excited to see how this game one kicks off underway. 5 minutes on the clock. As you know, best of 7 series. You win this, you continue to round out your round robin groups. You lose it, well, you better hope that the math gods are on your side, because head to head can be brutal.
It absolutely can. And look, in terms of the way that this one may shape out, we don't think it'll be as such disparity as we've seen before, but I mean, whether or not we see it be one that goes 4-0 or 4-1, I mean, I wonder how many games we're actually going to see in this series, because we seem to have been saving the longest to last. I mean, the recent Call of Duty that we just had on broadcast going all the way to the map at number 5. So it seems to be, you know, whatever way these brackets are working out, that's by this stage in the day, we're finding the most even matchups take place. And, you know, this could be one that goes all the way, right? I mean, USAFE definitely on the back foot, definitely the underdog side at this point, but I think a roster that I have, you know, belief in to be able to pull it back. But again, it'll be interesting to see going into map one or match one, excuse me. Will we see sort of a large skill disparity? How is it going to fare out? We're just going to have to see. I mean, if it's a little more even across the board in terms of what the players seem to be able to do, then we have a bit of a series on our hands.
We do. I just want to see a series. Is that too much to ask? No, it's really not. Just give me something impressive, something special to close out today. Best of 7, USAFB, Conus Mountain B. That one's in, and that is a long field shot downfield, a booming ball, if you will, for the first goal.
Yeah, I mean, just a terrific block, really. Big Red was getting up there early, and Monkey Man just had the read of it, just getting there perfect, and no one on defense, because no one was expecting the block to come in as well as that. Terrific first goal to get, again, just getting in the way of everything, making life awkward to begin with right off the bat.
Opening 50, still looking pretty good. Haven't seen too much of either team just yet, just a bit of fanfare, but still curious how offenses will look and when the separation does kick in, right? We've seen it earlier today within the first minute. You kind of get a feeling of who the better team is. This one feels like it'll be a little bit closer than our last match. Off the sidewall, picking up for free. Handoff.
Oh, wow.
My goodness. It looks good. A bit of a Blue Angel action downfield.
That was absolutely crazy. Just the wee touch to completely take the pace out of the ball, undo the defenders while still having it on target. Absolute perfection. Already early doors. Just Conus Mountain B starting off at a whole different level. But you say, we haven't really seen what they have yet. They still may have something going forward. And it may sound like I'm trying to manifest that, but we are just hoping for a closer game than we had the last time around. Because for those of you that missed that last Rocket League game, it was an interesting watch, to say the least.
It was long for all the wrong reasons, you know? It was waiting for those goals to go through. This one, I already see it in a couple of interesting mechs off the sidewall, so got a feeling we're looking at high GC, if not low SSL players, which even the difference between low SSL and, you know, top 8, top 16 NASSL is its own rank system, so it's an entirely different beast, even at this level. But already some threatening shots, and it looks like USA, if you're very comfortable playing past the midfield so far, let's see if they can really orchestrate a drive here.
And there was a great save a couple of seconds ago there. Yusefi had a great shot. I'm not sure who it was on the goal line, but really doing a great job of getting across and getting a good clearance through as well. So finally, Yusefi showing a little bit of what they can do on offense, but it still does not seem to be able to match what Conus Mountain B are bringing on their offense, because that has a third goal through. And I have to say, again, when they go forward, it's looking a little bit too easy for them. Yusefi are not showing much on the defense yet.
So far, 3-0 is not really much to think twice about. It's just been consistent. Collected throughout the opening 2 minutes. I mean, at some point, there's got to be a response. I say that. No guarantee. Punches it over that second defender. Defense falls back. In transition, though, the ball continues. Conus Mountain still going to hold it here. Free pop. Free clear. Free boost. What a bounce. And a better read as they'll try to take it around the backboard. And finally, for USAFE, a chance now to put a shot towards the net as they do.
And good saves coming through as well. Again, not providing not too much of an issue, but they had to be dealt with and managing to deal with them well. Conus Mountain looking to get this one set up now. Buck with the second touch, taking it into the corner. A Big Red getting this one clear, trying to send it up. Doodle's there to help. We're seeing now they're trying to push it through now on the offense. Conus, it looks like Yusefi have, I think, locked in a little bit more on the defense at the very least.
Yeah.
Look a little bit more put together than they did the last 2 minutes.
It's definitely been a slower minute and a half than it was the opening 2 between those 3 goals and the speed of the game. It's climbed down quite a bit. Interesting wheel choice. Love the differences we see between the decals of all players. Always great to see. This Buck is up for it. Needing some help. We'll take it to the corner. Avoids a demo. Buck, full tank. Drops it. In more place here. Again, a power shot to the backboard. Can't quite get the finish, but minute 28, still a 3-goal game. It's looking pretty good for Conus.
Yeah, it's looking at this stage like Conus have this map 1 locked down. But I'm also, I'm looking at USAF and I'm like, okay, well, the defense seems to be holding. That's something to take in a game 2. Have game 1 be a write-off and know that at least your defense holds in game 2, and you can maybe do something on the offense. So on the overall, I don't think they'll have too many complaints considering how poor it looked to begin with. It's been a fairly good recovery in terms of just making sure that they're, you're not losing any more blood. You've stopped the flow. Now you just need to start doing some damage yourself, which they do, getting 1 through.
And there it is. Just needed something right to go their way. Bit of an errant touch. Was looking for more of a skim out to the midfield. Picked up the boost with it. But the defense gets caught lacking. We'll take that for USAFE. Again, we're seeing more and more players over the last year or so commit to keyboard and mouse for Rocket League. It's still niche. It's still not as widely accepted as obviously Controller has been, but the scene is growing, and it's always fun to see players like Buck running the keyboard and mouse and having to flick their mouse as they try to do a flip reset or turn their car around. It's always interesting to watch. So far, it's working. 3-1, trying to hold on to the lead here. Kicked back out to the midfield and picked up once again. Defense will get out for now.
There is nothing worse I could imagine than trying to play Rocket League and keyboard and mouse. I genuinely think that would be my worst nightmare. It'd be like telling me to paint a painting with my feet. Like, I couldn't do it. It feels like it's a different language to me.
It is like playing with a Wii remote. It's just, it breaks your brain. It makes no sense. But the players who do it are absolutely cracked out. And it's awesome. I just can't be one of them. I'll always be Controller. And with that, I will always be good for a 3-1 game. In game 1, Cronus Mountain B. 1 for the road? Yeah. 4-1 for Buck. He had a hat trick. Here's the keyboard mouse god. And game 1 goes the way of Cronus Mountain B, as they will take a 1-0 series lead and do so very comfortably.
And the buck stops with Buck as he gets the job done. Hat-trick hero in hand. And a confident victory there. And yeah, I mean, looking comfortably the better team, I have to say. Again, is it quite to the same disparity we've seen in our previous Rocket League game? I don't think so. But, I mean, is it in the territory of having potential to be a 4-0 at this current state, the current moment in time? I think so. Unless we see a massive change up here from USAFE, if they find some sort of formula to just do better going forward and to cause more of an issue, then I don't really see where they pull a game, unless it's like sneaking a 1-0. They're just not getting themselves in the game enough. But look, if there's any game to have a rough game on, it is game 1. And in the first Rocket League series that we've seen of the evening, we seen that be, a little bit all over the place in game 1, but became very close by the time we saw it finish. So we know sometimes it takes teams a couple of games to get warm, and USAFE, I think, will have something to offer here that we're yet to see.
Now, luckily for them, it's a best of 7, man. You got a bit of time to stretch this one out. Just want to see it actually execute on the field. We'll make sure all players are good to go. This certainly feels like we are winding up for an electric finish here today of day 1 of this championship. But so far, it has not disappointed with a hat trick from our keyboard and mouse player. I think our resident KBM for Rocket League here at the event. We'll see how game 2 fares in comparison. First goal went the way of Cronus Mountain B. This time, a little midfield pass. Looked good. It was, but accuracy just a bit off.
Trying to go for the early goal, but already USAFE are just trying to up the pace a little bit here and cause an early issue going forward. Trying to get the cross in. It's not quite there. Can they put it back in the danger zone? They absolutely can. Doodle on the follow-up, but Buck is there to clean up. And now they're having to chase back. Buck is there, though, to try and tap that in, but Big Red, huge on the defense, putting it on to the post. But already a strong offense has turned into a dangerous defense now as they try to hang on as Cronus Mountain go forward.
At least we changed up the grind from game 1. No longer just a 1-goal affair to begin. It was a bit of a slower start in game 1 for sure. This time, though, a minute burned. 1 shot apiece. Not too bad. And just gets that one out of the danger zone. That was about to be very tricky. And cleared right over again. So the offense split for now. Cronus Mountain going to have to send 1 at this, and they will split the field. Still working on boost. Resets into the wall. Plays it on the undercarriage, and still just tries to get a hand around it, but taken away once more. The offense still in a position to make a play. Too fast to slow. Sends it on its way, and Doodle will clear it out to the midfield, but taken away. Buck again. Does he have the reset? Oh, yeah, he does. It bounces awkwardly, but damage done. They can keep the offense up here and try to push this defense back.
And a minute and a half with no goal. We're starting to see it become pretty competitive now between these two sides. As you say, Fee, still looking a bit more on the back foot, but look as if they can hold their own now. But Conus Mountain still looking strong, still looking dangerous when they go forward, but need to make sure they're on lock on defense as well, because they know now that Yusefi have upped the pace and they can't be caught lacking in the back end. They got to keep it locked down. Big Red moving it forward, taking off pretty quickly. The shot coming through. That is as clinical as it gets on the counter, nabbing it off Big Red and rifling it off the crossbar and in.
He beat 2. Just had to get the last defender being the crossbar this time. And absolutely nailed it. Ardowski, love to see it. All right. Keeping it going. First goal on the board. Now for USAFE. And they fight their way back.
Well, you know, I think they're a side that can. They certainly have it in their locker to at least get one back. They just can't let the heads drop. Fight tooth and nail for every goal. Nearly getting something through there. But it is being dealt with. Big Red to send it right back up into that danger zone though. Can he get the cross? He can. That's a good touch. Doodle's there. But he can't quite reach it. Too fast, too slow. Trying to keep it in the corner. Control the possession and the pace of the play himself. But Big Red's there to get it cleared up. And they're stretching Conus Mountain Bravo a little better now. They're just moving them across the pitch, dictating the play a bit more themselves. But ultimately, they needed to pay off with a goal. 2 minutes left. They've got plenty of time. But they need to start drawing out, at the very least, a couple of saves.
Would love to get something here. A long reach of the Dominus might help. Well, that's shaky on the defense. Still, though, they're getting it out. Third man, not much of a factor on the play. Loses the 50. And they lose the boost grab in the process. Buck just burning boost to keep the ball tipped over the last defender. Dangerous spot to be in if you're USAFE. Really don't want to be stuck here on low boost.
No, and I say Conus Mountain B would be happy enough just to ping crosses left, right, and center, run this clock down, even if they're not going to present any real danger. Just keep the pressure on, keep control of the halfway line, and take this as a 1-0 if needs be. Maybe even a 2-0 if they can have the crosses work out a bit more successfully. But so far, they're looking comfortable in this last 30 seconds to a minute, just taking pop shots on the goal. Again, scoring not the primary focus, just keeping that ball occupied. And they're not really breaking a sweat in this defense right now.
It's a great pass. Oh, just sends it the wrong direction. I don't know if that was a back pass or was don't have enough power behind it, so I have to kind of kill the shot so don't get counterattacked. But either way, you got to commit. Losing time is not going to help. Doodle, sidewall. Nowhere to go with it. High off the back wall. Easy clear. Gives you some room to breathe. That will certainly help. Double commit for the pinch, but right back to the midfield line, and there it goes. And I think if you're Conus Mountain, you're like, okay, we'll just keep boom balling this downfield, and as long as they're not sending 2 at a time, there's no reason to have to send the house. We missed the shot. We almost had a 2-0 game, but we can just kill time. We can just rip it from midfield, let the clock run out, and they do. Got to keep it up on 0 seconds. Can they do it? Catches, dribbles, over 1. Gonna bounce sharply, and that'll do it. 2-0 lead in the series. Conus Mountain B. Full collected, consistent, 1-0 lead in the game gives them a 2-0 in the series.
Disciplined, very disciplined. Just getting that one goal and then locking it down in the defense, sort of having a best form of defense is offense mentality for a large part of that game. Just keeping it above the halfway line. Again, not going for that killer blow to the point where they were leaving themselves exposed. Just holding on, having the rotations in place, making sure everyone was in the right place at the right time, pinging crosses in, trying to force something without getting overzealous, because the pressure wasn't on them to be overzealous. They picked up the goal. The pressure was on their opponents, and their opponents simply could not find the answer. Disciplined defense, very, very well played. And again, from USAFE, we haven't seen much of them on offense. A couple of moments here and there, but we've not really seen them, even when they apply the pressure, we've not really seen them actually make anything out of that pressure with a couple of strong shots.
That might just be the difference, man. Sometimes it's moments where you have the look and you don't feel confident in the shot, and that tells you everything you need to know. But you got to keep shooting to get through that brick wall. Down 2 in the series. Again, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but you got to start running at some point. You got to get something on the board. I want to believe that he's playing with blindfolds the entire time, and I'm going to choose to believe that because it's better for my own storytelling. Oh, no, he pulled it up. Well, I was feeling for a moment. I was like, there is no way he is full on just Jedi mind tricking this team, but it was fun to believe.
Nah, listen, I reckon when they go 1-0 up, I think the blindfolds come down and he gets better somehow. You know,
that would be the case.
He can see the code, you know.
If he's playing on UE6 with that thing on, that's credit to him.
Hell yeah. Actually, does anyone know when that UE6 update is out?
I do, but I'm not allowed to say.
Oh,
I can't say. I'm not saying nothing. Ooh. He will. Batman could not beat it out of me if he tried. I don't need it. Epic Legal sniping me.
Dedication to the cause. Epic Games is a true trooper right here.
That's right.
I want you to know that I'll be torturing him after broadcast.
That's true. I can't say what'll happen, but I can confirm it will happen.
Well, 50 seconds gone, and again, we're seeing a ping sort of back and forth here, but no real menace really from either team as of yet. It's a little bit of a back and forth. Game 3, the momentum kind of resets. You know, Conus Mountain, they fought long and hard for a good win on that map too, keeping the clean sheet. Now it's just about seeing what USAFE are going to be up to next, because they're in the driver's seat and they're waiting to see what the opposition is going to try and do, because they know they have the ability to adjust, and they know that USAFE are going to have to try and adjust because they have no choice. They got to change it up because what they're doing isn't enough. What they're doing now, though, this game 3 seems to be enough. Propping it up, and too fast, too slow up, getting up in the air, slamming that one down, taking the lead for the first time in this series.
We've seen something to bounce your way, man. It's a good center off the backboard, right place, right time. Second striker steps up in the box, and having boost in the tank certainly helps. Definitely a good sign of things to come. Can they rally this into some momentum? Can they rally it into a second counterattack? That's the question. Big Red. Try and just keep it alive. Too fast to slow up, has to play off zero boost now, excuse me. Sir Sizzly in the ceiling. All the way down through the 50, almost pinched it in. But starting to see a little bit more of that offense open up as Konos Mountain B are happy to play the solo game.
Yeah, they'll take their time. They're not going to be in any real rush. But in saying that, USAFE know that they have a pretty strong defense themselves. So will they be content to potentially try and play for a 1-0 win? But Buck, though, on the counter.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
He double
what
reset
an answer back.
Look at this double reset on zero boost. 1, bang. 2, it's disgusting. That's just nuts. Full court double reset, zero boost. And he's on KBM. Keep that in mind.
Oh, every time you mention it, I just kind of curl up a little bit, you know.
Insane, man.
Oh, I don't even like people playing keyboard and mouse in Call of Duty. Never mind Rocket League.
Good, fair point. Good shout. Oh, come on.
Oh.
Nice save. Another? Bang.
Oh, barely sending that
close.
through.
Close. Starting to feel it.
Yeah, they're getting into a bit of a rhythm here, but USAFE, I think, feeling themselves a little bit more in this series as well. They're going to try and send that one through, but Buck is there to deal. Buck's going to get the second touch as well, which will act as a cross. Now the chase across the post. He's just about too far away. So close. Just played the wrong side of the ball, but it's going to go through the shot. Bit of sloppy on the defense. And let's punish Sir Sizzly. Cooking it up Storm here.
Yeah,
it's just there, too fast, too slow. Well, that is just a little bit of, it's a bit of miscommunication, not making sure that that ball is being cleared, and you'll get punished at this level for those kind of mistakes.
Absolutely will. We've seen earlier teams that can individually break it down 1v3 on mechanics alone. Like, those are the things that just fundamentally at this level of Rocket League, you just can't do. But communication can be fixed. And now the takeaway. Down by 1. Plays the underneath, gets the reset. Okay, Big Red, I see what you're doing. From the corner. Oh my God. Am I watching Chicago? Am I watching Prime G2 Chicago? What is this?
Wow. What a shot.
Hey, Buck. Yeah.
That's the type of shot I pull off when no one's watching and I have absolutely zero proof.
At least you pull it off. That's the type of shot that I go for and still don't hit, even when nobody's watching. Can't get that. That's just next level. Come on, Buck.
Can't believe as well we're seeing the likes of Buck on the keyboard and mouse. I had actually a cousin of mine who was unbelievable at Fortnite on the iPad, and that's quite frankly what I want to see next. I want to see someone pull out the iPad and hook that up and play Rocket League on that.
I've seen people with the Nintendo DS use the Joy-Cons and go crazy. So I mean, there's room. Wherever there's the game, you build it, and the gamers will come.
That's a good idea for LANs. Is that we'll do LANs, but only with weird controllers, like N64 controllers or whatever. Like just random
I could
controllers.
get down with that. That'd be awesome.
A switcheroo, but the switcheroo is just all controllers.
Every round you must change controllers. That would be kind of awesome. Let's give them some ideas, AFG, for next year.
Yeah, AFG, patent pending on that idea, guys. So you better rush to get that one over the line.
It is hotly contested. We will take our pay cut as well. Oh, come on. Oh, it was right there.
Oh, the cross through as well. Doodle, missing that one. And you do wonder a little bit with Yusefi when they start missing ones like that. Have the heads gone?
Yeah,
because
probably.
what I will say about Yusefi, they put up a great fight, right? That game too, only losing by 1. They were very, very strong in the overall. And again, I feel like had moments where they could be threatening, but I feel like in giving their all, they've only been able to slow down the inevitable as opposed to stop it. And at that point, all you got to do is just go for these silly risks, kind of knowing that it's probably not going to work out, and that's where the head loss kind of comes through. And on the precipice now, imminent, being 3-0 down here in this best of 7, the 4-0 loss looking on the cards, and Yusefi looking like they're going to be going 0-3 for their day here of Rocket League action this evening. Not the position they're going to want to be in, as Conus Mountain B are dominating proceedings here.
Only one more needed. That is it. Up 3-0 in the series, and Buck, I mean, if we get an interview, I want to talk to Buck first and foremost about the double reset across the field, but two, the fact that this man is playing the way he is, hitting a couple of Zen shots on a KBM. I mean, come on. It doesn't get better than that, and it's pretty wonderful to see this still at this level, that KBM has some success as it does here. Good Lord, just one away. Maybe the sleep mask comes out for this one. We'll find out, but this has been a very steady affair. Not as contested as you'd see like in COD. It's all respawn here and all momentum based. Rocket League can be a very brutal game.
Is there a world where we see something pulled back? I mean, it's very hard to say at this point. It is looking like it is a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen. The Rocket League. I mean, this is what's kind of crazy about Rocket League, right? And this is coming from someone, who's Call of Duty is his favorite game of all time when it comes to competitive, right? But even I, the Call of Duty glazer, right, can admit this right here and now. The skill, depth, and variety of Rocket League is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I mean, you have to consider that every single team we're seeing here has virtually been a champion of their own specific region, and has come into this event today, and we are seeing such a clear split between top 2, middle 2, and bottom 2. And these are all players who are at the very top end, respectively, of all of this, of what they do, of Rocket League. So it just really just goes to show that the skill difference throughout every single level of Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean, it's look, the players in this lobby are SSL. That's the highest rank you can get in the game, and yet they are still, in a lot of regards, 5 or 6 or 7 leagues below what top NA Rocket League is going to give you, at least in the top 16 level. Not even professional. Like, being the top rank in Rocket League does not mean that you are guaranteed to be good and competitive. It's just, it is a different beast of a game. It is so difficult, but it's credits to the competition of how good these players have gotten over the years. Of even if they're not pros, it doesn't matter. They are putting on high level tier 2 at almost collegiate level Rocket League. And the fact that they're doing it in such easy style is nothing to sneeze at. It's awesome to watch. And let's see if we get another goal on the board here. Yeah,
Wow.
there we go, baby. Play the rebound. Big Red punches it through. Tie game.
I mean, initially it was a great block in that save, right? That was not an easy position to make the save from, and making was it a double save in the end up, but pinching out across to a USAFE player and managing to even this one back up. Will they sniff a chance to get a match on the board here? It's probably their best opportunity to do so.
Certainly want to rally this if you can. I mean, you're down 3-0. Defense has to step up. Offense just has to stay contesting. Sir Sisley is good for 1 in the game. 2 from the field. Trying to wrap it around. Monkey Man not able to squeeze it. And there goes Sisley up next. Cuts into the lane. Plays it a bit high. Trying to sneak it in. Doesn't even need to touch it. Won't even kiss on the crossbar. Just floats its way through.
Just the perfect touch. Weighted absolutely to perfection. Big Red can't get there. Lofted over the top. 3 minutes 43 to go. Conus Mountain B are just that amount of time away from taking this series 4-0. USAFE, they have time to answer back. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they've gotten more than 1 goal in any one of these games they've played against Conus Mountain. So they got to step up their standard here if they want to even take 1 match away from this series now.
Yep. You're going to have to outscore your best plays so far, which might be 2 goals. That one will not get overzealous at the midfield. Losing the midfield grab, though, is never going to help. And just down to playing chase at this point, and then you're probably going to favor the team with the mechanics, which happens to be Conus Mountain B. Double. No, way too strong of a touch. Tried to catch it, just not here. Gets around the last of that rotation. Third man picks it up. Buck killing time. Resets over the defender. Throws it back into no man's land. And Sisley will be happy to play free ball here. So this is another instance where if you're Conus Mountain B, you can just poke this one downfield as much as you want and kill time.
Yeah, again, just playing comfortable, similarly to how they won the last game, but now they're going to get the chance to double the lead. 3-1. Free goal again. USAFE have had to take a couple of risks going forward, which has left them super exposed at the back, and Sir Sisley is there to get the job done. 3-1. 2.5 minutes remaining. USAFE deeply in the mud right now. And trying to push this one forward as well. Going for another at least. I mean, USAFE definitely have the opportunity to at least get 1 more goal. As they try to send this one on through, but not being able to get the crucial second touch. Buck is there for the clear. And now trying to send this one up again. I mean, look, anything that they get out of this game now, even if they won this match, it would just be a little bit of a consolation prize, you feel. But it would be nice for them to get something, because they're a team, again, I've talked about it before, I've watched them before, I've seen their ability. They're not a side that deserves to be 0-3 at this stage, right?
No,
they're a very, very good squad who I think on a different day would get something, but it just is looking like if anything's going to happen for them, it's going to be at the bottom half of the table, sneaking a result there.
Yep. And sometimes that's just the way it goes in the brackets, man. It's like, all right, we know kind of where our strengths are, where we're going to have to make some improvements for sure. But for now, simply focusing on just kind of working through this series and not making it more difficult than you have to is the name of the game. 118 and counting. Almost punches it through for the 4th at this point. But gotta think, look, feeling still pretty good if you're USAFB. It hasn't been a blowout. It hasn't been a barn burner. Sure, you got kind of dominated in terms of the pace of play, but it could be, look, it could be worse. We've seen matches today that were 10-goal games. This one a little bit more contested, which is always great to see later on in the tournament.
As the clock runs down, Doodle's trying to take it forward. One last opportunity, just flicking it across, trying to control the pace a bit themselves. Goes under Monkey Man. But Sisley's there, trying to send it up. And Buck also there at the block, dropping it into a dangerous position, but too fast, too slow. Is there for the cover. Across though, over the defender's head. It's perfect. It drops down, but the defense is there. Buck nearly with another. But the defense are hanging on. 15 seconds remaining. The last action of Rocket League for the day here on day 1. It's going to end with Conus Mountain B taking the series 4-0. Yusefi yet to pick up a series, and they are in the mud as this game draws to a close.
One for the road. Oh, you might just get it. That's cheeky. They combine for the double. Steal it from your teammate, why don't you? 4-1 will be the final score. All smiles, all GGs, and the fist bumps, but I gotta know what the hell's going on with Buck, because this dude is on the KBM and he is playing like Zen. It's absolutely disgusting. Love to see it. Conus have just dominated today, both in Call of Duty and Rocket League. Couple of sweeps for the Rocket League side of things, but this has been a day for sure. This day 1 here of this championship has not disappointed. Conus coming in through the Rocket League side and absolutely smashing. So excited to see, or I should say excited to hear this interview and really get an idea of what Buck's feeling like, because after that, I mean, the confidence has to be an all-time high.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, just a dominant, phenomenal performance from start to finish. You say feet by, you know, they're no slouches whatsoever, right? And the fact that they were made to look the way they were, you know, with the greatest respect to them, it is a testament to what we've seen here today from this side, from Conus Mountain B. Truly are a top-tier squad. And again, I think our squad are going to be a danger. I'm loving what I'm seeing from the top end of Rocket League here.
Let's look at some of the replays from our last game in the series. Another sweep, another instance where, again, boost can only get you so far. Defense kept them involved. Offense kept them in it. But in the end, a insurmountable opposition in front of them, and that KBM too good. I think it's the mustache, I'm gonna be honest. I think that was the difference maker. It
does give.
Your name's Buck, you got a mustache like that? I mean, good lord, good luck.
Goddamn. You know, I'm actually thinking of getting the mustache back. You know, I've a deceptively decent mustache. It's just that I've grown the beard to cover it.
I think
right?
you should grow
you
it
know,
back. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I think, you know, before I end up going to Paris next week, I think I'm going to get rid of the beard, rock out the mustache, and hopefully it'll give me superpowers. You know, I'll have that moment, that dream moment where someone in Paris calls me up to play and I actually play really well. It's like they need the sub and they're all out of COD players.
Yeah.
So they reach for the Crimson Warrior that is Zepcast, who comes on
They need
board.
a drummer from the crowd. And I know music.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. I don't even play drums, but in my dream, I'm a master drummer here.
Like,
So
I know rhythm, I think. I can do that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's awesome. I mean, man, this was a day of surprises. I think more so surprises of, look, a lot of sweeps, some we didn't quite expect. The Call of Duty really came through. The Black Ops did not disappoint. Rocket League didn't either, but the Rocket League was a little bit more clear cut of who was kind of the favorites so far. And we'll make sure we get our interview ready to go. But I gotta know, man, Zep, we've had a full day of matches for Black Ops 7, for Rocket League, closing out 3 brackets in total. Talk to me. How you feeling about today's matches?
Look, I think today's matches have shown us a little bit of everything, right? You know, in terms of the hard point, we were blessed in the Rocket League, or in the Black Ops, having a lot of great hard point matchups. You know, except for the last one, which I think was, again, maybe 100 points in the difference. But that's just your relatively standard score. We've had one standard score in the midst of a lot of really, really closely contested games. You know, we had a couple of games go all the way. The ones that even didn't go all the way, regardless, they were still very, very close games. So, like, the Call of Duty action, I think, has been incredibly interesting in that, again, I mentioned it earlier on in the broadcast, but you take the same teams, but throw them into a different scenario, a different map set, you could come out with entirely different results. So it's been very entertaining to watch in that regard, because it's been harder to pick out what will happen and harder to say what will happen tomorrow. I think over on the Rocket League, I mean, I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, but I feel like it's been a little bit different, a bit more cut and dry in terms of, again, we're seeing the level being set. We're seeing the tier list of teams sort of form relatively quickly. And it means that kind of going into tomorrow, we know definitely who to be looking out for.
I know who we should be looking out for on this end. It's Buck, and it's an interview on the floor. Let's send it away and get a look at the legend.
A quick, fast, and efficient last game of the day, Rocket League. Buck, how did it go for you in that victory?
I think we played well. I think the result was as expected. I think we thought we were much better than them, and I think we showed that.
Yeah, absolutely. Your team has been dominating. It's been showing that you guys practice quite a bit. What has it been like? You've been practicing for the last couple days. You officially are done with day one. How are you and your team performing?
I think we're playing really well. We haven't played much together as a team, but these past couple days with the practice, we've been getting our play style down, and we've been playing well.
Good. Congratulations to you and your team. Looking forward to the next couple days. Got days ahead of us. Big championship Saturday. What are you looking forward to the most?
Honestly, just hanging out with the guys and keep playing the game. I love Rocket League. Been playing it for a long time, and it's always good to come to these events and keep playing and meeting people.
Absolutely, man. Shout out to you, your team, your teammates. Congratulations on that victory. Easy 4-0. That's going to be it. That's going to conclude our day one at the World Championships. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to send it back to the casters. Congrats, man.
He's a man of few words. It's just Buck. I mean, he just does what he does. He shows up to land and absolutely smokes. I mean, I love it.
He doesn't.
I don't care what he says.
He doesn't talk. He does. You know.
Yeah.
Don't listen
lives.
to it. Don't judge a man by his words. Judge him by his actions, and that's how we're going to judge.
Oh, I
Buck.
thought you were going to say mustache, and I was going to be like, that's so true.
Well,
man.
listen,
That is so true.
that as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the full saying is judge him not by his words, but his actions, and his mustache is the cream of the crop. That's actually how the full saying goes. You know? So
that's true.
You can always trust a man with a mustache. You know, to guide
That's true.
You, to guide
I mean,
you where you need to go.
The poise of the clear, succinct, direct, playing good, happy to be here, play with the friends. I mean, couldn't ask for much more. The fact that the dude put up a hat trick, was hitting shots left and right like Zen, was absolutely phenomenal. And of course, it's only day one of all the action. Obviously, we've concluded our Black Ops 7 event here for day one and Rocket League, but it doesn't mean that we're done with the matches because we have still more to get to. Speaking of, let's take a look at the group stage for both of our games because we've been covering all the action here on the mainstream, and here is a look at the Rocket League group stage as of now. Conus West at 3-0, Conus Central at 3-0, Conus Mountain B at 2-1 on a 4-goal differential, but still at Conus West is that one squad that just dominated earlier. It would probably be up to like 20 overall goal differential if they had played the way they did for the last 2 games of their earlier series, but still Conus having a very, very strong showing here on Rocket League. And now for Black Ops 7, is there any team that's standing out to you, or any faction, I should say, that has been overperforming, underperforming? Is there anything that's been an anomaly for you?
Well, I mean, look, it's something that we'll get into when the bracket comes up on screen, right? I mean, like, what I will say about Rocket League, I mean, that split between the top 3 and the bottom 3, I talked about it being a 2-2-2 split, but I mean, the fact that Conus Mountain B dropped a game at some point today, I think is a real testament to the level that is in that top end, and I cannot wait to get covering one of those games. I think it is going to be so much fun when we get to see one of those top 3 Conus teams go up against each other. It's going to be an absolute barn burner, to say the least. But when it comes to, you know, the Black Ops 7, there's nothing that's particularly like really standing out to me as of yet between these squads, right? I mean, look, I could be misremembering here, and with the Conus Central going 3-0, it shows that maybe I'm completely misremembering. They're a team that's looking fairly solid on the overall, but I think they're kind of a team to beat. But everyone else sort of in that, again, the top, say, 2, 3, and 4, I think are squads that can do the damage. PACAF and Conus West A especially, I think that they're squads that would have the opportunity to go up against Conus Central, whether it be in a winners final, a grand final, and sneak a victory depending on how the map set goes, right? I don't think this Conus Central side are unbeatable. They've just proven to be very, very difficult to beat. But these teams now, over the next 3 days, have plenty of time to learn, get to grips, watch the gameplay, understand, and try to come up with solutions on the back end for what's, again, probably going to be their final time playing in a LAN for Black Ops 7. So it's go big or go home for the level of play you're going to bring within this particular Call of Duty. So if you have any plays in the pocket, it's time to pull them out over these next 3 days.
That's a great point. It will be the last time for Black Ops 7, at least for the competitive year. So who knows if it comes back in the future, but like Zeb said, if you got plays in the pocket and you're just waiting on it, this is the time to stop waiting and pull it out, because you only got a couple more days of action to get to it. But for our schedule for the matches coming up tomorrow, we want to give you a rundown of kind of how things are going to work. We're going to start around 9 a.m. Pacific time, and the first round of COD around 4 will start at 9:30 a.m. Rocket League will follow in round 4 at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, and we go to round 5 and so on, all the way up to the upper round 1 for Call of Duty and Rocket League. So we're starting at 9 a.m. Pacific, and between about every hour and a half is when we're going to start rotating through games between Rocket League round 4, COD round 5, Rocket League round 5, and all the way up to our round 1 of the upper side of the bracket. COD and Rocket League should be kicking off on the upper side around 3:30 p.m., 5:30 p.m., give or take, Pacific time. So if you want to know where to be tomorrow or when to watch the games, 9 a.m. PT, jump on in, watch some Call of Duty Rocket League. We're going back and forth all day. If you're a fan of both games, this is the place to be. And man, it feels great because we kind of just get to sit back and watch COD and Rocket League back and forth as fans of both of these games. It's like a great little 1-2 punch. Like back in the day, we had COD and Halo, we had Halo and Gears. Now we get a little COD and Rocket League, and so far it has not disappointed.
Yeah, and it shakes up the variety, right? You're not just dealing with 2 first-person shooters or 2 whatever style of games. It's a big difference between the 2 of them. So it's nice to change up the flow because, you know, sometimes it can be rough. You know yourself, plenty of experience casting across these games. You'll cast a brilliant game of Black Ops, brilliant game of Call of Duty. You're like, oh my God, this is amazing. And what do you have to go straight into afterwards? Another game of Call of Duty. That may not be quite to the level of what you just seen. Sure. Whereas often the time when you get to switch to Rocket League, you're changing pace, you're changing scene to a point where you're feeling refreshed going back to Call of Duty, then regardless of what you get, whether it's to the level of the previous Call of Duty you saw, and vice versa with the Rocket League as well. It gives that split up so you're always excited for what's coming next.
That's the best way to put it, man, is that it gives diversity, it's a bit of variety, and it always leaves us excited for the next series. It leaves the players without feeling like they're grinding through a tough bracket, and it highlights the best of what this tournament has to offer, and we wouldn't be able to offer any of it without USAA. Once again, the USAA was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with a mission to always be looking after their own and take care of those who need it. You can learn more about USAA at USAA.com. That is USAA.com, and we thank them for being a proud sponsor of this event and for working with us to continue to support esports around the world. And to all the players who have come out today to put on a hell of a performance for day 1 of this World Championship, Zep, final thoughts of the day before we close it out.
And the final thoughts of the day is just I want to give a massive thank you, of course, to, as I said, you gave the massive thank you to the sponsor USAA, a massive thank you to, you know, Air Force Gaming, everyone that's working behind the scenes, putting it on as well, even our you know, the interviewer as well, just doing an absolutely fantastic job with some great questions, each and every player. I mean, and what I love about as well, you know, listening to these interviews, the players have been so, I think, aware of the fact that what this is all for at the end of the day is to just have a good time with friends, with people that you respect, that you love within the community. And I mean, we've both worked around the scene for a long time. You know, you can be a part of lands where sometimes it gets a little bit too serious, and when there's things on the line, you know, it is worth getting serious, but sometimes you kind of have to remember the fundamentals of what's the reason why there's things on the line. Is because people are enjoying playing the game, because people enjoy being here. There's a camaraderie about it, and each one of these players, anytime they've been interviewed, I've just been super aware of that. Yeah, this is the best thing about this is the fact that we all get to be in a room together, and it's sort of beyond all the drama that can happen in the esports scene at any given moment. It brings it kind of right back down to home and to earth as to why we do this, as to why these things happen. So it's been a great thing. And it's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to cover these players on this journey.
Grassroots is where esports started. It is where esports will always have its most native roots, and we're just happy to be here along the way. The journey has been fantastic. We thank everybody on production and the event management staff currently in the venue, the players for not only competing and making this event possible, but for continuing to show up and support AFG the way they have. For our title sponsor for AFG production, all of us here on the broadcast, everybody on the back end, we thank you guys so much for watching here today for day number 1 of this World Championship. But don't worry, we got 3 more days of action tomorrow, kicking off bright and early at 9 a.m. Pacific time here on the stream, so make sure you follow, keep updated, and until then, we hope you enjoy your Black Ops 7 matches. We hope you enjoy Rocket League, and we'll see you here bright and early tomorrow. We can't wait. We'll see you then.